Part 5. Prisons. 1. In Rakava, beneath the high walls. The tune had stuck with Itale all the way from Eston, jolting in his head as he jolted over the roads of the Polana, on an outside seat of the springless coach, in the wind, between hills that hid themselves at last in slow-drifting clouds and veils of autumn rain. It was in the rain that he first saw the high walls, and from the south. Coming to Rakava from the north, from the plains, one would see first a swell of land, a hill rising 1,000 feet so gradually that it could hardly be seen as a whole, and below the long skyline a patch of something like broken pearls that, as one came closer, would take form, becoming a walled city built of white and tawny stone, towered and battlemented, remote, magnificent. But coming up from the south over the crest of the great hill, Itale first saw Rakava below him, exposed and dingy in the rain of an October afternoon. The houses had spread out far beyond the walls. The towers huddled in a maze and jumble of streets, dominated by the featureless bulk of several buildings that stood massive at the north edge of the city, the cloth factories. In older centuries, Rakava had been the pearl of the East, the glory and fortress of the province, the untaken, the unsullied, Rakava intacta. Now the high walls were breached in 50 places to let in and out the swarms of men and women going to work in the factories, coming back from work in the factories. There was still wealth there. Industry was modern, and on a scale unmatched in any other city of the land. Wool and silk was the city's wealth. Silkworms were raised, baled fleeces stored, yarns spun and dyed, cloth woven and cut in the huge sheds and buildings along the northern wall. The life of the city was there, and the old towers of feudal defense stood useless, like the rusty iron fingers of a gauntlet thrusting up through the chalk of a barren hill. The coach passed under those towers, and Itale looked up at their blind, massive walls uneasily. One, a fort, all but windowless, was the St. Lazare prison. Another, next to it, higher and elaborately battlemented, housed the provincial courts of law. He saw no sign of use or of habitation in the others, their dark gates barred. Dusk came fast in the narrow streets. The coach rattled down cobbles slippery with rain. One of the horses slipped, plunged, and went down with a sickening crash, leaving its mate straining to stay afoot in the broken harness, and the coach tilted over so that Itale half jumped and half slid down to the street, where he too slipped, and so greeted the stones of Rakava on hands and knees, his head badly jolted and his palms scraped raw. The horse had broken its knees. A crowd had gathered immediately and pressed in close on the horses, the coach, the passengers. Itale got his valise out of the boot and pushed his way out of the crowd, his head still ringing. He got directions from a woman and set off down the street to the Rose Tree Inn, where Isabelle was waiting for him. The ex-student teacher, 19 now, and an ardent acolyte at Novesma Verba, was very glad to see him. He had been alone in Rakava 2 days, and had apparently had a wretched time of it. He talked all the time Itale had his bath, which was the first thing he had ordered, a hot tub in front of a hot fire. Even as he finally got warm, he could feel the cold he had taken on the rainy trip, settling itself in his throat and nose and eye sockets, moving in, making itself at home. The quantity of hot water brought up had been meager. The fire did not burn well. As he stood on the hearth to towel himself dry, he observed 2 cockroaches the size of his thumb bickering over a greasy spot on the floor. "No rose this rose tree," he said. "The rats run up on the beds at night. It's foul. The whole city's foul." Itale shivered. "Hand me my shirt there, would you, Augustine?" "Thanks." "Well, is it any worse than the Krasnoye slums?" "Yes, because that's all there is here. The rest of it is dead. And the people are like rats. They won't even talk to you." "You're an outsider. You're not one of them. All provincials are suspicious." "I know. I'm a provincial." He always found himself reassuring Isabelle, trying to cheer him up, making light of difficulties. It made him feel much more than 5 years older than the boy, and roused a sense of hypocrisy in him. "They're probably human anyhow," he said dryly. "Come on, I'm hungry." "I ordered mutton. There isn't much else," Isabelle said, despondent. And they went down to a greasy supper in the gloomy depths of the inn. When Itale got to bed with his cold and a sharp ache in his wrist where he had wrenched it landing on the cobblestones, he reflected that his arrival in Rakova had been inauspicious, and indeed that the journey had begun ill. Why had Amédée turned away like that without a word, as if he could not wait to see him go? A rat scrabbled in the wall or under the bed. The air of the room was sour with the smell of the cheap tallow candles just blown out. "What am I doing here?" Itale thought in discouragement, and let the unanswered question magnify his sense of being in a strange room among unfamiliar walls and streets, until his own tired, unrelaxed body felt strange to him. The pain in his wrist and hand increased. He could not find an easy position. As his waking intelligence began to blur, the pressure of the alien and the inimical increased, until he felt himself unable to move, lying as still and tense as a hunted man in hiding, yet half asleep and longing for full sleep. And still the stupid question hanging in his mind, "What am I doing here?" Next morning he had not forgotten that night mood, and could not shake it off entirely. Only the question had resumed its primary form, waiting for him among the stones of Rakova as it had waited for him in a kindlier disguise among the fountains and gardens of Esnar, borrowing from them the aspect of desire or of longing. Here it was undisguised and blunt, a mere question. What am I doing? There was no disguise here, no distraction. Here in this city whose existence was a suction of crowds into the factories and rejection of them, suction and rejection, repetitive, unvarying activity, like that of a powerful machine, work irrelevant to climate, to season, to the land, or the hour of sunrise or sunset, or the wits or the wishes of any soul among those crowds. Here, Itale thought, after he had been in Rakova a few days, he had crossed some boundary towards which he had been tending for a long time, but he did not know where he had come or why, or if there was any way back home. He did, of course, what he had come to do, called on factory owners and managers, used Oragon's introductions to meet the political leaders of the city, and among the workers studied the functioning and organization of the factories. He was profoundly impressed by the men and the city, by the vigor, the tremendous inorganic energy of the system, which less than 20 years, and only beginning to reach full development, had transformed the lives of 100,000 people. After a fortnight he had so much material for a series of articles that he began to write them, calling the series, with an irony perceptible only to himself, "Industry in Rakova." He was industrious enough. His mind worked with speed and concentration. He was tireless, only he had to avoid certain questions in his writings and his thoughts, or they would lead him back round to the one he could not answer. And it seemed to him sometimes that his senses were dulled here, so that he did not feel keenly, nor see clearly. His emotions, too, were cool, as if insulated off. Isabelle worked hard for him and stuck close to him. The boy was not the companion Itale would have liked. His loyalty verged too much upon dependence. He demanded that Itale lead and inform him. That Itale should question his own purposes was unthinkable to him. They were working for freedom, and that was all that was needed. Sometimes his trust was a comfort to Itale. Sometimes he was moved by it to destructive cynicisms which he did not let himself say aloud. Perhaps he had no right to do what he was doing. Certainly he had no right to destroy the whole fabric of Isabelle's beliefs and hopes. The days went by rapidly, evenly. They were well into November, and rain or sleet and snow fell every day. Itale put off his plans to leave. He continued to gather material for his articles. His understanding of the subject continued to grow. He wrote to Brelevai that he might stay on till Christmas if their money held out. Under his steady activity there was a lethargy, an unwillingness to move again, to go on or go back. He was here, he would stay. He kept returning to the factories to watch the rattling gray-black efficiency of the wooden and iron machines, out of which came long webs of pure white wool, fragile silks the color of jewels and flowers, patterned velvets, splendid and delicate products of the looms and racks, the stinking vats of dye and sizing, the crazy dancing spindles, the endless trays of leaves and worms. The big new Fairman wool factory had 2 steam-driven looms, the first in the country. He had read San Giusto's descriptions of such machines in the northern English cities, and went to see them in some intellectual excitement, but was drawn back to them again and again simply to watch them work. The swift, endless back and forth, the deft, effaced men that served them. He could stand watching them for an hour, all the time with a slightly sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. They were the same motions, it was the same product as Guin working at his loom in his rooms in Malafrena. It was weaving. There had been weaving done since the dawn of human time. Why did the powered looms so fascinate and frighten him? He wrote an article describing them, their structure, their product, and their probable effect on the economy if more came into use. "What a lot you know about all this," Isabelle said, reading it, admiring as always. "What are you calling the piece?" "Freeing the Hands," Itale said. The workman told off to demonstrate the powered loom to Itale was named Fabre. Itale had quickly discovered the man's politics to be radical, and they had struck up a kind of friendship, very cautious on both sides. Fabre lived with his wife, his father-in-law, and 5 children in a 4-room house outside the east wall. The Fairman managers had built this row of houses for their skilled workmen. Fabre was an aristocrat, and treated as such. The houses had floors and small fenced front yards, though the back doors opened on an alley of mud. The children played in troops in the alley, never in the little bare yards. These houses fascinated Itale as the machinery of the factories did. The slums of Rakova were like the slums of Krasnoy, or any other city. That dirt and misery was old, coeval with the cities. The poor you have always with you. But Fabre and his family were not poor. They were not dirty. If they were miserable, it was not by the ancient causes of cold, hunger, and disease. They did not plant flowers in these front plots, or vegetables, which would be stolen, Fabre's wife said. It was not worth the trouble. Anyway, they would likely move soon. There were new houses being built by the east gate. Water piped into a pump in your own yard, they said. The company keeps us well enough, she said factually, and yet with a cold irony. Itale knew the peasant houses of Val Malafrena, more crowded even than this house, darker and warm. Opposite the hearth would be a partition, and visible and audible across it the cow and perhaps a couple of pigs or goats. The enormous bed usually next to the stall, the clothes-press, the table and chairs were of oak. Everything smelled of hay, manure, bedding, onions, wood smoke. Whatever the housewife owned of pewter, copper, or painted ware stood out on a shelf above the table. One was not asked into those houses any more than into a badger's earth or a fox's den. One stood in the doorway, speaking to the housewife or the husband, the youngest children staring from the rich darkness. In such places people had lived always on the land. The houses of privilege, Valtorsa and the Sorde house, were the same house, made light and large, and the cattle moved out. But this house, Fabre's house in the double row, this was something else. It was slave quarters. The company keeps us well enough. Itale saw them stand in groups on the streets on Saturday nights, knots and clumps of women and men, dark and forceful then, null when they walked alone. He listened to their talk in the soft nasal dialect, always of the factories and politics. He saw they knew more, wanted more, hoped for more than the peasants, and sensed their violence, the will to justice too long outraged. And he wanted to withdraw from them, to dissociate himself from their impotence and violence, their inchoate lives and the clever, inchoate slave minds of their spokesmen, such as Fabre. He could not do so. He was one of them. He and they could talk, could understand one another's ideas. He could never be one of or one with the peasants of his home. The difference of experience and knowledge, the difference of privilege there was too wide, and nothing could annul it, nothing bridge it even, except personal affection, personal love. But here, among these people who understood what he was working for, he began for the first time to doubt his own purposes. If this was progress, if this was the future, did he want it? Did anyone want it except the rich, the powerful, the owners? In Krasnoy, crowds formed and unformed easily, coalitions and driftings apart of individuals. Here it was the crowd that was the center, not the man, and the mob temper was always uneasy, angry. There was little street oratory in Krasnoy beyond street-corner debates in the river quarter. Here there seemed always to be a speech going on somewhere in the city, and a crowd around the speaker. The governor of the Polana province had forbidden public meetings. Any man seen addressing a crowd was liable to arrest and imprisonment. But it made no difference. They spoke, they met, they lived in unrest, resentment, wakefulness. They had all that Itale had sought first as a student in Solerie, the sense of justice, the spirit of revolt. But then, revolt to what end? He let some of this break out one night, talking with Isabert. Whom are we really working for, I wonder? For whom are we making the way plain? The king, old Duke Matthias, a restored constitutional monarchy? That's a bit flat, but perhaps it's the best of a bad lot. Better than working for Emperor Franz and Metternich, by making an armed rebellion which they can crush and use for an excuse to snuff out national independence altogether. Better than working for the Fairman brothers by telling the poor they can better their lot, they can rise in the world so long as the Fairman brothers rise on their necks, of course. Isabert gaped, scared, for he had never seen Itale bitter. But as the people become educated, he stammered. Educated, Itale jeered. But then he looked at Isabert, the fragile enthusiast whom he had educated, for whom he was literally responsible. Forget it, Agostine. I'm in a bad temper. This place gets on my nerves. He turned back to the table and got on with his writing. A half-hour passed. Isabert was restless, roaming around the room. They had taken a two-room tenement flat since it was cheaper than staying at an inn, stirring the fire, rearranging papers. Itale knew he wanted reassurance, but he had none to offer. His conscience was heavy. Isabert was a born follower, and he had seen himself as a leader, guiding men on towards the light. A leader. Had he outgrown that ambition, or merely fallen short of it? It was hard enough to keep the single candle alight in the depths of one's mutable, vulnerable being against the indifferent winds of heaven. It was hard to stand up alone and know where one stood, let alone where one was going. The next night he was to speak to a meeting of journeyman silk weavers, a strong association despite the government bans on laborers' unions. They wanted a report on the assembly meeting in Krasnoy, and he could not refuse them. Since his journal was prevented from publishing the news, he was obliged to give it as he could. That was one reason, perhaps the best reason, for his coming to Rakova. Isabert did not go with him this time. His talk went well enough. They asked questions for an hour after, and that was an ordeal, for lacking a politician's unfailing flow of words, he thought before he answered, and while he answered, so he was slow, and his audience grew impatient. They wanted quick answers and definite ones. He got still slower, more cautious. He heard his own voice dry and hesitant. The blood began to burn in his cheeks. He resented the men sitting so patient in their worn clothes, the tired, intelligent faces, the minds impatient, destructive, arrogant. "Why don't the Assembly do something about the Bureau of Censorship, then? Why don't they question its powers?" a thin, persistent man demanded. Itale flung out his hands and laughed, driven out of patience. "Why don't they question the powers of the Emperor of Austria? Why don't they question the powers of light and darkness? What can the Assembly do, man? If it once directly questions the government's authority, the government will dissolve it by force. Would you defend it, then? Do you want armed revolution? That's what you're asking for. Are you ready for it? We've got no arms and no allies. Yet suppose we rebelled and won out. Then what? What next? You know what you don't like, and I don't like it either. But what is it you do like? When there's no censorship, what are you going to say? He had found his tongue at last, and set them all against him. It was inevitable. They turned on him because he was an outsider, and because he was middle class, and yet they demanded that he offer them hope. He, feeling that to promise them hope was to lie to them, and to deny them hope was to betray them, stood answering their questions, fighting back at their attacks, defiant and sore-hearted. When the meeting broke up, one of the officers of the Weavers' Association, a man named Clanin, caught up with him in the hall. "Will you come out this way, Mr. Sorday?" he said, leading him away from the main door where the crowd was going out. "Are they that angry?" Itale said sarcastically, but began to cool down as he looked at Clanin's face, sensitive as were so many faces among these city workmen. He looked like Itale's neighbor in Krasnoy, Guin, the linen weaver. "They don't stop us meeting since 21, Clanin explained in his soft voice. "But lately they've been taking up some of the speakers, different places in the city, and questioning them. Just bogeying. If they don't see you, then you're spared the trouble. You had to answer enough questions tonight, maybe." He smiled. "I let them down tonight. I'm sorry." Clanin looked at him. His eyes were blue, a soft blue, intent and serious. "The men always jump Krasnoyers, you know. I respect what you said, Mr. Sorday. There's no use pretending it's easy." They were at the door, and Itale said, "Thanks, Clanin." He wanted to tell this man that he was grateful. He wanted to express the liking he felt for him, his blue eyes and fine, tired face. But all he could do was say thank you, and shake his hand. The one human touch, the one meeting with another man of the whole evening. They parted on a dark street in the rain. 2. He was glad to look up from the dark streets at last and see the light shine from his windows. Isabelle, with a Krasnoyer's instinct for good cheer, had put up red curtains which he had got for a few pennies as mill ends. The candlelight shone rosy through them, and Itale felt his heart lighten a little. At least he was not alone here. Isabelle was a good fellow, with his loyal heart and his red curtains. He climbed the unlit staircase and turned off at the second landing. A baby was crying, a thin, almost ceaseless wail on the floor above. As he felt with his key for the lock, he thought he heard Isabelle call something, "Come in," or "Don't come in." As he hesitated, startled, the door was opened abruptly from within. He saw Isabelle standing by the table, and other men in the room, one at the door, not a foot from him. His first action was to step back and turn. A man stood behind him halfway up the stairs. His conscious reaction was to the fixed, staring look on Isabelle's face. This troubled him, and he said, "What's wrong, Augustine?" The boy did not answer. The man holding the door open said, "Mr. Sorday?" "Who are you? Please come in." Itale came in, followed by the man who had been on the stairs. The man who had opened the door closed it carefully, taking the trouble not to be noisy, rather like a butler, Itale thought. "You are Itale Sorday, employed by the journal Novesma Verba of Krasnoy, is that correct?" "Yes." Isabelle was looking down now, still with a stuporous expression. The other men stood wooden-faced, a lot of posts. "Will you sit down, gentlemen?" Itale said in a clear, harsh voice. They all went on standing. None of them looked at his face. "Stand if you like," he said, and sat down in his usual chair by the table. "Are you the author of these writings, Mr. Sorday?" They were his last dispatch to Krasnoy, 2 articles and a private letter to Brelovai. "When I saw them last they were sealed," he said, and leaned back in his chair a little to keep himself sitting down, to keep his rage under control. "Is opening mail your profession, or do you do it for pleasure? Did you write them? Who are you?" "My name is Arasi," the man said with annoyance. He had a tenor voice, an intelligent, inexpressive face. "And mine Sorday, as you know. But that gives me no right to ask you questions, I think." Who are you, and am I under arrest or merely being intimidated? You're under arrest, Mr. Sorday, and I think the rest of this can wait. All right. Gavral? One of the others, a somber man in his 20s, nodded. You'll want your coat, Mr. Isabert. This room will be sealed until you've stood trial, Mr. Sorday. You might want to bring along a change of clothing. Let me see your authority. Arasi produced a warrant signed by Castuso, commander of the Polana militia. Isabert still had not moved. Itale went to him. Come on, Augustine, he said, and then lower with irritation. Don't freeze like a rabbit. Get your coat. Tears started into the boy's eyes, and he whispered, staring at Itale, Sorday, I'm sorry. Come on, get your coat. They rode in a closed cab through the dark, rain-swept streets, uphill to the building Itale had seen when he first entered the city, the Courts of Law. Its crenellated tower loomed up through sweeping clouds of half-frozen rain, dizzying in the flare of the cab lamps. In a warm, shabby room without windows, Arasi interrogated them briefly before a secretary. Very good, Mr. Sorday, he said, rubbing his hand over his forehead as if he had a headache. Thanks. You and Mr. Isabert will be detained here until trial. What are the charges against us? Article 15, activities prejudicial to public order. It's a very common charge, Mr. Sorday. He was not bad, this Arasi, polite, tired, matter-of-fact. I know. How long is it likely to be before we stand trial? I can't say. Possibly in a few days, usually within 2 months. Arasi bowed. 2 militiamen came at his signal and took Itale and Isabert off down a corridor, up 3 long flights of stone steps, and to a dark room at the end of a vast curving corridor. They entered the room, the soldiers with them. Gentlemen, please, you carry knives, penknives, any metal instrument? The accent, as usual, was foreign, German or Bohemian. Isabert mechanically surrendered his penknife. Itale, as mechanically, did not. In fact, he was surprised to find it in his pocket next morning. Very good. Good night, gentlemen. The door of the room closed with a loud, peculiar click. What do... Itale began, and then backed against the door with a start, seeing a faceless figure rear up from a couch or bench almost under his left hand. It gave a kind of groaning snarl. The only light in the room came from a lamp or candle down the corridor, reflected dimly on the ceiling through a grating high in the door. Everything was high. The ceiling 18 or 20 feet, the door 10 or 12. A queer effect in the faint wavering light. The shapeless figure on the bench pushed its face out of blankets, though no features were visible, and said, Cellmates. Only at the word did it occur to Itale that this curious room was a prison cell. Right, he said, interested. But he had to turn and give his attention to Isabert, who had crouched down onto his heels and was rocking back and forth, saying nothing. Itale talked to him, but he squatted there, silent, swaying. At last Itale hauled him up by the arm, by main force, and said, Sit down, pushing him onto the bench that ran around 2 walls of the room. Get hold of yourself. He was rough, and his voice was very angry. The boy sank his head into his hands and burst into tears. How long were they there before I came? Itale asked him after a while, casting about for some hook of simple fact to draw Isabert out of his formless and grotesque abasement. I don't know. An hour. He tried to stop sobbing. I don't know. What did they ask you? I don't know. I tried not to answer. Oh, Jesus, Mary. He clenched his hands over his face. I'm sorry, Itale. I'm sorry. Look, Augustine, they are trying to frighten us. Don't give them that pleasure. I believe you gentlemen are politicals, said the third man, sardonic, still faceless in the shadowy deep room. Yes, my name's Sorday. He did not know if giving your name was prison etiquette. He did not introduce Isabert, who was still crying. Sorday, from Krasnoy, yes. What an honor. Not surprised, perhaps, but honored. The man gave an edgy, ingratiating snicker. I'm Jivan Forost. I'll be out in a few days, and you gents will have more room." "Is this St. Lazare prison?" Itale asked, remembering that the two towered buildings, the court and the jail, adjoined.
"St. Lazare? Are you joking? This is the court's tower. This is no jail. Look at it, a palace. Blankets, light, window, all the comforts. Thought you political gentlemen knew more about the inside of jails than that. What's wrong with Sonny?"
Forost got up, trailing the blankets he had cocooned himself in, and approached them. "Let him be," Itale said stiffly.
"Needs his mammy," Forost said. "All right, so long as he doesn't keep it up all night. Choose your beds. Plenty of room. In Lazare there'd be 40 in a room like this. Piss-pots in the corner. Sleep well, gents."
He rolled himself up again in his blankets, and was silent. Itale talked a little while softly with Isabert, persuaded him to lie down, and then did the same himself, feeling suddenly dead tired. Forost had not shared his blankets with them, but the bench was covered with a burlap matting, and the air, though cold, was still and fresh. Itale stretched out and at once felt comfortable. He closed his eyes. All his thoughts escaped him, and he fell into sound and peaceful sleep. Forost was with them for a week. He never said what he had been arrested for. He was apparently some kind of clerk, but was vague about that, too. He was certain of being released, and was indeed released at the end of the week. "Friends in power," he said with his snicker. He gave them detailed descriptions of the St. Lazare prison, without ever saying if he had been jailed there, or visited it, or spoke from hearsay. The wards of 20 to 100 men, sick and well, sane, insane, and imbecile, murderers and petty thieves, all together. The rats, fleas, lice, bedbugs, the typhus, typhoid, and smallpox that twice in the last 40 years had, in Forost's phrase, cleaned out the prison. The solitary cells, and the cells below street level where the water was a foot deep on the floor in winter.
"That's a real prison," Forost said with admiration. "But see, you gents don't fit. Rioters, sure, they get locked up in the wards in Lazare. Commoners, workingmen, lock 'em up, who cares? But you gentlemen, politicals, they don't want you on their hands. You two aren't going to stand trial yet for a while. They don't want to bring you up and sentence you, see, because they don't know where to put you when you're sentenced. If they get orders from the government, from Krasnoy, give this one a sentence, then they're in for it. They have to do it. But God knows where they stick him. So the longer you wait, the safer you are. You'll wait 6 months, then be released without trial. That's how they like to do it. Cool you off a while here in the tower, then let you out. You run off quick, and they don't have to worry about you any more."
Itale listened with interest, but no particular emotion. 6 days or 6 months, there was nothing he could do about it, and probably, as Forost implied, it was just as well that he could not. He thought of his escapade in Solerie and the house arrest that had been his punishment. This was not all that much worse. He lay back on the bench, his shoes for a pillow, looking up at the single window set high in the high wall, and sang under his breath, "All the best governments have replaced common sense with von Müller and Haller and Gentz."
"Go on," said Forost, who was paring his nails with Itale's penknife. "Give us a concert."
"What would you like? Beyond this darkness is the light, O liberty, of thine eternal day." Forost grinned. Isabert looked scared. He was still depressed, brooding miserably most of the time.
"What do they sing where you come from?"
"Not jail songs. What do you sing here?" He began the song he had heard at Eston. "In Rakova, beneath the high walls," knowing only the first line. Forost picked it up in a sweet tenor. "That's no jail song. That's an old song," he said when he had sung it, and he began a monotonous and obscene ballad to which Itale listened, grateful for any entertainment. He liked Forost for never complaining. When Forost was released and left them with a jaunty bow and a "Good-bye, good luck, Robespierre, don't cry for me, sonny," Itale was sorry to see him go. At this point, cheerful degradation was worth more to him than noble gloom. He did not hold against Forost his flat refusal to try and smuggle out a message to Itale's friends. Forost had no reason to take risks, no hope of profit from the game Itale was playing. Still, the isolation worried him, the not being able to write to any one of his friends, his family. "I'm here. I'm all right." Isabelle, sensing his low spirits, fell into one of his fits of apathetic, self-accusing despair. An hour passed in total silence. Itale fell asleep and slept an hour or more. When he woke, Isabelle was sitting in the same position, brooding. Itale felt a spasm of hatred, of loathing for him, which terrified him by its intensity. He turned away, as well as one could turn away from another person in the featureless room, and began to whistle the tune of a Mozart rondo Louisa had used to play. He stood up. "I have to do something. I have to move," he said. "I need exercise. Can we get up to that window? See if you can stand on my shoulders. Come on." So the guard, bringing their evening soup and bread, found Isabelle balanced on Itale's shoulders, clinging to the bars of the window, describing the view. "Stop that! Stop them! Guards!" The soldier, a big Swabian, shouted, startling Isabelle so that he fell rather than jumped down. Itale began to laugh. "You cannot escape! You must not do that! It is forbidden!" the guard roared. Isabelle, too, began to laugh. "Escape? Are we 3 inches wide?" Itale said. The Swabian, embarrassed, motioned away the other guard that had come at his call. "It's forbidden, gentlemen. I'm sorry. Forbidden. No climbing." Itale stifled his laughter. Isabelle snickered, both of them exhilarated by the physical exertion and by the guard's discomfiture. After that, they took turns daily on each other's shoulders to look out at the jumbled view of rooftops and the winter sky. Itale's turns were short, as Isabelle could not long support his 150 pounds. The boy's health was shaky. An orphan, born in the waterfront slums, fed by parish charity and housed by luck, he had not had a good start in life. The flour soup they got gave him colic, and racking headaches kept him wakeful in the night. One such night, their 18th in the cell, both were awake. As the almost jovial serenity, the acceptant mood of the first days wore away, as he began to suffer from the frustration of all physical and mental energies, Itale had become, as if in compensation, more patient with Isabelle's lassitude. Compunction and compassion were strong in him this night, and when he heard Isabelle move and sigh, he sat up and asked, "Headache?" "Yes." "Do you mind if we talk a minute?" Isabelle propped himself up on his elbow. It was never fully dark in the tower cell, or fully light. Itale saw him only as a dim shape. "I wanted to say that I'm sorry I got you into this, all of this. I have meddled with your life. I had no right. At first it made this harder for me, realizing that I'd pulled you in after me, that it was my fault. But what I wanted to say now is that all the same, I'm glad you're here. I don't know how I'd get through this without you, without your friendship. That is what it comes down to." "I'd rather be here with you than free if you were here," the boy said urgently, with relief. "I'd rather we were both anywhere else, but as it is—" That was all they said. Isabelle soon slept. It was cold in the deep room. The first heavy snow had fallen that day on the city outside their narrow window. Itale huddled under the thin blanket, wearing his coat, and when he finally got to sleep, he dreamed vividly. Most of his dreams these 18 nights had been of open places, familiar faces and voices, the mountains. This dream began in horror. He was in the tower cell trying to wash his hands, which were dirty, as were the walls and floor, with a sort of soot or black charry grease. The wash basin was filled with acid, printer's acid, such as they used in the shop where Novesma Verba was printed. "It'll wash it off," Forost said. "I can't use this," he explained. "This is printer's acid." "It's not acid," Amadei Estenskar told him with a sneer. "Look there, it's not eating away the basin. What are you afraid of?" but from the lip of the basin a fine yellowish smoke was rising. The metal disintegrated. The smoking acid ran out over the table and over his hands, eating tracks in them like worm tracks in wood, painlessly. Then he was kneeling down, staring into a pool of water into which the disintegrated pieces of the basin had fallen. His arms were bare, plunged up above the elbow in the cold, dark green water which was slowly rising. The dim, clear surface came nearer and nearer his eyes. He looked up with a great effort. The water stretched on, quiet and deep, shining darkly. A lake. Above it and reflected on its surface was one immense shadow of a mountain, the hunter. The reflection reached close to his eyes. Behind it, in the water and in the air, was nothing, the vast, pale, empty gulf of the sky after sunset. He woke. He was shivering. The pale light of snow was reflected on the high ceiling. One of the guards told them that day that they were to stand trial the following day, Isabert in the morning and Itale in the afternoon. Isabert's spirits went up this time, while Itale's went down. If Forost had known what he was talking about, the later their trial came, the better. He kept his misgivings to himself and sent Isabert off next morning with the guards, trying to believe, or at least to act as if he believed, that everything would be well. Isabert returned before noon. "Released!" he shouted before the guard had got the door unlocked. "Released!" A rush of unexpected, overwhelming relief, joy, hope welled up in Itale. He hugged Isabert, his eyes filled up with tears. "You're free, then. You're free. I'm to be out of Rakova tonight and out of the Polana by Wednesday noon. Do they think I'm likely to stay, the fools?" He laughed a long, shaky, triumphant laugh. Itale hugged him again, jubilant, laughing. "I didn't really hope. Thank God. Thank God. But what are you back here for?" "I asked to come back till you are through. They agreed. They're not as bad as I thought they'd be. Let me tell you about the trial." He did so, excitedly and not very coherently. As they talked, Itale's mind began to recover from the shock of hope. "A defense attorney who's never even talked to us," Isabert said. "It's a farce. What kind of justice is that?" "Imperial justice," Itale said. "What did he say, Agostine? Anything?" "Oh, he talked about my youth and inexperience, a lot of rigmarole, nothing important." He became uneasy. He was suppressing something the attorney had said, probably a plea that Isabert had been led astray by older men. Isabert's mind was quick at apprehension, and he knew that Itale had picked up his omission. After that they were ill at ease with each other, pretending confidence. Yet Isabert had been released, set free, his trial a mere formality. It did not matter what the attorney said or did not say. When the Swabian came to take Itale to the courtroom, Isabert came with them. He was barred from entering the court, and they did not even shake hands in the hallway outside the courtroom, as Itale was hurried on by a second guard. In the courtroom, the defense, a tall, sad-eyed lawyer on state pay, consulted with Itale for 5 minutes. "It's all about these papers, you see, these articles you wrote. We'll admit that you wrote them." "I signed them. Of course I wrote them." "Yes. Then you spoke to a workmen's meeting on the 7th, and again a different group on the 20th. "Yes." "Yes. Well, we'll just admit that, and throw ourselves on the mercy of the court. The charge is activity prejudicial to—" "I know the charge. What can I expect from the mercy of the court?" "Don't ask to speak," the lawyer said, looking down at the papers and scratching his lined, ill-shaven cheek. "Believe me, Mr. Sorday, don't try to defend yourself." Itale knew he was right. Prosecution and defense took about a quarter of an hour. The 3 judges conferred and talked with one another most of that time. When the 2 lawyers had finished reading their case, the judge on the left asked something of a clerk, took up a sheet of paper, and read in a loud voice, "On this evidence and the defendant's confessions, and on the recommendation of the chief of the National Police in Krasnoy, under Article 15 of the law of June 18, 1819, this court judges the defendant Itale Sorday guilty of the crime of inciting and participating in activities prejudicial to the public order, peace, and safety, and sentences him to 5 years' imprisonment without labor, the sentence to be effective without delay." He laid the paper down and spoke again to the clerk. Itale sat waiting. He thought the judge was going to speak again, say something else. The lawyer for the defense, sitting beside him, muttered something, shaking his head. There was a scraping of chairs. The judges got up and left, 2 of them still deep in talk. The guards who had brought Itale into the courtroom reappeared, jerky and wooden-like figures that appear across a clock face at the hour. "Get up, sir," one of them was saying. Itale realized he had said it before. He got up. He looked for the lawyer for the defense to ask him what was happening, but the lawyer was gone. None of the courtroom officials was left but the clerk, still writing under the judge's long desk. "Come on," the guard said, and in front of one guard and behind the other he left the courtroom, went down a hall and outside for the first time in 3 weeks, into a snowy yard where the frozen wind, the east wind of the Polana, cut his breath off short. His eyes watered in the cold. He looked up in bewilderment. They were between 2 enormous black buildings, crossing a courtyard with an iron fence. Itale stopped. "Let me see Isabert," he said. He heard his voice, thin as a boy's, in the wind. "What's that?" "My friend, Isabert. He was tried this morning." "Not now, sir." "Where's he to go, Thomas?" "Ask Guin," said the guard behind. "He's specially recommended," the first guard said doubtfully. "Yes, specially recommended. Ask Guin. Here, watch your step." Itale, turning, had slipped on the ice. The guards grabbed at his arm, off-balanced him, and once more he went down hard on hands and knees on the stones of Rakava. He scrambled to his feet, and the guards led him into St. Lazare, walking blindly, with his head back, very erect. His head rang, and there was a taste of blood in his mouth. When he became clearly aware of the world again, he found himself in a small, dark, cold room. Light came in faintly through a grating high up in the door. The ceiling was high. He was standing up. He had been measuring the length and width of the room in paces, he realized. It was 4 paces by 3. There was a sleeping bench long enough for 1 person, and under it an earthenware basin covered with a shingle. It was cold, the damp, heavy cold of a cave or cellar, but the air was close. Down the corridor outside the door a baby was crying, a thin, angry, ceaseless squall. He kept thinking that it was the baby he had heard crying when he climbed the stairs the night he was arrested. That was stupid. It could not be the same baby. He went to the door and tried to look out, but he could see nothing but the wall of the passage opposite. He stood there a long time. He did not want to sit down. If he sat down, it would seem that he was going to stay here. A guard came and unlocked the door. Not a soldier, but a civilian prison guard, a big old man, taller than Itale, with a square gray face. He asked Itale to change clothes. "I don't want these," Itale said, looking at the heap of gray clothing the guard had put down on the bench. "Regulations, sir. You can keep your coat." "I don't want this stuff," Itale repeated. He heard his voice shake. He was ashamed. "I want—" He began to cover his confusion and stopped. "They'll keep your things for you, sealed up. It's regulations," the guard said. Like Arasi, he had the coercive yet reassuring manner of a good servant, so that Itale obeyed him, beginning to unbutton his shirt, since he was expected to change his clothes. "I want something to write with," he said. "What's that, sir?" "Paper, ink, something to write with." "Have to request that of the governor of the prison, sir. You're specially recommended." Like the other guards, he said these 2 words in a respectful, portentous tone. His voice was rather loud and flat. He was probably somewhat deaf. Itale noticed this. He identified the gray material of the prison shirt and trousers as the rewoven stuff they called shoddy in the mills here. He noticed and thought vividly and quickly, but none of it hung together. He did not understand. "That baby crying," he said. "Why is there a baby here?"
"Born here, sir. The mother's in one of these solitaries, like your honor. She'll be sent back to the ward soon."
The guard gathered up Itale's things, handing him back his waistcoat.
"Keep that if you like, sir, for the warmth," he said.
He was respectful and kindly. He went out and locked the high door behind him. The prison clothes were loose and rough, without much warmth. He put on the waistcoat and his plum-colored coat, which was creased and somewhat grimy after the 3 weeks in the tower cell, but warm. And the silken sleeve lining touching his hand as he put it on gave him a moment of pure comfort. He sat down again. He had been in the tower for 3 weeks. 21 days. That was over now. The judge had said something. He had said something about 5 years. But that did not mean 5 years in prison. That was impossible. 5 years. After all, that was a very long time. He would be 30 at the end of it. 3 weeks had gone on and on. 3 weeks was enough. This was December, then January, then February. He succeeded in stopping himself from reciting the 12 months. The guard brought soup, the same flour soup. He ate it. The bowl was taken away. After a time the light in the corridor was put out, and in the cell it was totally black, for a while, until the eye learned to see the faintest hint of form, the dull stone echo of some distant lamp, and to cling to that. The night passed and did not pass. Sometimes his mind worked fast, excitedly, and sometimes it did not work at all. His heart pounded and pounded, paused, pounded. He tried to count minutes by his heartbeat. He was afraid he was going mad. In this darkness without event, swollen with empty time to come, the hot sting of the vermin that swarmed in the bench-matting was welcome. It was life. He was worn out by that night when the day came, and dozed all morning, lying contentedly enough on the bench. In the afternoon a pair of guards came and took him out to a courtyard for exercise. It was a small inner courtyard, 40 or 50 feet square. The snow had been trodden into a firm grayish-black floor, holed and stained yellow with urine against the walls. The 2 guards watched 5 prisoners who were not permitted to speak to one another. One of them was taking his exercise methodically, trotting round and round the court, pumping his arms. His legs moved oddly in short steps. Itale knew that that was the right thing to do, but he could not make himself do it. His legs were shaky. He must get control of himself. He must try to keep himself fit. He would plan how to use this time in the open air, and also try to exercise himself in the cell. To plan the time and measure it out and use it, that was the thing to do. Right now, even if it was very difficult, he should walk once around the courtyard and breathe the clean air as deep as he could. He started out. One of the guards stopped him as he came by, a thin, red-faced man. "Was that the fellow stood trial with you that hopped?" His dialect was heavy, and he was missing most of his teeth. Itale was not sure he'd understood the words. "Isabey," the guard said. "Isabey? What about him?" "Was he crazy? He had a release, didn't he?" "What do you mean?" "What did he want to do that for? Jesus, what a thing to do, 80 feet down. Was he crazy?" "Shut up, Anto," the other guard said with a chopping gesture, and Itale walked away from them. He longed to kneel down and put his hands into the snow, get his hands and wrists cold, ice-cold, but the stuff was hard-crusted and dirty. The guards called the prisoners. He came last, feeling the others looking at him, unable to look at them. He was locked into the cell. He lay there on the bench. He did not think of Isabey, but of Estenskar, of one of the days they had gone shooting in the woods of Esten. He could see how Amadei had looked and hear the tone of his voice so clearly that he said his name aloud, very softly. But the sound of his voice frightened him. He put his head into his folded arms and lay still. The color and smell and feel of his coat was familiar. He held on to the double thickness at the cuff, seeking reassurance. "Come on, sir." "Where now?" he said, sitting up, sick and angry. "Let me alone." "Smith's shop, sir," the guard said in his loud, toneless voice. "Come on." When Itale understood, he took hold of the bench with both hands as he sat on it, and said with a kind of gasping laugh, "No, no, I won't come on. Not there. I won't put my own neck in the collar."
"It's regulations, sir. Has to be done."
"No," Itale said. The deaf guard called 2 others. Adept and without much brutality, they pinioned Itale, frog-marched him to the prison smithy, held him while the smith welded the loose ankle fetter onto his leg, brought him back to the little dark, cold room, fastened a short length of chain between the fetter and hasp set into the wall, and left him. He was trembling and cursing, in tears. "Sorry, sir," the deaf guard said as he left. "You'll get used to it." 3. Under a grey sky, Piera Valtorskar left Esnar on December 19, 1827. Under a grey sky, the family carriage lumbered southward over the roads of the western marches, and as it passed through the village of Vermare, high in the foothills, the grey sky descended softly all at once in flakes, heavy, thick, silent, filling all the air, whitening the fat rumps of the horses, the fur cap of the driver, hiding the way ahead. With a great push, Piera got the window down so that she could put out her hand and feel the cold touch of winter. "Oh, my dear, we'll catch our death. Oh, do put up the window. Do put on your gloves," cried Cousin Betta Barachoy, who had gone all the way to Esnar in the carriage alone to fetch Piera back, since Count Orland had come down with a very bad bronchitis a week before he was to set off for her, and spend Christmas at the Bolinans. But Cousin Betta was only too glad to go. Indeed she was. The idea of that poor child coming all the way alone in the carriage like a pea in a gourd, even if old Godine was as trusty as could be. At any rate, Cousin Betta was so upset that Piera raised the window again, only murmuring, "It never snows in Esnar." "Oh, I believe it does. Indeed it does, I'm sure. I suppose the warm fountain quite melts it. Wouldn't that be odd? Does it? Oh, dear me, how very thick it's coming. If we should be snowed in up in the passes, far from any house." Cousin Betta's eyes shone. From time to time romances, stronger fare than the new Eloise, had been finding their way up to Portacheca, and Cousin Betta read them, and though the possibility of getting snowbound on the mountain road was neither remote nor pleasant, the phrase, "far from any house," sounded so like a novel that it thrilled her. Piera merely said, "The wind mostly keeps the Portacheca pass clear." Cousin Betta had discovered already that Piera had become a strong-minded young woman at the convent. She was always calm, and doubtless never read romances. The snow made little trouble for their horses. It melted as soon as it touched earth after its fall through the soft windless air. Only as they reached Portacheca at the end of the afternoon was it holding, icing all the roofs and gables of the steep town as a baker ices a dark plum-cake. "Oh, but look, look!" cried Piera, not calm. "The mountains! Look at the snow on the roofs!" And then she fell silent. The golden-lighted windows of the little town under the great slopes almost veiled in driving snow and nightfall. The welcome of the lighted windows amongst the strangeness of winter. That was too much for her. All the way down from Portacheca to the lake she was grateful for the falling snow and darkness that hid from her the orchards, the fields, the mountains, the lake. She did not want to see them. They were not hers to see. Even as the carriage rolled onto the paved court in back of her home, even as she saw her father, bundled up till he looked more like a bolster than a man, coming to her with snow on his shoulders and his arms held out, she was saying in her heart, "Why did I come home? Why did I come home?" Then she was in her father's arms, squashed against his rough coat, the snow off his shoulder cold on her ear. "Are you all right, Papa? Are you well?"
"Yes, of course, I'm fine," said Count Orland hoarsely, while the tears ran down his handsome face.
He had been quite ill and was 62 this winter. It had occurred to him that he might die. He was not particularly afraid of dying, but he had been afraid of not seeing Piera again.
"Well, well, well, what a commotion," he said, still with his arm around her.
and then the others were around them. Eleonora and Laura and Maria the cook, and Miss Elizabeth, who lived on at Valtorsa, old Jivan, and the rest, bandying Piera about and bringing her inside in a flurry of welcoming faces and voices, warmth and light. Guide Sorde had not come outside and treated the excitement coolly.
"Well, Contessina, 3 months away, and you see how your value's risen?"
It was true she had been gone only 3 months, but last summer had been her next-to-last visit home. This was her last. Guide knew the difference as well as any of them. He consistently called her you now instead of thou. None of them forgot that she was to be married, that she no longer belonged to them, nor they to her, that this was the last time they would see Piera Valtorskar. When she was in her own bed in her own room, she lay thinking, and her thoughts were as bleak as her body was comfortable. The last time. Itale had been right, of course. You can't come back. There is no coming home. She looked over at her bookshelf. There was the book he had given her, the Vita Nova, the new life, its gold-lettered back winking comfortably in the firelight. But she did not want the new life. She wanted the old one. The next night, Christmas Eve, all the Valtorsa people but Auntie, with the Sordes and Sorrentais and many people of the estates, went into Portaceca for the midnight mass. It had snowed again during the day, clearing after sunset. Carriage lamps and lanterns crossed yellow beams over the snow. Snow on the forests of the mountain-sides showed faint in starlight. The church of Portaceca was crowded from wall to wall, as always on Christmas. The little boys of the choir sang shrilly, babies squalled, old men sighed long, horse-like, devout sighs, and scratched their necks under their holiday white shirts. Little old women who went to Mass daily muttered the service a word or two ahead of the priest. In the hot candlelight the cross shone like molten gold above the altar. Now and then one got a dry, clean whiff of the pine boughs that decorated the church, through the smell of packed humanity, or shivered in an icy, inexplicable draught of air creeping along the stone floor amongst all the legs in skirts or trousers. It took the crowd half an hour to come out of the church, and everyone stood around in the street waiting for the rest of the party. Children got lost, horses stamped, snow dust glittered in rays and shafts of lantern light and lamplight. While the older people found the friends and relatives they had brought in or wanted to greet in town, Piera and Laura joined the young Sorrentais, who were singing the old carol of the angels. We have heard the angels sing sweetly on the mountain-sides, and the echoing valleys ring with a song that well betides, Gloria in excelsis Deo. Alexander Sorrentai went flat on the Glorias, and his betrothed, Maria, the daughter of Advocate Cassene, cried, "Oh, Sandra, don't sing so loud," and everybody laughed. On the way home, crammed in the Valtorskar carriage with Count Orland, Guide, Eleonora, Cousin Betta, Emmanuel, Pernetta, and the overseer Gavre, Piera and Laura kept up their caroling until Guide himself joined in his baritone on the Glorias, and Eleonora, looking up into his face as she sat squeezed next to him, said, "Guide, I haven't heard you sing in 20 years." "I have," said Laura, "when he shaves, but he always stops in the middle." "Sing on, then," Guide said, and they all sang. Count Orland had lost his voice when he was ill, but he thumped time on the window frame. They all stopped at the Sorde house for the supper and Christmas cake after the Mass. The cake, shaped like a log, was twined with holly and ivy. Count Orland discoursed on holly trees, standing stones, and druids. Nobody went to bed till 5. At 11 some of them went to the morning service at St. Anthony Chapel up the lake shore. The pines above the chapel sparkled with melting snow in the wintry sunlight. On the north side of each headstone in the little churchyard snow lay white, though the graves themselves were bare. The words of the service were half lost in the sound of the wind in the forests of San Lorenz. After the service, Piera and Laura walked in the churchyard, waiting for Eleonora. They separated a little as Piera wandered on reading the inscriptions. All the stones were old. The churchyard was not used any longer. Many of them were small, unmarked. the graves of infants dead 100 years ago. All the names were familiar names. Itale Sorde, 1734 to 1810, Inte Domine Speravi. She stood still. She looked at the graveyard, dappled with patches of snow and shadows of the pines, at the squat stone chapel, its eaves dripping with thawing snow, at the lake lying calm in the winter noon, at Laura coming towards her, tall and pale in her coat and fur-trimmed cap. They stood side by side there for a minute. I can remember him standing in front of the south windows. I had to reach up to hold his hand. He seemed so tall. He died the year after I was born. It's strange how when Itale and I die, there won't be anyone in all the world who ever saw him, ever knew him. Till then he's not really dead. But after that... But there's an afterlife, Piera said timidly. Perhaps, Laura said, still looking at the grave. You're not sure? No. They spoke simply and thoughtfully. It doesn't matter, does it? Laura said. In te domine speravi. Just for it to be all over, all gone, air and earth and sun. Would that be so bad? But I was just thinking. Your grandfather, he was young, a young man 70 years ago, young like any young man now, like us. And then we get old. And maybe he was in love. Well, of course he was with your grandmother, and they got married, and they lived and had 2 sons, and they thought and talked and wanted things, and there was wind and rain and sunshine on the snow, and they saw it, and... Now, it seems so strange. And there were the people before them, and now us, and the people that come after us, and we can't know any of them because time keeps going on and on. What was my own father like when he was 20? Does he even remember himself? I have to believe in the afterlife, I think. It would be so strange and senseless without it, never to understand. She looked around the graves streaked with sun and shadow, and her light voice shook a little. Why were they ever young? Gavret came round the corner of the church. Your mother was asking for you, Miss Laura, he said, standing cap in hand by the wicket gate. Piera walked home with him and Cousin Betta. He had proved a good, reliable manager, and had taken the onus of running the estate from Count Orlando, but he had never spoken to Piera more than civility required him to do. They did not speak now, but Cousin Betta did. Piera escaped from her to Count Orland's study, where, a bit tired by the long Christmas night, he sat beside his fireplace, bedecked with garlands and cupids and a few stray French horns, carved in the same grayish native marble as the headstones in St. Anthony churchyard. There was a bright fire on the hearth. Piera sat down next to him, and they talked. Count Orland had discovered this past summer that he could talk to his daughter. It was very like talking with his wife in the old days. After all, she had not been much older than Piera was now. They rarely said much, but somehow it was very pleasant. In fact, it was the pleasantest thing he knew, especially now in this winter cold. He had spent some desolate hours the past month when he was ill. He foresaw and accepted his loneliness when Piera should be married and gone. But the comfort of her presence now outweighed it all. He was content. Piera herself was not content, but was happy, as she sat with her father before the fire, happier at least than she had ever been last summer. All those weeks at home had been a time of strain, suspense, toneless and colorless. She had been waiting. Waiting for what? It must be for marriage, for love. She was home, but not home for good. Betrothed, but alone. In the middle. Suspended, waiting. It had been all wrong. She had written Giovancoste every post, a dull note once a fortnight. Writing them had been a chore, as bad as her compositions for Miss Elizabeth, the duties of the young female. If Jivan loved her, why was he not there? She had left home, gone back to Esnar with relief. Had she been happy then this autumn in Esnar? Of course. But still it had been waiting. Now the waiting was over. Now time went fast, and she clung to the moments, treasured them. Everything now was for the last time. She would not think either back or ahead. 12th night came and passed, bringing snapping cold, clear weather. The roads were frozen so the horses' hooves rang like bells. The sun was bright in a sky of dark, blazing blue. Laura and Pierre rode into Porto-Checa for the mail, and the overseer, Gavray, having business at the mill, went with them, still saying nothing. The girls went on to the Golden Lion, leading his horse, as the Lion served as tavern, hotel, coaching station, post office, and livery stable. As they went, Pierre said, "Of all the close-mouthed men in the Montaigne, that one's the closest." "He can talk," Laura said indifferently. "I doubt it. He guards his tongue as if it were golden." "Who does talk here but us women? I suppose men jabber all the time down there." Laura often teased Pierre about the sophisticated ways and customs of Esnar. It was a game between them, but just now there was a sting in her words. Pierre knew she had in some way been tactless, and she said no more about Gavray. They greeted the old hostler of the Lion and gave him the horses, and after his due bit of conversation went on in and greeted the innkeeper's wife in her shining domain of oak and brass. She was ready for them, handing 3 letters across the bar, 1 for Pierre, 2 for Laura. "Ah," said Laura, coming alive. "Thank you, Mrs. Carl."
"Oh, aye, from Domital. I saw it this morning first thing in the sack. I know his black writin'," said Mrs. Carl, with a smugness that declared mere illiteracy no handicap. After her due bit of conversation, the girls set off for Emmanuel's house. "Come on, Perry," Laura said. "Hurry up. I want to read it. What's this other one, I wonder? It must be for Uncle. And yours is from—" "Oh, yes," said Pierre. "Itale still has the return address in Rakova on it. That's why we haven't heard from him for a month. The mails must be slow in the East. It's such a long way." Walking at twice her usual pace and studying the cover of the letter which she would not dishonor by opening on the street, Laura strode down the cobbled streets and steps, Pierre in her wake, to Emmanuel's house. He was out. Pernetta received them, and without wasting any more time, she and Laura opened Itale's letter and read it standing, while Pierre retired into a chair by the window that looked out northward through the pass, and read her letter from Giovancoste. It was a quiet, fond letter, husbandly. Little Batiste enclosed a note written in a round, clear hand. "Dear Countess Pierre, the preserved ginger was very good, although it was very hot, so that I ate a little at a time, but I have eaten it all. I hope you are well. Father is well. I am well. My rabbits are well. They like to eat oatmeal, as you said. With all good wishes for a happy New Year, I am your loving friend, Batiste Venceslas Coste." She wanted to show the child's note to Laura, and yet did not do so. It was so queer, that is, it would seem so queer to Laura that this child was to be Pierre's child, her stepson. Here he was, 7 years old, 11 years younger than Pierre, your loving friend, Batiste Venceslas Coste. Well, Laura was not used to the idea, as Pierre was. No need to embarrass her. "What does Itale have to say?" "Read it, my dear. Now, Laura, you've read it twice. Let Pierre have it. What's that, another letter?" "Oh, yes, I forgot. Look. For Mr. Sorde of Val Malafrena, Porto-Checa, Montaigne Province. Now, who's it for, father or uncle?" "Emmanuel will know. I must look after my baking. I'll be back." Laura perched on the arm of the chair and reread her brother's letter as Pierre read it. Rakova, 18 November, 1827. "Look at that," said Laura. 2 months to get here. Even in winter and clear across the country, how can it take 2 months? His first letter from Rakova only took 2 weeks. "Now hush," said Pierre, reading. "My dear family, I'm sorry I missed last week's post, and trust that you have not given me up for lost. I have been busy ever since I arrived here, and my quiet week at Eston seems several centuries in the past.
My impression of Rakava remains much the same as when I last wrote. I still dislike the city and still find it exceptionally interesting. The misery of the poor here is beyond anything I have seen. I am glad not to be alone in a place where it is very easy to become discouraged. Young Augustine has put up a pair of red curtains to cheer up our rooms and save us washing the windows. My contribution to the domestic economy has been a large box of Gossek's wonderful powder. I would not myself call it wonderful. The Prussians eat it up enthusiastically, no doubt thinking it a thoughtful gesture on the part of a stranger. "The Prussians?" said Pierre. "Cockroaches. Eva always calls them Prussians." "Oh, I thought he meant people. Let me read that over. Of a stranger. I wish they would all die in awful agony, but I don't think they will. If my letters are delayed, please don't be alarmed. The state mail service has existed for only 3 years in the Polana. The Polana is historically disinclined to do anything the other 9 provinces are doing, and I am assured that it is as slow and as untrustworthy as any censor's heart could desire. Augustine and I will probably take the Krasnoy coach during Christmas week, and when I am back in Malenastrada you can trust my letters to come regularly again. And what's much more, I can look forward to receiving yours. I have not heard from you since the week before I left for Eston. I am not accusing, you know, only lamenting, and feel rather as if I had made my way to the nethermost pole of the earth." "We have written him every post," Laura put in. "I despise that Polana province. Why did he have to go there?" "The nethermost pole of the earth. But knowing how faithful your letters are, I think with comfortable anticipation of finding a whole bundle of them when I get back to Krasnoy. I have not much to tell you beyond what I wrote in my last. Please tell me if the Bellerophon is coming. The 2 boys in charge of circulation by post are very green, and when I left Krasnoy they were in a fine muddle. If it's still not coming regularly and you are interested in it, I shall see to it myself that your copy gets on the diligence. Karantai is beginning a new story in the December number. He says, and I incline to believe him, that it will not be as good as The Young Man Lieve. One can't ask for such a work as that again, so soon, even from such a man. There is no going back or doing things over, I think. My dear mother and father, my dear sister, my heart is with you now as always. My loving duty to uncle and aunt, to Count Orlant, to them all by the lake. If this letter should be the last to reach you before Christmas, may it bear my affectionate wishes for the new year, and always, your loving son, Itale Sorde. As Pierre read the last paragraph, her eyes began to prickle and burn. She read the words over. The moment passed. "His hand has changed a little," she said. "It's probably a bad pen. He signs differently, less of a flourish with the S. He doesn't sound very flourishing," Laura said wistfully. "The letter doesn't really say anything at all, except that he's homesick." "It doesn't say that," Pierre replied firmly. "Of course it does. Oh dear, Mamma's been worried about him for weeks, and this isn't going to cheer her up. 1 page and no news. Is it because of the censors, I wonder, or because he's trying not to sound unhappy when he really is?" Pierre bowed her head as if rereading part of the letter. "What did he say?" she asked at last. "What did he write, I mean, after he was in Esnar last April?" "Why, I told you, didn't I? He couldn't say much, because you'd asked him not to mention your betrothal. You explained that later. I know I wrote you that he wrote that you looked very tall and very pretty. Is that what you wanted to hear again?" "No, I was just thinking. It shouldn't have been me that got to see him. It should have been you or your mother. Things work out so stupidly." "So long as one of us saw him." "But it was such a stupid conversation, I never told you. We didn't know what to say, and he looked so different. Not changed, really, but completely different. A man, you know, and he was just a boy when we were all here. And he said we'd probably never meet again. That if we did, it wouldn't mean anything. It would just be like people who don't know anything about each other, meeting and parting. And neither of us, he or I, would ever really go home again, and—" But her voice, which had been getting strained and faint, choked off in a sob.
"This is so ridiculous," she gasped. "Please, don't pay any attention, Laura. I've been doing this ever since I got home. It goes away in a minute."
Laura, at a loss, stroked her hand. Pierre got control of herself very promptly and stood up to greet Emmanuel with a smile as he came in. Seeing from Laura's face rather than Pierre's that something was amiss, he went on upstairs at once after one question. "Anything from Italy?"
"Yes, here. The letter's weeks old. He was still in Rakova."
"I'll read it in a minute." When he heard his wife talking with the girls, he judged Pierre's fit was over. What would be wrong with the child? Waiting for marriage, no doubt. This fashion of long betrothals was detestable. He came downstairs. "Where's dinner, women?" 10 more minutes, Emmanuel. 3 women a cook and no dinner ready. You're nearly as inefficient as we are at the magistrature. Well, let's see what was new in Rakova 6 weeks ago." When he had read Itale's letter, Laura showed him the second one. "Which of you is it for, Uncle?" "Why, for Guide. I'm not a Val Malafrena." "But then it says Portacheca." "They knew the post-coach stopped here." "But why don't you open it? If it is for you, someone would have to ride back with it. And if it's a state business, Father will consult you about it anyhow." "Practical woman," Emmanuel said. "Very well." And carefully, reluctantly, he opened the cover and began to read. Pierre was watching him, curious about the letter as the others were, but she noticed nothing. It was the wife who said quietly, "What is it, Emmanuel?" He looked at her for a moment, blank-faced. "Let me finish it, my dear," he said as quietly. They waited in silence. He finished reading the letter, folded and unfolded it, sat down in the chair by the window. "It's rather bad news," he said. "Itale. He's all right. It would appear he has been arrested. They don't actually know very much." "Read the letter," Pernetta said, standing still, as did Laura and Pierre. "It is intended for Guide," Emmanuel said, and then, looking up into their faces, opened the letter again and read, "Sir, I must take the liberty of introducing myself as a friend of your son, Itale Sorde, in order to ask you to have the very great kindness to write me whether you have received any word from your son since the middle of November last, or to tell me if you have any news which confirms or, God willing, disproves the report we have received here of his arrest, together with the young man who was with him, by the provincial government of the Polana in November. The first such report we received appeared unsubstantial, but we now have heard a more circumstantial report from an apparently reliable person coming to Krasnoy from Rakova, stating that both men were tried on the charge of inciting activities prejudicial to the public order, convicted and sentenced to 5 years' imprisonment. If this is true, they are presumably in the St. Lazare prison in Rakova as state prisoners. We have heard nothing from Mr. Sorde since November 6th, but are now aware that mail both in and out of the East is under supervision, and liable to be read and stopped, or read and resealed without notice. To the best of our knowledge, the posts in the center and west are not tampered with as a general rule, but this rule may be changed, of course, at any time. As you know, your son has many friends here, all of whom earnestly desire to be of use to him, and to support him against this monstrous injustice. But at this time, and until we are certain of the facts, we are following the advice of a man very familiar with the political situation of the eastern provinces, who counsels us all to wait, since an attempt at direct intervention or personal appeal could at this time do more harm than good. I beg you to write me if you have better or more certain news of him, and I pray God to uphold a just and candid man, my friend and your son, in the knowledge of his own integrity and of our steadfast affection and loyalty. I am, sir, your servant, Tomas Brelovai, Krasnoy, 2 January 1828. Emmanuel folded the letter. His face appeared thoughtful, still a little blank. "This Brelovai sounds like an honest fellow," he said at last. "Itale's mentioned him often, I think." "They were in Solerie together," Laura said. "He runs the journal's finances." She spoke calmly. It was Pernetta who, shaking her clenched fists in front of her breast in a jerky,
quickly repeated strange motion, said in a loud, high voice, "I never had any son but him."
"Come, Pernetta," Emmanuel said roughly, and went and stood at the window while Laura comforted his wife. She had never broken down on him before, never once. It was as if something in his own body broke at the sound of her voice crying out, as if the strength went out of his backbone. He could not look at her. Pierre came over to him and took his hand. He looked down at the girl, her pale face and clear eyes. "If we're going out to the lake," she said, "I should go tell Gavret not to wait for Laura and me." "That's right. He'll still be at the mill. I'll be back in 10 minutes. She left, moving light and fast. In the depths of his confusion and distress, Emmanuel considered her and Laura with wonder, both of them calm, efficient. Yet he knew what this news was to Laura, and as for Pierre, she had been weeping about something or other not a quarter of an hour ago. They were all nerves till you came to the test, and then, by God, they were sword steel. And here were he and Pernetta no better than 2 blocks of wood, wringing their hands, struck dumb. He sat down and reread both letters to give himself the countenance of doing something, but the 2 girls did and decided everything, until the moment when he was on his own again, alone with his brother in the library of the house by the lake. "Well, what's up, Emmanuel?" "Itale's letter." "That's not what brought you out in the middle of the day." "No. It appears that a few days after he wrote that letter he was arrested." Guin waited. Emmanuel cleared his throat. "It's not certain," he said. "Here's all we know." He gave Guin Brelevai's letter and watched him read it. Guin read it through attentively. His expression did not change. At the end he lifted his head a little and said after a pause, without expression, "What am I to do?" "Do? How should I know? No doubt the fellow's right, and there's nothing we can do, nothing at all. But is this a time to say I told you so? Is your self-righteousness—" He stopped short. Guin was not looking at him. "Arrested him," Guin said softly, as if trying out the words. "What right have they to judge him, to touch him?" His face contorted into a strange frown. "What have they done to him?" he said aloud. He turned away and was silent. Emmanuel sat down at the table, rubbing his hand over his forehead. He had misjudged his brother utterly. He had forgotten how ignorant Guin was, how, in this sense, innocent. Guin had been furious with Itale for debasing himself, but it had never entered his head that any human power could debase Itale. Evil to him was personal vice, greed or avarice or cruelty, envy, pride. A man fought such evil within himself and in other men, and with God's help prevailed. That injustice could be institutionalized under the name of law, that inhumanity could embody and perpetuate itself in the form of armed men and locked doors. This he knew, but did not believe, had not believed until now. He did not separate himself from Itale, had never done so, even in his anger. What they did to his son, they did to him. This letter was his sentence. He was 58, and this was the first hole that human evil had taken hold on his hard, uncompromising soul. This was the first time he had ever been humiliated. He had held himself apart, kept himself clean, and now, very late, he must pay the cost of cleanness. Guin, if this is true, which we do not know, but if it is true, then we have got to look at it squarely. It's very bad, but it could be worse. They haven't sent him to jail in Austria. They haven't given him a life sentence. 5 years. 5 years is... Emmanuel had been a law student in Solery. He had visited the provincial prison there several times in a deliberate self-discipline. It was because he knew what prison was like that he had refused to qualify himself to be a judge, and, when offered the judgeship of the county court, had thrice declined the honor. "One can wait 5 years," Guin said. "Listen, Guin. I have excused myself since Itale left for having encouraged him to go. I thought it his right, his choice. I still do.
But I was responsible, partly responsible. I have no excuse. I never looked to see what danger. It was my fault much more than his. He was very young."
"No matter," Guin said. "That's all past. Does Laura know about this?"
"She was there when I read the letter. She got Pernetta over the shock of it. And Pierre did the same for me. They're with Eleonora now. I left it to them. They're better at this than we are, Guin."
"Aye, this is their world, their time, not mine. I've known that since he left."
Another silence. Guin sat down across the broad table from his brother.
"I used to wonder if he'd not marry Pierre," Guin said. 40 years ago there had been no question. A good match, a good pair. They'd have married. He'd never have run off. Our father left, you know. Is it the times or the man? He came back, though. So will Itale. He sat there where you're sitting now when he told me he meant to go. I was angry. I called him a fool, and worse. For God's sake, Guide, are you going to blame yourself? Of course you were hard on him. Do you think you've ever been soft? He's not soft either. He's your son, God knows. I was not blaming myself, or Itale. The time for all that's long past. I blame the men who dared judge him. I would give my life.
But he did not go on. There was no vengeance to which he could give his life, and no redress. There was nothing at all he could do. 4. Count Orlot was overwhelmed by Pierre's news. She had hoped for comfort from him. Instead, to her surprise, she found that she must and could be the one to offer comfort. She knew, of course, that her father was fond of Itale and had been deeply distressed by what he too called his running off. She knew that he tried to read Novesma Verba and to understand politics, and that it always left him puzzled and depressed. He was unworldly, as Pierre had learned, or, as he himself put it, he hadn't a head for these things. That had led her to assume that he would not be too much dismayed at her tidings. After all, what did he know about state offenses, trials, accusations, prisons? Less even than she. But his ignorance, instead of protecting him, left him open to the blow.
"In prison? They put him in prison? Guide's son?" he said over and over. "Why, that's absurd. It must be a mistake. What would Itale ever do to make them put him in prison? He's a gentleman. He's a gentleman's son. He's not the sort of fellow they lock up in jails."
Then, as he began to believe her, and his imagination grasped the event, his protests ceased. He fell silent, and soon said in a humble voice, "I think I'll lie down for a while, my dear. I feel a little tired." She went upstairs with him and built up the fire in his hearth, for he said he felt the chill. He looked old as he lay there on the leather couch, old, patient, quiet. Why must this, too, hurt him? The girl thought with outrage, kneeling at the hearth. Orlant Valtorskar had never wished harm to any creature, and for all good that had come to him he had been grateful. Now he was old, not well. Pierre would leave him soon. After his death his estate would be sold. Everything he knew, everything he had, was slipping away from him. It was as if he had written his name on the wind. Why, then, must he suffer the ills of other men? "I suppose they'll let the boy have letters from his people at least," he said, moving his head restlessly. "Emmanuel thinks the man in Krasnoy is right. They shouldn't do anything at all just at first, not even write. So the people who had him arrested will forget about him." "You mean they're to behave as if no one cared what became of him? But how will that make him feel?" "Emmanuel thinks they wouldn't let him see the letters anyway." "Not let him see letters from his own people? What harm can it do when he's locked in jail? I don't understand it. I don't understand any of it." "Perhaps they will let him get letters. And of course Emmanuel plans to make an appeal if he has to. But it's really all so unsure now, where he is even." Count Orlant was silent for a minute. "I can't believe it," he said.
Do you remember when he came over here to say goodbye in the storm that night? It seems no time at all since then."
It seemed a long time to Pierre since that night, but she said only, gently,
"Don't talk as if he was dead, Papa. He isn't. He'll come back. Laura says so, too."
And Count Orlant accepted, at least for the moment, the weighty judgment of Laura and Pierre. When she left her father, Pierre put on her coat and went outside into the early dark, the cold and starlight of winter night. She could not stay shut in the warmth indoors. The sky was hard, and the stars bright, small, multitudinous. The lake lay black. There was the queer snapping silence of frost, and the air bit throat and lungs, as if, instead of breathing, one were drinking ice-cold water. Pierre walked down to the shore and stood there under the pines, looking out to the lake and the heights of the winter sky. Orion hung there, the belt and sword of stars, the bright dog at heel. Pierre stood still, her bare hands thrust deep into the sleeves of her coat, shivering now and then from head to foot, and in that hour she came into her inheritance. She knew the great hour as it passed. She accepted without reservation what it brought her, the passion of her generation, the end of her childhood. If this was her world, she was strong enough to live in it. She was a woman, not trained for any public act, not trained to defiance, brought up to the woman's part, waiting. So she would wait, for any act done consciously may be defiant, may be independent, may change life utterly. But one can act thus only if one knows there is no safety. So she thought that Epiphany night, looking up at Orion and the other stars. One must wait outside. There is no hiding away from storm, waste, injustice, death. There is no shelter, no stopping, only a pretense, a mean, stupid pretense of being safe and letting time and evil pass by outside. But we are all outside, Pierre thought, and all defenseless. There is no safe house but death. Nothing of our own building will protect us, not the jails, nor the palaces, nor the comfortable houses. But the grandeur of knowing that, the pride and grandeur of being on one's own at last, alone, under the enormous and indifferent sky, unhoused and unprotected. To be nothing, a girl, confused, grieved, frightened, foolish, shivering in the January frost. All that, yes, but also to learn at last the stature of her spirit, to come into her inheritance. She went back to the house presently and sat alone by the fire in the living-room. Her thoughts went on, calmer, less exalted, though sourced in that hour's exaltation as a stream in a rising spring. She did not think now about Itale, yet he, the man in prison, the absent one, was the cause and center of this change. She thought of Laura, of Guide and Eleonora, and of her father, and of Esnar, of Giovancoste, of herself. I don't belong there, she thought, and presently, what I have to do is here at home. She could not have explained what it was she had to do. She was not carrying on a dialogue, not questioning and answering, but discovering. I don't want to go back to Esnar. Papa's getting old, he's not well. He needs me. But I wouldn't stay here if that were all. He wouldn't let me stay here if that were all. He knows you have to send your children away. But I have no reason to go to Esnar. I would just be safe and comfortable there. That's Jivan's life, not mine. He has work to do there. I don't. I'd keep his house, I'd be a good wife, I'd help bring up Batiste. I could do it. I could do it perfectly well. I'd be in jail. I'd be in prison for all my life. I can't leave Malafrena. I have to do what I have to do, not other people's work. I have to find my way. I have to wait. To wait. She thought of Giovancoste, his dark, grave face, the turn of his head. She had not the least sense of disloyalty to him in her thoughts. That would come later, along with self-doubt and shame, when the social human world came back into the balance. At the moment she was still as far as Orion from all that. She was alone with herself, trying to find out the truth, and nothing was in the balance but truth and lies. She had lied to Giovancoste, promising him what she could not give. "Givan," she said his name aloud. The house was still. She could hear the cook and a maid talking back in the kitchens, a murmur of voices like a brook far off. If he would wait for her until she had done here what she had to do. But what had she to do here but wait? There was nothing urgent. No one could not get on without her. No one needed her to stay. No one wanted her, perhaps, so much as Givan did. "But it's me he wants," she said. And now the inward dialogue began, and would go on for a long time. "And who am I? He doesn't know, neither do I. I have to find out by myself, or else I never will. I have to wait. But he won't understand. If he'd come here I could make him understand, here. I'm not myself in Esnar. I'm always what other people want me to be there. Here is the only place I will ever understand." Laura would understand her. Laura had understood Itale when she had not. She had never until this night understood why he had left home. Now it was perfectly clear to her. He had felt towards Malafrena as she felt towards Esnar. It was a shelter, not part of the way. They had all known what to expect of him here, and all they asked of him he could have done, easily. Too easily. He had had to go off and try to find what it was that he and only he could do, what was necessary to him. So in Esnar, if she chose, she could avoid ever staking herself. She could do and be all they asked of her, and the reward was sure. It looked now as if Itale had staked himself and lost. Piera thought of the stars she had seen flaring over the lake and mountains outside. In daylight, in summer, if you could see the stars, they would be those, the stars of the midwinter. What she had at stake, what she had to give and to lose, she thought, did not amount to much. She had no talents at all, no great intellect, and nothing special to undertake. All she had to do was like all things women had to do, a matter of daily redoing, an endless reaffirmation, nothing ever finished and complete. It would never be done, and it had to be done. It was her life she wanted, the whole of it, not a reward. Such as it was hers to live, so long as she would take the risk, so long as, having received her inheritance, she would not let it become a prison house, so long as she set freedom first. But it was very difficult. No one had ever spoken to her about what freedom is for a woman, what it might consist of, and how it is to be won, or not won. That seemed the wrong word for a woman's freedom. Worked at, perhaps. She heard her father moving about upstairs. He soon came down, and they went in for supper. The overseer, Gavray, just returned from Portacheca, joined them. When he had reported his negotiations at the mill to Count Orlant, he asked Piera in his low, husky voice, "I hope it wasn't bad news that took you and Miss Sorday home, Contessina." Piera let her father reply, "Aye, it was bad, Gavray. Young Sorday has been put in prison in the east somewhere." Gavray looked taken aback, but said nothing, evidently feeling that he could not with propriety ask what a gentleman had done to get put in prison. Count Orlant stared gloomily at his plate. Piera spoke up. "He didn't steal somebody's watch, you know. He's a political prisoner. I suppose the government doesn't like something he printed in his journal, so they put him in jail for 5 years. Gavray winced. "I didn't know they'd do that," he said. "We're a bit beside the way of all that up here. It seems very hard." And he added, surprising Piera, "This is hard for Miss Laura. She thinks the world of her brother, I guess." "She'll think the higher of him for this." "She'll need to." She caught what he meant at once, the talk, the gossip around the lake, the speculation and commiseration, the gloating on disaster. "They don't know what it means," she said haughtily. "I don't know what it means but shame and waste and pain for the lad and his people," her father said. "Itale did what he believed he ought to do.
what he had to do. He's freer than the men who put him in jail. He's freer than any of us. Even if he died there, it wouldn't be wasteful. It wouldn't be shameful.
You may be right, daughter. I don't know much about these things, neither do you. It seems a waste to me when a man of 25 is thrown away like that, locked up to do nothing. And how can Guide help but feel shame when they say to him, "Where's your son?" And how is it for Eleonora, who can do nothing for him, maybe not even write to him? All I can see in it is grief and long worry, and praying the good Lord to look after the lad, for he never meant harm to anyone, that's clear. Govray spoke. Times I think a man's lucky to work out his evils done here, where he did them, and so can go to dying without fear. She looked curiously at him. What he said was not new to her, it was only a variant on the somber tenet of all her people. But there was in his voice a note of intense, suppressed emotion, echoing obscurely her own inward dark exultation. And the last word he spoke stayed with her. The builder of the prison house, the sneak thief, the weakener, the enemy, was fear. There was no way to serve fear and be free. During the next weeks she saw Laura daily for most of each day. Their companionship of the old years regained, and more than regained. It had used to be one-sided, Laura listening to Pierre talking, Laura comforting Pierre distressed. Now Pierre could give and listen and comfort. It was a joy to her to be of use to Laura, and thus to receive as it were a sign or confirmation of her change from girl to woman, her wealth which she could give away, spend as she chose. One afternoon near the end of the month they were together. They had been silent for half an hour. Outside snow was falling again over the snow that whitened hills and fields. It was a hard winter, and this week was the cold heart of it. Guide was out in the cattle barns or the storehouses. Eleonora was lying down upstairs. She had not been very well. Laura and Pierre sat sewing by the downstairs fire, looking now and then to the high south windows outside which the snow continued to fall, thick and straight. "I have to write a difficult letter," Pierre said, a little while after the clock had struck 3. Laura looked up, but did not ask to whom. To whom else could Pierre consider writing? "I want to ask him to come here for a little while. But you'll be back in Esnar in a few weeks." "Well, I don't know. That's it, you see." Laura rethreaded her needle, leaning forward to catch the tremulous, snow-thickened light of the windows. "You want to talk to him about it?" Pierre nodded. "May I say something I've been thinking?" "Indeed not. You look like Auntie, you know, sometimes. I wonder if Auntie wasn't very pretty once. Papa says she was quite beautiful, but she never liked any of her suitors. Isn't it strange? Poor Auntie. She hates cold weather. She hadn't said anything but no all week. Does she need new yarn? I was thinking she might like this coral color. We can try. She hasn't even wound yarn this week. It's the rheumatism, or else she doesn't care any more. Oh, Laura, I hope I die young sometimes." "I know. Well, it was just this. You haven't talked about the wedding and so on at all, really. I wondered if you were feeling a sense of duty that you ought to stay here." "No, that isn't it. You know, I don't think I believe in duty." "It's an odd idea when you think of it," Laura said, thinking of it.
"Like Miss Nina Boonin in Portacheca, living and living and living with that awful mother of hers who goes on dying and dying and dying. She's been dying ever since I was born. And poor old Lance Aubray, who was supposed to marry Nina. He must be 60 now, and still running errands for Advocate Xene. Oh, no, not that kind of duty. That is just cowardice." "Yes, very well. But Count Orlant isn't awful." "No, no, he's not. He's a very, very good man," Pierre said soberly. "Is that it?" "No, because Giovancoste is a good man, too. I do love him." "I know you do. Then what is it, Perry? It isn't us, it isn't me you're thinking of. You're not that foolish. No, I'm not that generous. I'm not that useful to you. I'm selfish, Laura. I'm thinking only of myself. But I'm not clever enough to settle my own fate. Then let Mr. Coste do it for you. I can't, Pierre said. Then, after a rather long pause, I find I can't, Laura. I don't know why. In Esnar I could. It's all so simple down there, ready-made. But up here I seem to change, to have changed. I'm not the person who was to be married in Esnar in March, and that can't be. If I'm to marry, I must marry with all my heart. Anything less would be wrong, a lie, an unforgivable lie. I believe that. But we may be wrong, Perry. Does love matter as much in marriage as the will to love? I don't know. I keep watching people, trying to find out. Is it simply that you're away from him that makes you feel you've changed? No. It's that whenever I am with him, or whenever I think of him, I'm indoors, inside, in the light. And how can I turn my back on all the rest? The rest? The darkness, Pierre said, looking up from her work. Air, space, the wind, the night. I don't know how to say it, Laura. The things you can't trust, the things that are too big for you, that don't care about you. I'm just learning what that is and what I am, and I can't leave it, give it up, not yet. Then you should ask him to wait, Laura said slowly. I don't know if I understand you, but I think you have that right. So, that night Pierre sat down to write the most difficult of all her difficult letters. Her spelling had improved at the Ursulines, but she still hated to write things down. On paper they became remote and trivial, humiliating. Valtorsa, Val Malafrena, 24 January 1828. Dear Jivan, we are all well here, and I hope you and Miss Coste and Batiste are well. It is still snowing and is the heaviest winter since 1809, the year I was born, Papa says. All the bays of the lake shore are frozen, and on some of them the ice will bear for skating, which is very unusual, but it does not last for long. This is difficult to write, and I hope you will understand if I ask if there is any possibility that if the roads clear, you might come here to Valtorsa for a short visit some time in the next few weeks, before I plan to come down to Esnar. Are you very busy at the customs? If so, I shall certainly understand. It is hard to write, and I hope to talk to you if possible, but if not, do not worry, I will come as we planned. My father is not quite well yet from the laryngitis in December, and it is partly that which I want to talk about with you. But I hope we can talk, because it is so hard to write. But do not worry if you cannot come. I will come. My love to Batiste. I am, as ever, your very affectionate friend, Pierre Giovanna Valtorskar. The letter went down on the Esnar post on Monday, and back with the Montaigne diligence the following week came Coste's reply. I shall arrive on February 8. Oh, Lord, Pierre said to herself. Now I've made him come in the dead of winter and wait to change coaches at Areme, and leave his work. Coste was head of the Secretariat of Customs Inspection and Regulation for the Western Marches, and I've got to tell Papa what I've done. Papa, she said that night after supper, you know I wrote Mr. Coste last week. You always do, my dear, Count Orlant said reassuringly. He was comparing astral maps, trying to decide how many Pleiades there were. She came to the table and looked over his shoulder for a while. Is that one a Pleiade? A Pleiad, my dear. One Pleiad, several Pleiades. It's Greek. No. It's a neighbor. You see, this map shows 7. It agrees with our peasants who call the group the 7 Sisters. But most people can see only 6, and the book says at least 12 can easily be seen with lenses. But this map shows 8. It's very odd. I wonder if they eclipse from time to time. I wanted to tell you about the letter. Letter? Oh, yes.
Count Orlant sat back in his chair and rubbed the bridge of his nose. I asked him to come here.
To come here?
Said her father, looking scared and also a little affronted. I'm sorry I didn't ask you first, Papa. I felt so stupid about it, in case he couldn't come anyway.
What is wrong, Pierre?
I need to talk to him.
But you'll see him next month in Esnar.
The Count was really shocked, and Pierre's heart sank. I want to talk with him and with you about putting off the wedding for a while.
I see.
I didn't want to tell you before he answered my letter in case he couldn't come, because I didn't want to worry you, and I'm not really sure about anything, but he says he will come on February 8th, so I wanted you to know, she ended feebly.
He'll stay here, of course, Count Orlant said, also feebly.
I expect so.
Yes. Where else?
Count Orlant had met Coste only briefly, and was afraid of him.
But are you regretting your engagement?
No, but I want to wait.
It was the only formula she had, and the only explanation Count Orlant and later Eleonora could get out of her. She shook her head, knitted her broad, stubborn forehead, and said, I have to wait. Then she would say imploringly, Don't you think he'll understand? Count Orlant thought he would, but Eleonora said, I think he'll agree, dear, since he's a gentleman, but I'm not at all sure he'll understand. Jivan Coste arrived in Porto-Checa towards the end of the winter day. Pierre and old Guin met him with the open buckboard, since the heavy horses that pulled the family carriage were not sharp-shod, and the road was icy. He was half frozen from the coach journey and almost completely frozen by the time they had driven down through the foothills in the still bronze-colored, bitter-cold mountain twilight to Valtorza. He was so humanly grateful that even Count Orlant was unable to be afraid of him, and took pleasure in reviving him with food, drink, fires, and early bed. And Pierre, alert and silent, watched him. She had known him always in one setting, Esnar, his house or the Balainen house, afternoon or evening, among people he knew, dressed as he was dressed, speaking as he spoke. Now she had seen him out of place on the snowy street of Porto-Checa, wearing a fur-lined Russian overcoat, looking cold and tired and anxious. And this man, this stranger, attracted her powerfully. Next morning she came downstairs in her old red skirt and peasant blouse, and the cook scolded her. Contessina, what sort of a way to dress is that when there's a gentleman in the house?
There's always a gentleman in the house while my father's here, and I dress to please him, said Pierre. And then, because the old woman was huffed, she made up to her again, hugging her and whispering, Oh, Maria, Maria, don't scold me today. The sun had come out brilliant on the snow. They spent a pleasant day, Count Orlant, Pierre, and their visitor, walking down the shore to the Sordes, receiving a visit from Cousin Betta and the Sorrentine girls, and riding to St. Anthony's. On the second morning, Pierre and Coste walked down to the lake shore alone in the bright wind of the thaw, and there came to the point. He spoke rather brusquely. Pierre, I hope that you know I want no explanation. I was very glad to come. It has troubled me sometimes that I had never been here to meet your people. It was partly that. I wanted you to see me here, too, and I wanted to see you here. You're no different here or anywhere, not to me, Pierre. His gentleness made her flinch. I am different here, she said, hearing the cold, stubborn sound of her voice. You love this place and these people very deeply, I knew that. But you were right to bring me here. He stopped and stopped walking, standing to look out over the flashing, windy water to the hunter, dark under its crown of snow. She said nothing, and presently he went on. And forgive me once again. You are very young, 18 years old, and are your father's only daughter and only child. There is time. There is no cause, no reason to rush you. If you wish the engagement between us to end, if you wish to be released, you need only tell me. She stood beside him, pulling her shawl up around her neck as the cold, bright wind rose, rattling the trees. This was, of course, the one thing she had not expected. She never did expect the right thing. This was so easy, too easy, this cutting of the Gordian knot. You can't go about cutting knots, or things begin to fall apart. He was being kind, ultimately, sacrificially kind to her, as he was bound as a gentleman to be. But it was not kindness she wanted. "I didn't mean to ask you that, Jivan. I only want, I think, to wait for a while. If we'd married right away last spring, it would have been all right, but I feel I must wait now. But I don't want to make you unhappy. It would make me very unhappy to know that I had in any way lessened your happiness, Pierre. Don't perjure your heart in trying to be merciful to me." He was a gallant man. She turned to him as if in anger, her eyes alight. "But that's what you're doing, not I. I don't know what I want, and you do." "I can't ask of you what you cannot freely grant," he answered, stiff. "There's no chance of our ever living here?" she asked at last, childishly, very softly, knowing the answer. "No," he said. And, unable to say more, he walked away from her along the shore. She watched his spare, slight figure against the wintry brightness of the lake on the empty shore between water and sky. He came back and stood near her. "Isn't it best," he said, quietly enough, "to break all bonds, Pierre, and let time work as it will? I had intended to ask you to wait until you're 20. Perhaps you had that in mind, but it is scarcely fair to you, and it could be much harder in the end if there were promises left between us. You know in any case that I won't change. But that's not a promise, only a fact. I can't help it." He smiled, and turned away, unable to look at her, waiting for her answer. "But can't we? What will you—" She clenched her hands in a kind of rage. "All right, Jivan. Let it be so. I wish you'd chosen better, chosen a woman who knew her own mind." "I never saw you till now," he said, turning back to her. "I never knew you." He spoke the truth. He was afire, his restraint broken so that they stood face to face for once. Pierre raised her hands open towards him, her eyes on his. He looked down. "I'll leave tomorrow on the post," he said, in a contained, dry voice. They started back to the house together in silence. He took her arm to help her over a patch of thawing mud on the path. She looked down at his strong, thin hand on her sleeve. He said nothing, and did not look at her. That night she had to tell her father that the engagement was broken, not extended, and that she had broken it. But inwardly she protested her words. It was he, not she, that had refused. He knew now that what he asked of her she would give, and would not ask, denying his own passion, denying her the right to passion. 5. Pierre had thought that no one would take much notice of her broken engagement, aside from a flurry of gossip which she did not care about. The only people beside her father whose opinion mattered to her were the Sordes, and the Sordes had troubles of their own. They would sympathize with her, and that would be that. But it wasn't that at all. Guide and Eleonora had met Jivan Coste. They had accepted him as Pierre's betrothed. When they found the promise broken and him gone overnight, they did not condone. Laura bore the brunt of their disapproval. Neither of them said anything directly to Pierre, but Guide did not joke with her any more, or greet her with a smile, or go back to calling her thou. She knew she was out of his good graces, and might never, he being the man he was, get back in them.
"If he was too old for her," he said to Laura, "she might have known it a year ago. If there's 20 years between them now, there was 20 years between them then. I don't like it that she gave her word and then took it back."
"A broken engagement's better than a bad marriage," Laura answered, as dogged as he. "Besides, she didn't jilt him. She wanted to wait. He insisted they break it off."
"Because he saw, no doubt, that she meant to go back on her word, soon or late."
"I just don't understand," said Eleonora,
what it is she wants and why it came up so suddenly. There wasn't a hint of all this till after Epiphany. She says she wants to stay here, but what is there for her here once Count Orlant is gone? The day's coming, and she knows it, when she'll be alone. And if she stays here, she'll be left to run the estate. Is that what she wants? I don't believe it. I don't know that she particularly wants it, but if she wants to stay at Valtorsa, she knows somebody has to look after it.
Aye, Guide said, getting up and turning rather heavily to go out. We must leave our land to women, it would seem, if not to strangers in the end. His wife and daughter were silent. He went out, straight and stiff, with his heavy walk. Eleonora took up her work. Presently she said in her mild voice, which no longer had much lilt or lift in it, "It isn't that I blame the child, you know, but it seems so much goes to waste. I liked the man. So did I, so did she, but he was so good." That made Eleonora laugh for a moment. "All right," she said. "But what is it you want, you two? If the good men are too good, and there are few enough good men up here, goodness knows, and you won't consider a man from down below because he'll take you from home, who are you going to marry?" "I don't know that I want to marry," Laura said placidly. "Where are the sheets that wanted mending? Piera will marry, I expect, in time. She could run Valtorsa perfectly well by herself, better than Count Orlant, I expect. She takes more interest in running the estate than in the house, really. I begin to wonder whether anybody could win her away. He'll have to come and help her run Valtorsa. They're there in the bottom of the work table, aren't they? Well, all right. But what about you?" "I wish Father would let me help him more." Laura spoke intensely, and her mother listened alert. "I would like very much to be able to help him." "With the farm work?" "No, I know there's a lot I can't do. But he isn't doing so much actual work any more, you know, Mother, of that kind. But the accounts and the sales and going into Porta Ceca and the management, I could learn that. I could help him with it and help carry the estate over till Itale comes back." Eleonora did not answer, and presently Laura said in a lower tone, "I know it. I know the idea doesn't suit him. He believes very deeply, my dear, that we are each called to play the part we were given as best we can, as woman or man or master or servant, that we are to do what we were given to do, that to try to do otherwise is idle or folly or ruin." Eleonora's voice died out on the last word. "Do you believe that, Mother?" But she could not choose between the husband and the son. She shook her head. "I don't know, Laura." "Would he teach me to help with the accounts, just that? Would it be wrong to ask him?" "No, of course not. Ask him," Eleonora said with a little increase of firmness, and added presently, "Talk to Emmanuel about it. I think he might agree with you." Laura shook her head. "Why not? Have you spoken about it to him already?" "No, I can't. He feels, you know, as if he were to blame, as if Father blamed him, for he won't interfere for me. I can't ask him." "I think you can," Eleonora said, "when he comes back." Emmanuel had gone to Krasnoy late in February, following a second letter from Brelovai. Brelovai wrote very briefly that they had received official confirmation of Itale's conviction and sentence, and knew him to be in the St. Lazare prison in Rakova. It was a cold, guarded letter. Guide had not replied to the first, and clearly Brelovai had expected some response. "You should answer this, I think," Eleonora had said. "What good?" "To thank him." "For telling me my son's in jail? What thanks do I owe these men that led him into ruin?"
"Nobody led him," Laura burst out. "He went his own way. It's the government and their police that put him in jail, and if you won't write this man to thank him for trying to help and for sticking by Itale, then I will."
"You will not,"
said Guide. And she did not. He did, however, and posted the letter along with a letter of request to the regents of St. Lazare prison, composed under Emmanuel's guidance. No answer came to the latter, Brillavai answered promptly. There was enough encouragement in his reply that Emmanuel decided to go to Krasnoy to meet him and see if the machinery of appeal could be set going, or to try to win permission to visit Itale, or, all else failing, permission to write him. He came back in March with nothing. Stefan Oragon, with a caution that was the reverse side of his oratorical flamboyance, had felt out the ground and found it impossible to take a step. The men jailed in the eastern provinces in November and December were object lessons, warnings. Their disappearance was precisely their importance to the government. To bring attention to any one of them was to increase his risk. Only if they were allowed to become or to appear unimportant would there be any chance, after some lapse of time, of bringing them back into the light. "Every time you say Sorday's name you put a bar on his window," Oragon said. "I could wish your name were different, sir, so long as you're here in Krasnoy." And Emmanuel, cowed and embittered, had soon left Krasnoy. "I didn't know," he said to his brother. "I didn't know what it was like. I thought the law. I am a lawyer. I thought I knew the power of the law. I knew nothing about it. God help me, I thought it drew its power from justice." In October there was a letter from Rakova, a refusal of Guide's request for permission to visit or write the man in prison. "8 months to send me this," Guide said, crushing the paper in his hand, and his hand shook. Early in 1829, on Oragon's advice, he wrote to the governor of the Polana province renewing the request. He received no reply. In March, Emmanuel, who had kept up correspondence with Brillavai and others, received a hand-delivered note from Jivan Karantai. Lately, in the east and north, the families of suspects and prisoners have been brought under suspicion, and, in some cases, held by the police for questioning. It is surely best that while this situation lasts you cease writing us. We will try to keep you informed of any news we get, but not through the mails, which are now closely surveyed. The year had come in mild, but in April there was a late hard frost for a night and a day when the peach orchards were in full flower. The crop was lost, a crippling blow to those tenant farmers whose livelihood was in the orchards. Guide's own profits came principally from grain and vines, and he could afford to help his tenants through the bad year. But the loss galled him, the waste of those acres of fair, gnarled little trees. That May and June he would go to the orchards and walk down the grass between the trees that bore no fruit. He would return to the house frowning, erect, walking heavily. In July, the rejection of his second plea came from Rakova. That night, coming to bed late and without light other than the starlight in the windows, he lay down and lay still, knowing from the quality of her silence that Eleonora was still awake. He spoke in the darkness, not loud, but harshly. "You must not lie there and think of him." She did not reply. "It's no good, Eleonora," he said more softly. "I know." They lay side by side, both silent, hearing the crickets trill and trill in the warm furrows and along the roadsides in the summer night. "Oh, my dear," she said, turning to him, putting her arms about him. But even she, his life's stay, his one enduring joy, had no comfort for him. That night Laura too lay awake in her room down the hallway, by the window that gave on the fields where the crickets were trilling. She had turned 23 in June. It was an age she had long ago picked as a dividing age, a watershed. It had seemed a remote goal, even when she was 20. When she was 23 she would be certain. She would be settled in the course of her life, through with yearnings, turmoils, and reversals. A woman beginning to be wise. But here she was, unsure, unwise, worse off than ever, and, worst of all, alone. 3 weeks ago Pierre had come over in the afternoon with a book to read aloud down at their old place by the boathouse below the road. They had gone there, but had never opened the book. Pierre, very lively and pretty in a new-flowered cotton, wanted to tell her friend something. "Well," Laura said at last, lazy and teasing, "I haven't asked the right question yet, I can see that. Tell me what to ask, please." "Oh, nothing." "All right, very well. Ask me who proposed marriage to me." Pierre blushed and blew the seeds off a dandelion clock. "Oh, my! Oh, you trophy hunter! How many times is Sandre going to try?" Alexander Sorrentai had been jilted dramatically by Advocate Ksene's daughter Maria, who ran off 2 weeks before the wedding day with an itinerant buttons and needles vendor from Vermare, and never appeared in Portacheca again. This event had quite eclipsed the duller gossip matter of Pierre's broken engagement. Alexander had restrained his determination to marry as long as decency demanded, but not a day longer, and on that day he had laid siege once more on his first love. This time his wooing was overt and all but spectacular. He was past shame, and need not fear damaging her reputation, since everybody knew he was having no success. "He courts and she discourages," Marta Astolfea had said, and this became the general summary. "Still courtin'?" Emmanuel would ask when the Valtorskais came over to sit on the Sordes terrace above the lake after supper, and Pierre would answer, "Oh, aye, uncle, and I'm still discouragin'." She had been distressed by Alexander's suit at first, having never lost her guilt concerning that letter written him from Esnar. But his persistence wore out first her pity and then her patience. She was civil and skilful at avoiding offense to his family, who favored the match, but she had no intention of accepting the leavings of the lawyer's daughter. "Alexander, indeed," she said. "No, no, this was a surprise, a bolt from the blue. Guess. You'll never guess it." "There isn't anyone," Laura said, reviewing mentally. "The fact is, there are no men here, when you look at them in this light." "Our overseer, Gavray." "What about him?" "It was him." "Gavray?" Laura said. "Yes, out of the blue. Nothing to prepare me, no warnings. He scarcely speaks to me as a general rule, except on business, of course. We get on very well working, I will say that. But to turn to me with no preparation at all over the rental account book and say, 'Contessina, will you—' No, I won't imitate him. I don't feel like making fun of him, really. In fact, I am a little upset, I think. But you said no. Of course." After a little silence, Laura said, "Because of the differences between you?" "What do you mean? That he's a farmer's son and apparently illegitimate? Is that what you think? I was afraid he would think that, but I thought you—" "All right, of course one would consider that. But if I wanted to marry Berke Gavray, I would do so. In many ways I wish I could. We work together well, as I said. I believe we could make a very good thing of the estate. He knows that, I suppose. That's why he brought up marriage. He's a very practical man, and an ambitious one. But he is not a man I wish to marry." Pierre had completely dropped her embarrassed, mocking tone. Laura had seldom heard her speak so seriously or so bluntly. She made only the most conventional response, and they did not stay much longer there by the boathouse. Pierre went to rejoin her father, who had been in ill health for some weeks, and Laura went up to her room and got by herself at last. "The coward," she whispered, and it was all she found to say there in the wreckage of what had been passionate emotion, and now was nothing at all. The coward. 2 years ago in spring, while Pierre had been away in Esnar, a little while after Itale's letter describing his meeting with Pierre at the convent school, there had come a week of sweet April weather, and Laura, long confined to the house with a lingering bronchitis, was released, rejoicing, into the sunshine. She walked up into the peach orchards, just coming into bloom. The morning sun shone on the trees and the short, fresh, young grass between them. She did not walk far, but put down her rug and sat down. The soft wind blew. All around her were dark, vigorous trunks and branches, twigs knotted and knotted with pale flower buds. From the barnyard, eastward down the valley, came the ring of metal on metal, the hiss of hot iron in water, the creaking of an ancient bellows. Brone's great-grandson, Zeske, would be working the bellows. They were fitting horseshoes, shaping them on the anvil. Shoeing, too, perhaps, for she heard the stamping and sharp neigh of a draught horse, distinct and clear, as were all sounds here, yet softened and made miniature by distance and by the vast southward motion of the air. Then Gavray had come running down through the trees and stopped short, seeing her. His gun was on his back. His hound Rocher was with him, panting. He had been up in the forests, in the high places, and the strangeness of the forests was still with him. He stopped not 10 feet from Laura. Neither spoke. His gaze, at first simply startled, became the intent look that was characteristic of him. He stood there from motion to stillness in one instant, gazing. "Do you know me, Gavray?" she said, mocking and afraid. He moved, then took off his cap and ran his hand over his sweaty, dark reddish hair. "Aye, I know you, Miss Laura," he said hoarsely. "You took me by surprise, sitting there." She patted the hound, which had sat down by her, and dropped its head nearly to the ground. "Here then, Rocher, get away." He drew a long breath. He was as winded as the dog. "Let him be. No game up on Sanjeevan?" He shook his head. He sat down on the grass at some distance from her. "Now I've stopped, I can't stay up. Went up this morning before light, to get up high, where they say the she-wolf is." "Did you find her?" "Never a sign." "No one's ever run her these 5 years. I wonder if there really is a wolf, if she's only a hunter's dream." She watched him as he sat there, his loose, dark hands on his knees, his chest rising and falling as he got his breath, the sunlight glinting in his hair. "She's up there, all right. Your Cass saw her last month, but the dog fell on a deer scent, led me half over the mountain and back. You fool dog. It must be getting on to noon. He shrugged, looking over at Laura, a curious, quick, comradely glance. "I lost my last place in Altesma for too much hunting. Once I'm on the mountain, I could go a week and never know it, same as this fool dog." When he had gone, his hound trotting sore-footed at his heels, she could not get him out of her thoughts, that sharp, frank look of recognition, the half-smile on his face that had always been shut and set. She had caught him off guard, seen him himself, the hunter. She could not forget the moment, and when she met him again she saw that he had not forgotten it. He would not look at her now. He never had spoken much to her, but he had used to look at her in his intent, calm way, as if he were looking at a picture in a book. After a time she got used to him again, to his not looking at her. They met only at Valtorsa, in company with her parents, Count Orlant, Cousin Betta, Auntie, Rodin, and the rest. When a whist game was in session, she would notice Gavray's hands, fine-boned, loose and dark. She knew, without knowing she knew, the angle of his wrist, the position his left hand took, half open on the table, as he waited for the next card to fall. In the autumn she spoke to him again alone. She was at St. Anthony's, bringing flowers for the chapel for the service of All Saints. Old Father Clement had kept her there. She was fond of the kind, ignorant, dirty old priest. She was the woman of his life. He did not know it, but she did. He had no assistant, and she had helped him set out the chrysanthemums, dahlias, and autumn daisies she had brought from her garden. Flowers colored like fire and ash, crimson, russet, gold, dun, and pale. The colors filled her eyes, the fresh, rank smell of them clung to her hands as she knelt in the dark chapel, hardly listening to the priest's whispering mumble. The few old women who always came for the evening service were there, and Cass, who had been sent to fetch her, and, coming in as the service began, had got stuck with it. He was a young fellow, a bantam, not one to come pray with the old biddies if he could help it. There was another man, and presently she saw from the set of his shoulders and the thick curling hair that it was Gavray. Had he gone devout? She doubted it, but there was no telling with these silent men. The peasant woman, wrinkled and toothless at 40, who never missed Mass, took communion, confessed, boasted of her nephew in the seminary, kissed the priest's hand. She might tell you, if you asked, that she did not believe in God. "But there's the saints, and the holy water is a great thing," one such woman had said to Laura, rock-sure in her paganism. Then you might come on one of the hard-faced men who called the church a place for priests and women, come on him in pain, and glimpse a spiritual intensity, a terrible longing for God. They had a name for these crises. "He's borne down," they said. "Why is Sorrenti's Thomas off at church, then?" He's borne down hard these 2 months. Suffering, misery, mystery. What was it that bore them down? They could not say, but they recognized the agony, and so did Laura Sorday. She glanced again across the chapel at Gavray. Was he borne down? Was the hunter caught? It was a strange thought. Sometimes, when she saw a man in church, she was strangely moved. A man on his knees, his dirty, thick boot soles sticking up behind him, and his head bared and bowed, asking for help. Used as she was to it, it was strange, moving her to a pity very close to shame. Gavray came out of the chapel directly after her and spoke. Young Cass was waiting for her. Father Clement would follow. Well defended, she felt bold, curious, wanting to provoke the man who would not look at her. "What brought you out here tonight? Are you borne down?" "I came to see you," he answered. She thought she had stopped there on the steps, but found herself walking on beside him. "What for?" she said at last, and winced at her own words and tone, hypocritical, false. "How do I know? I came to see you, that's all." "Very well. You've seen me." He stopped and faced her by the wicket gate of the churchyard. They were the same height. Their eyes met straight. "Did you ever look at me?" She glanced round at Cass unhitching the horse, at the old women chatting on the path. He had spoken aloud as if they were alone in all the world, in a passionately resentful voice. But self-defense was a strong habit in him, and her movement roused it. He half turned from her and spoke lower. "Why did you ask me was I borne down? What's that to you?" Laura, with a wolf by the tail, said, "I'm sorry I said that." "Aye, sorry. Will you leave me alone? Will you leave me alone?" He was gasping for breath as when he had stood above her in the orchard 6 months ago. He broke away from her, strode off into the dusk along the road under the pines of San Lorenz. As they drove home with Cass, Father Clement asked, "What was Berquet Gavray telling you then?" The old priest had a piping voice. Laura felt that every ear in Val Malafrena, every beast in the dark woods could hear him piping. "What was Berquet Gavray telling you?" "Nothing." "Eh?" "Nothing, I said." "Oh, aye, I thought he was telling you something." Laura kept silent. "He's a good fellow," the priest said, pipey and sententious. "As good as needs be, no matter what they say of him." "I never heard anything against him," Laura said, and at once accused herself of complicity with him. Father Clement was delighted. New ears for old gossip, irresistible. He never considered what was suitable for a priest to repeat, whether the gossip he relayed was offensive or malicious. To him it was all words, stories, the savor of existence. "Why, now, you never heard what that Val Altesma woman had to say?" And he went on to tell Laura that Gavray had left Val Altesma because he had got a girl pregnant, a peasant freeholder's daughter at Coulme. She had nobody but women folks and an old granddad, the Altesma woman said, so there was nothing she could do but tell the story, and she did that, and so he got away and went to Raskaina, where he was under-steward, and they say he was a terror among the young women there as well." "That's stupid, a stupid story," Laura said. "If all that was true, Count Orlando would never have taken him on." "Why not?" the old priest asked, puzzled. "It's true enough, but so's it's true that he don't make trouble here. He's a good man and a good steward. None ever said different than Val Malafrena." He sought a suitable moral, and said at last with satisfaction, "Young men will be wild before they settle down." "What do you know about it, you old fat capon?" thought Laura, and she upbraided the priest for gossiping. Father Clement got flustered and looked beseechingly at the gentle, tall, soft-voiced girl who had suddenly turned on him, as stern and hard as her father. "But I did say he's a good man," he appealed. "A good man? If he's done what you say, what right have you to call him good? I don't want to talk about it any more." All the trees of Saint Laurens were listening, and Gavray the hunter hidden amongst them listening, understanding. What was terrible to her was that, with nothing said, with hardly a word and no touch between them, for they had never touched, yet she understood him, and he her. There was no place to hide. She had believed that only in the spirit is there true understanding. Flesh is the darkness that hides the light, the barrier to communion. Now all that unquestioned belief fell away from her. It is the spirit that is alone, she thought, with a kind of horror of certainty, and the spirit that dies. Only in the body do we know communion and hold fast to the present which is eternal. The shadows will not wither away to leave the child soul bathed in light at last. What will last, what endures, is the darkness, the opacity and weight of shadow-casting body. The breath of life is breath itself. One night in November she was sewing after supper with her mother, and rose to refill the bronze oil lamp at her elbow. She poured in the oil too fast, overfilling the lamp. The flame on the wick sputtered, flickered, went out, drowned in the fuel that fed it. She watched in fascination. The oil spilled on her fingers, on the table. "Why, look what you're doing, Laura," her mother said. "Don't get it on your dress." The girl stood staring at the lamp, the drowned wick, a little black scrap. The shadows had closed in about her. She turned to her mother, and Eleonora got up, spilling her sewing things about her. "Laura, what is it?" "Oh, Mother, I'm borne down," Laura said, and began to laugh, then cry. Then she got control of herself, all within a minute, and would say no more to Eleonora except that she was overtired. She went to bed and lay awake, trying to exorcise from herself, from her body, by sheer force of will, the presence of the man who obsessed her. She did not pray. In the end she found her help in the knowledge that had undone her in the first place, the knowledge that he was as helpless as she. His desire, which conquered her, put him at a disadvantage. He was driven by it, but unwillingly, afraid to trust her. When his chance came, he missed it. They spoke together, having met by chance by the lake shore in a red December dusk. "I'm leaving Valtorsa," he said, "going away." The sunset light was on his face, making it ruddy, vivid. "Going away? Why?" "For the same reason I left Altesma." "I thought you were fired there." She knew how to hurt him. "Fired? Who told you that? I left of my own will." She looked scornful and said nothing. "And to get away from a woman that wouldn't let me alone," he said in his rancor. "Shall you go back and marry her, then?" "Not I. Why the devil should I? Do I look the marrying kind?" "Better than to burn," the girl said, weak with hatred of him, spite, fear, yearning. "No matter what kind you are." "Oh, I. And no doubt you'd have me to save me from the fire?" He flushed up, crimson in the red light, and took a step backwards. Trapped and self-destructive, afraid, he said hastily, "I don't know why I said that." "You torment yourself, Berke," she said, looking at him and speaking with her old natural gentleness. He did not know he was her equal, and she was never going to tell a man who did not know it without being told. "And you?" he muttered. "Maybe, but what's that to you?" And she smiled at him, but he did not answer, standing wordless and helpless. When she saw that, she was ashamed of him. "You should stay here," she said calmly. "You'll run out of places to move to. Besides, you owe something to Count Orlant, I should think." "Aye, that I do," he said. He spoke almost submissively. She longed to be away from him. She pitied him and wished him gone out of her sight. "I talk of going, but I'll stay, no doubt," he said. "I suppose you will," she answered indifferently. She no longer looked at him, but out over the lake, where the red light was fading into obscure brown-violet dusk. She was desolate. Now he came to her, reached out to touch her, and she allowed him, because he must have it that she allow him, that she permit him, that she be the lady and he the servant, that there not be between them any honesty, but only this game of owner and beggar. He felt her unresponsiveness and let her go, saying, "It's no good. Why do you make a fool of me?" She looked at him then. "You are a fool, Berke," she said. "It's not my doing." She turned and went down the shore away from him towards the promontory. He let her go. That was the end of it, she told herself, and so it was, though he did not leave Valtorsa. When she had to be with him, she spoke to him as little as possible, ignoring his cringing, questioning look and her own humiliated, defiant longing for a kind word from him, the touch of his hand. She could not shake him off. He was the first man to waken her. No other took his place. The weeks and months went on, and without knowing it, Laura nursed the sterile desire, tried to keep it alive. There was so little in her life, and he was the only man who had ever touched her. She let herself dream of some future reconciliation and understanding, as if there were anything left to reconcile or explain. Now she had lost even that pretense, the last bit of warmth in the cold. She wondered at first if he had proposed to Pierre simply in order to hurt her, Laura. She told herself that that was mere self-flattery. He was afraid of Guide Sorte and not afraid of Orlan Valtorskar. That was the principal key, perhaps. Perhaps he wanted Pierre more than he had wanted her. She told herself she must accept this possibility, but she did not. It was because he did not desire Pierre as a woman that he was bolder, able to propose the marriage that he had not dared even envisage with Laura, the hunter caught in his own trap. Of this she was certain, and then she called herself a fool for her certainty, for her vanity, for clinging to the love he had never even offered her. And now he had succeeded in dividing her from her friend. She was not jealous of Pierre, she was envious. She always had envied Pierre. Envy was part of the rock their friendship was built upon. That was no harm, but he had spoilt the frankness between them, prevented the unreserved conversation that was the one relief to Laura's essential loneliness. She had never told Pierre of the sensual storm she had gone through, never said anything about Govray at all, partly through inability, lacking the very words to speak of that middle ground, that obscure country between the vocabulary of animal sex, which she, as a farmer's child, of course knew, but was not, as a lady, to speak, and the vocabulary of love and sentiment, partly also because she had felt no need to speak. Now that she wanted to, in order to clear the air and restore the trust between her and her friend, she could not. She was ashamed to. She was ashamed of the meanness of the story, ashamed of herself for wanting to tell it even. And this was the wisdom and strength of her womanhood, of her 23 years. The worst of it was the fear of losing Pierre. That she could not bear, and it was not many days before she set her teeth on her humiliation and told her friend as much of the story as she could. She did it awkwardly and unclearly, so that Pierre did not understand at first, asking in dismay, "But you mean you loved him, Laura?" "No," the other girl answered steadily. "I mean I could hardly keep my hands off him, and it was the same with him, for a while." She saw Pierre climbing up over that fence, looking at the strange lands on the other side. She felt herself corrupting. But Pierre said simply, after a little while, "No wonder you understood about Giovancoste." Laura was afraid to speak. "We came at it different ways. You found too much of what I didn't find enough of. But what's wrong with Berke? What was he afraid of?" "It wasn't his fault." "You? He was afraid of you," Pierre said, brooding. "Not of me. Because I'm not as strong as you, because he's not in love with me. So it's me he proposed to. How stupid he is! How stupid it all is! I thought of accepting him, Laura, that night. I knew I could get him to ask again. He's a very good overseer. I was afraid he might leave, and I can work with him. I'm beginning to learn what to do and how to do it, how the estate should be run. He's taught me most of that. So—" She smiled rather bleakly. "Why should you not marry him?" "Because if I'm marrying for practical reasons, Sandre is a much better match." "Why should you not marry Sandre?" Laura asked in the same tone.
Why should I marry?
I don't know. They talked now quietly and openly, no shadow between them.
I don't understand it, Pierre said. I don't really understand what happened between you and Berke. I don't understand what love is or what it's supposed to be. Why is it supposed to be my whole life?
Laura shook her head. She looked up at the golden slope of grass above the boathouse.
Hitale always said the time will come. But we wait and we wait. What are we waiting for, Laura? Why does he have to be in jail? Why do men have to be such fools? Why are we wasting our lives? Is love the answer to all that? I don't understand. I don't understand.
Part 6. The Necessary Passion. 1. The way into the St. Lazare prison was through a 12-foot gate in an iron fence, across a strip of cobbled yard, through a second gate in a second fence, and under a tunnel of naked stone formed by the 4-foot thick walls of the building, and so into a corridor, off which a large vaulted room opened to the right, the warder's room. The air in the corridor and the warder's room was damp with a sweet musty odor. Windowless, the room was as silent as a wine cellar, or a cave. Yet a queer, disagreeable rumor just beneath the range of hearing suggested that behind the further walls and doors the place was not silent, not empty, but crammed full, jammed, swarming. Louisa Paludiscar kept her head high as she and the official who accompanied her waited in the warder's room for the prison clerk. She held her silk skirts in one hand to keep them from the moist, filthy floor. She did not look about her, did not speak. This was her hour of victory. She had worked for it for 26 months. 2 clerks hurried in, wiping their mouths from lunch, and then an immensely tall, fat man in the uniform of a lieutenant of the Polana militia. The official with Louisa opened his mouth to speak, but she beat him to it, saying in a clear voice the words that she had earned the right to say. "Lieutenant, Mr. Carnavin brings you an order from the High Court, signed by the Prime Minister, countermanding the sentence of the prisoner Itale Sorde." The big man put out his hand for the paper which Louisa's companion offered him. "How do, Mr. Carnavin?" he muttered, staring at Louisa. "Yes, indeed, your servant, miss." "Baroness Paludiscar, Lieutenant Gley," Carnavin muttered. Muttering seemed to be the natural form of speech here. "You'll find it all in order, Gley. Immediate release, see there?" They bent their heads over the document and muttered lower. The lieutenant held the paper away from his enormous body as if afraid it would scorch him. "Yes, yes. Larenzai. Look up Sorde, Itale. Entered December 27. Both clerks raised their heads. On entering the room they had gone one to a table, the other to a desk, and sat down, without speaking, and scarcely glancing at Carnavin and Louisa. The one at the table had a head that grew straight out of his shoulders, with a warty, grey face. The one at the desk was thin and wiry, with long, lank hair and a mouth like a razor-cut. "Sorde?" he said. And the name spoken aloud was startling in this muttering, oppressive silence. "Sorde's dead." "Dead? When?" "Last week, end of the week." "I see. We're having the epidemic, you know," the lieutenant informed Carnavin and Louisa. "Worse than usual this year. Look up the entry, Larenzai." "White ledger, specially recommended prisoner," the necklace clerk mumbled in a deep bass. "Get the burial list for February, Larenzai. Please to sit down, Baroness, please to sit down." The huge lieutenant brought up a chair for her and dusted it with his sleeve. Louisa did not sit down. She feared to move at all. Her ears sang, a shrill hum. The lank-haired clerk argued, the necklace one mumbled, the lieutenant muttered. Carnavin put in an exasperated remark. She heard nothing they said, only their grotesque voices, frogs on the marshes of hell. "Please to sit down, Baroness." "It may take some time, Baroness," Carnavin said. She gave in and sat down, letting her silken skirt drag on the floor. Summoning up all her self-control, she said very softly to Carnavin, who stood beside her, "Is he dead, then?" "Apparently not, Baroness," Carnavin replied. Ears here were tuned to whispers. The lank-haired clerk shouted reproachfully, as if the others had all been in the wrong. "On the sick list, not the death list." And the necklace one droned, "Specially recommended." Louisa shuddered all over and put her hands to her cheeks. The blood which had dropped sickeningly from her head was returning in a hot wave, dizzying her. She sat perfectly still until she knew she could trust herself not to faint, and then said in an even voice, smiling a little to Carnarvon, "I wonder that a man can stay alive 2 years in this place."
"Much longer than that, Baroness," the official answered stiffly.
He had made it clear when she met him at the office of the governor that he did not like the business she was on. Since entering the prison he had been completely rigid, wearing a fixed look of distaste and exasperation on his round, ruddy face. "What is the epidemic?" "Prison fever, I suppose," Carnarvon answered, and drew a short breath. He was afraid of infection, Louisa realized, and the thought gave her pleasure. "He's been ill, then? Are they going to release him?"
"Yes, Baroness. Look here, Gly, I can't spend the afternoon here. Tell them to get on with it."
"In a minute, Mr. Carnarvon, in a minute," the huge man answered, cringing, yet unmoved. This was his domain, not Carnarvon's, and both knew it. The lank-haired clerk was writing, his pen scraping with a loud, hard sound, like his voice. The lieutenant went to the table, shifted papers about, muttered with the necklace clerk. There was no clock. Louisa sat turning a ring on her finger, pressing her right hand hard with her left, staring at the watery gleam that ran on the gray silk of her skirt. She could barely hold still. She could not endure to wait any longer. But still the unmarked minutes went by, and there was no telling if the time was long or short, or if it was passing at all. There was a noise out in the corridor, and a guard in militia uniform came in with a tall, bald man in his 60s. They stopped just inside the doorway. The bald man stood stooped over, staring vaguely. He was wearing shapeless gray trousers and an old coat too large for him, and was barefoot. Realizing that he was a prisoner, Louisa looked hastily away from him.
"Sorde Itale,"
the lieutenant was saying, and the guard was also saying the name.
"Sorde, specially recommended."
Sick with disgust and anger, Louisa sat still and said, "This is not the man. Will you act on this order of release, Lieutenant, or must I come here with the governor of the prison?"
"Not the man. What ward, Livek?"
"Sick ward," the militiaman said.
"This is him."
"Extraordinary inefficiency," Carnarvon said, and the lieutenant, suddenly angry and frightening in his anger, swung his great bulk and height towards the militiaman.
"Who is this? Take him back," he said,
while the militiaman repeated stolidly, "This is him." The prisoner stood as if indifferent, his empty gaze crossing Louisa's. He raised his hands to rub his eyes, and with terror she recognized the gesture. "It is him. It's him," she said in a whisper to Carnarvon. Again all the others heard her whisper. The lieutenant drew himself up, righteous and vindicated. The militiaman stepped back, and the clerks muttered. Carnarvon looked at her coldly. She sat still. It was Carnarvon who went up to the prisoner, although not close to him, and said, in a stifled and embarrassed tone, "Sorde? Mr. Sorde?" The man stood patiently, unresponding. "We're here with your release, Mr. Sorde. Your sentence is countermanded by the High Court. Do you understand?" He came back to Louisa. "The man's very sick," he said with nervous distaste. "I have no idea what you can do. An impossible situation. Are you quite certain that you— Will you have them finish whatever formalities are necessary, please?" She did not look at the prisoner.
"One of our officials is bringing the prisoner's possessions, Baroness," the lieutenant explained, officious and self-confident now looming over her. "All his belongings when arrest was effected. They've been in confiscation. Do you see, Baroness? Nobody has disturbed them."
"Better send for the blacksmith," the lank-haired clerk said, and the necklace one snarled,
"Don't need the smith. He's been in the sick wards."
And the lieutenant muttered, "Has he a fetter, Livek?" And the militiaman answered, "No," while Carnarvon walked away down the room, clicking his tongue in a fit of impatience and disgust. And finally a guard came in with a valise, a string-tied bundle of clothing, and a small parcel wrapped in paper. The lieutenant opened the parcel and spread out its contents on the table with his enormous white hands. A silver watch and chain, a pair of cufflinks, some copper change, a penknife. "The gentleman's jewelry and all, you see, Baroness. Nothing's been touched," he said. The valise and the bundle were spotted with a soft, bluish mold. "Can we go now?" Louisa said. But there were still papers to be prepared. The necklace clerk was writing something that must be written before they could go. "You can't put the man in your cab, Baroness," Carnarvon said to her in a low voice as they stood at the desk. "The state he's in." "What do you suggest I do instead?" Louisa demanded. And in reaction to Carnarvon's pusillanimity, she brought herself to go up to the man in grey and speak to him. She said his name, and did not know what else to say. He did not seem to look directly at her, nor did he answer directly, but after a while he spoke in a thin, hoarse voice. "May I sit down?" His body and clothing stank of sweat and sickness. The coat he wore had been red or plum-colored, but was black with dirt. She could not touch him. She pointed to the wooden chair. "Yes, sit down." He did not move. Once he rubbed his hand hard over his face in that gesture terribly familiar to her, and then stood again, patient, blinking his swollen eyes. "The fever, you know, Baroness," the lieutenant was saying as he held out a set of folder papers to her, "makes him dull. No doubt he'll be better soon. This here is the order of release. This is his passport. Mr. Carnarvon will explain. The guard will take his things out for you. An honor to be of service to you, Baroness." The guard who had brought Italie in was gone, and Carnarvon would not help her. The clerks and the lieutenant were watching, malevolent. She had to take Italie's arm to make him move, to make him come with her out of the warder's room under the stone arch. He shuffled, lame and unsteady. When they came out onto the cobbled yard into the clear, cold sunshine of a day of March, he stopped and put his hands up over his eyes in pain. "Come on. Come with me," she coaxed him. The guards at the prison entry, the guard at the outer gate, stood watching, curious and without sympathy. What she was doing was wrong, was against what they wanted, what they stood for, what they stood there for, keeping the gates locked and the doors shut. What she had imagined and anticipated 1,000 times as the moment of triumph was humiliating and grotesque. The driver of the cab that she had kept waiting stared at the shambling man with her and said, "Not inside," and she had to give him 10 kroner before he would let Italie ride inside the cab. Then she must climb into that cramped box with him and sit beside him, in uncontrollable aversion from and fear of his misery, his illness, his abjectness. He sat crouching, the hairless head nodding when the cab jolted, his hands lying lax on his thighs, very large and dead white, like the hands of the lieutenant in the warder's room. Carnarvon, who rode with the driver, proved most serviceable when they reached the hotel. She had planned to spend the night at the hotel and then take Italie on in her carriage to her Sovena estate, 50 miles to the north. The first part of that plan was dropped without discussion. Carnarvon found her horses and a landaulette, and got the hotel people to make up a bed in Louisa's carriage. When this was done, it was late afternoon. Italie in her carriage, and she in the landaulette with her maid, set off, one behind the other, down the steep streets of Rakova, out the old north gate, past the factories, on to the long downslope of the high road north. Roads were bad after the March rains. The Ras was in flood, and they had to go 30 miles out of their way to Fournoy, to cross at the bridge, and 30 miles back to the north road, so they were 3 nights and 2 days getting to their destination. The sick man continued most of the time in the same lassitude and indifference, asleep or in stupor. But when they arrived in the early morning he was feverish and could not walk at all. Louisa's letter to the housekeeper had suffered the usual mail delay, so the house was half ready and half in cold disorder. It was raining. Louisa had the sick man put to bed and sent for the doctor. But before he arrived she went to bed herself, worn out, and slept for 20 hours. The doctor, a sour man of the veterinary barber-physician breed, said the patient was suffering a relapse brought on by the cold and discomfort of the journey. "Cold and discomfort," Louisa repeated sarcastically, thinking of the walls of St. Lazare. But she made no explanations to the doctor, having learned already from the guards at the prison gate, from the cab-driver, from her maid, from her own feelings, not to mention jail. If the doctor knew, or could admit that he knew, where his patient had spent the last 2 years, he would consider both the man and the woman whose house he was in with contempt. He would take her money, of course, and provide his services, but he would hold himself superior. Good men do not get put in jail. Why was it like this? Why was all her triumph turned to shame and mere wretched inconvenience? He lay there sick and stupid day after day. He had never even clearly recognized her, never said her name. He was utterly out of reach, his mind gone. She did not dare ask the doctor if that blank stupor was caused by the disease or not, if it might lessen if the disease were cured, what hope of recovery there was. She looked into the sick-room once a day. She was unwilling to admit to herself that the sight of Vitale now frightened and disgusted her. The bald head, shaved for lice, the doctor said, the blank look, the bony yellowish body, restless and yet slack. If she must look at that sick body, it would take the place of the remembered lover, the young man in his strength. Those few nights, those few hours that she held to be the chief treasure of her life, the only time she had ever touched another person, would be tainted, degraded with the prison taint, the smell of sickness and mortality. She would have nothing left at all. She must cling to the past, and to the future when he would be himself again. But this was the future that she had dreamed of so long. Vitale freed, the two of them here in the lonely house in the returning spring. It went on raining. They could not keep the house warm. The old housekeeper was ill and querulous. The steward of the estate came daily with questions she could not answer intelligently, and justifications for loans, purchases, and sales he had made, which she knew nothing about. The doctor came and went, silent and sour, with his bottle of fat black leeches. She rode out daily on one of the stiff-kneed old horses. There had been no hunters or riders to keep up the stables for many years. The peasant tenants went about their business, indifferent to the presence or absence of the landowner. She knew no one any longer in the town, 6 miles away, where her grandfather had laid the foundations of his fortune, speculating on wartime food prices, and had been a great man. Bored and wretchedly lonely, Louisa felt as she had when she was a child here, shoved aside, forgotten. Yet it was she who had isolated herself, telling no one her plans, so that she and Vitale could be alone for once. She wrote to Enrique in Vienna that he must take his leave early and come spend it at the estate. "I must have you here," she wrote. "I am at my wit's end." Never had the trials and setbacks, the affronts and efforts of her long siege on the Krasnoy government so exhausted and defeated her as she had these 2 weeks since she went with the order of release to St. Lazare. She knew now how much she had enjoyed that siege, the strategies and flatteries, the slow building up of her influence, the outwitting of the malicious and outpacing of the stupid. She had always, with the single goal, though she might not speak or even think about it for days or weeks, made herself a considerable figure in the politics of the capital. She had done small and great favors for men and women less astute than herself. She had got her brother his diplomatic post in Vienna. She had become a friend of the Grand Duchess and a friend of the rabble-rousing deputy, Stefan Oragon. Prime Minister Cornelius came to her house on Roche Street for conversation with clever and discreet people. The new Minister of Finance, Raskiniskar of Valaltesma, had proposed marriage to her as a speculation that would profit them both. The Krasnoy intelligencer was full of gossip about her, but no one had made a slander, personal or political, stick to her name. She had used all her gifts, used them gallantly, and made a complete, recognized conquest of her aim. She had conquered, and the conquest won by that brave career through the rooms and offices of the powerful was this. The sight of the sick man, the memory of the sight of him, tormented her. Why must she be punished? Had she not worked to set him free? Had she not succeeded? What was freedom then? This desolation? The doctor had supplied a woman from town to look after Vitale. One night, when this nurse was downstairs eating her dinner, Louisa went into the sick room. driven by an angry restlessness. There was no light but that of a bright fire. She thought the sick man was asleep, but as she came near the bed he spoke. "Who's there?" "I am," she said. "Louisa, do you know me?" She went up close to him and spoke aloud, impatient and challenging. She could not see his face. He answered. His voice was weak but natural, his own voice. "I can't remember," he said. "Where's Amadei?" She went cold, and the breath stuck in her throat. "He is not here," she whispered at last. The sick man paid no attention. He turned his head a little. The red firelight shone on the dry curve of his cheek. He lay there gazing straight ahead. Louisa went to a chair at the foot of the bed and sat down. She was shaky now, and soon stood up cautiously to leave the room. As she did so, he gave a long sigh and murmured something, then spoke 2 words clearly. "The snow," and lay silent again. She hurried out of the room, went to her own room, and stood at the window that looked out over the front garden. Between running clouds the full moon shone and faded. She saw the road, a straight, light streak between dark fields, leading away from the front gate. When she was a child she had seen that road on which adults, visitors, her parents came and went as freedom, to be hers, her way when the time came. She would be free to go, to come as she liked, dependent on no one. She went on that road now as she liked. She had her freedom. The word had lost its meaning, like the word love. Had she not loved Itale and he her? But she did not know who he was. She had worked to free a man, and he was not that man who lay sick in the room in this house. What did it mean that they had been lovers? What had she been to him? He did not know her. He had not said her name. He had asked for a dead man, and he had said, "The snow." The memories, accretions, complexities, affections, anxieties, the trivial and immense world of which she had for a while been one element. She could hear fragments of that if she wanted to listen to his mind wandering in fever. But then, where was she? Astray in a strange place. The world as Itale knew it, his world of which she was not, and had never been, the center. To accept the limitless richness, the independence of a being not her own, was to lose herself. She could not do it. She had never been able to do it but those few times, those hours which she now denied. What was the good of that, of love so-called, of hands and bodies touching and meeting, all that, when this was the truth, this miserable isolation of the dying body, the sick animal? She dreamed that night that she was wandering in the streets of a town she had never seen, a town amongst the mountains, and the streets were packed snow. She could not find the place where she was to go, where the pack-horse was stabled. The next day, late in the afternoon, a caller was announced as she came in from a long ride, Mr. Sorday. She stared for a moment in pure bewilderment, almost panic, collecting her wits only when she saw the man waiting for her in the drawing-room, a middle-aged provincial gentleman in black. She came forward, on guard. "I am Louisa Paludiscar." The man bowed. "Emmanuel Sorday, Baroness." "Itale's father?" "His uncle. His father's health doesn't permit him to travel at present. I'm sorry to intrude myself on you, Baroness." "May I see Itale?" She had not written Itale's family, nor had she notified any of his friends in Krasnoy of anything beyond the fact of his release from prison. They had written to the family in the Montana, and this man had traveled across the country simply on the chance that Itale was here. If he had not been here, he would have found him wherever he was. He did not ask why she had not written. He did not care. He was simply resolute. He was going to see Itale. She took him upstairs at once. She left him in the sick room and went to her room to change, in a dry, bitter mood. How long would it go on? Instead of love and secrecy, she had got sickness and loneliness. Instead of triumph, shame. Instead of Itale, his uncle for company. It was a bad joke. Had she been wrong to look forward to Itale's release as happiness for her as well as for him? If she had not been seeking that happiness, how could she have carried on for 2 years and done all she had done to win his freedom? Where did the fault, the error lie? The uncle's presence at dinner relieved her at least from the endless brooding over such questions. He was tired and hungry and preoccupied entirely with his nephew. His manner was stiff and wary, but essentially indifferent. She was not what interested him. She began to feel at ease with him. When they spoke of Itale's illness, she asked Emmanuel Sordet a question she had never brought herself to ask the doctor. "Even when his fever is down, he doesn't seem to notice things." She did not explain what it was she feared, but Sordet appeared to understand her, replying, "It's the disease, I believe, Baroness. It's what the word typhus means, a stupor. It passes. What does your physician say?" She shook her head. "He won't tell me whether Itale is worse or better. The woman says his fever has been down the last 2 days. She had not known that. She sat silent over her scarcely touched plate while Sordet ate. "Baroness," he said rather abruptly, "I saw Mr. Brelevai as I came through Krasnoy. He told me what your modesty prevented your writing us. We are so deeply in your debt that it is presumption in me to speak of it." She was taken aback. She answered without forethought, "I am not modest, Mr. Sordet. I act in my own interest. Itale was my friend. That friend was taken from me. I acted to get him back, that's all." Surprising her again, the provincial lawyer simply smiled and raised his glass, with a slight formal bow of the head. He was, she realized, like Itale, formidable. "All I ask," she said, "is to see Itale as he was." "That we will not see, Baroness." "But he is recovering." "I hope so. I dare think so, having seen him changed as he is. But I do not hope ever to see him as he was." He finished eating, laid down his fork quietly across the plate, country style. He was hateful in his provincial, middle-aged self-assurance. He did not care for her. He did not care what she lost. He was old, and like all the old, did not care for the future, did not believe in it. But if he was right, if Itale was changed, would not be the same again. What future was she looking for? Again the figure of the warder's room, pitiful and repulsive, stood between her and the handsome, kindly boy who had been her lover, as if the fever had burnt up all that image like paper, like a bit of paper money in a fire. What was left? The old man, the uncle, was right. They were always right. There was nothing left of Itale but that man upstairs whom she did not know, whom she did not want to look at or be near. 2. A bar of morning sunlight slanted across the bed. The cool gold bathed his hands. Outside the window swallows dipped and swooped, building their nests in the eaves above. He could not watch them long, his eyes blurred, dazzled by the light. Emmanuel was in the armchair with a book open on his knees, but presently engaged in trimming his fingernails with a pleasurable concentration on the act. "How's Pernetta?" Emmanuel looked up keenly, then returned to his trimming job as he answered, "Very well indeed. A grandnephew of hers came up from Solery last year. That's her brother Karl's daughter's son. Karl Kidre, he's called. Nice young fellow. Gives her a good deal of pleasure to have a relation to spoil. He's in our office, in fact. He's supposed to be looking after some of my more onerous recurrent duties while I'm here. Those damn property lines in Valmodrone. Nothing like a 3-generation-long boundary dispute to keep a lawyer cheerful. But I imagine young Karl's mostly out at Valtorsa, if the weather there's like this." "Count Orlant?" "He's fine. Pierre is the attraction." "Pierre? You haven't forgotten Pierre?" "She's married. Esnar." "How did you know that story?" "That's right, you knew about it before we did. Saw her in Esnar, didn't you?" "No, she broke the engagement. They were to be married at Christmas, and it was put off till spring, and then all at once it was off altogether. It must have been a little while after you were arrested. Never did understand the whys and wherefores. At any rate, she's still not married. Count Orlan lets her do exactly as she pleases, of course, always has. Lets her manage the property, in fact. I've handled several matters for her the last couple of years. She's a much better manager than her father, I have to admit. But I don't know what's got into these young women. Here's Laura wanting to do the same thing, as if Guide would let her, and she hasn't the head for it at all. What do they want to be stewards for? What's wrong with marriage and a family these days? Handsome women they are, too, both of them. Wasteful. Emmanuel's voice was deliberate, serene, long pauses between sentences. Itale listened, watching the sunlight on the red cover of the eiderdown on the bed. A dark red, somewhat faded. The fine threads caught the light in infinitesimal streaks of silver. The worn satin was very soft under his fingers. Warmth, softness, sunlight, color, these absorbed him. He must relearn them little by little. Emmanuel's presence, his voice, his hands, that was the buoy, the raft. It was Emmanuel's touch that had first brought him back from the endless, limitless wanderings of fever. A hand held out, literally drawing him back, holding him in life. And his voice now, talking easily, meandering among all the names of home. A week or so later, Louisa came up in the evening to sit with them. Itale was propped up a little so that he could watch the fire in the hearth. The lymphatic swellings that had followed the typhus fever were much reduced, and he was comfortable, able to enjoy warmth and rest. Emmanuel and Louisa talked a little. He did not pay attention to what they said. She turned to him. "Itale, do you remember the trip from Rakava?" He thought a while. "No. We had to come round by Foronoi because of the floods. None of the ferries could cross." "No, but when—" "The day I came out, it was bright. Yes, it was sunny, between storms, windy. I saw the sun." "Did you never see the sun in prison?" Emmanuel asked without emphasis. But Itale did not answer. He never spoke of the 26 months in St. Lazare, and Emmanuel did not press him, saying to Louisa, "It's best, he puts it behind him, no doubt." As he grew stronger, he did not talk much more. He asked very few questions even of Emmanuel, none of Louisa. She left a copy of Novesma Verba on his table, but did not know whether he read it. When he was able to get up, his desire was simply to get outside, to be outside, sitting at first, later able to walk a little in the wild, half-ruined gardens. People of the estate stared at him, tall and unearthly thin still, with his stubble-covered head, a strange figure. The night before Enrique was to arrive, for he had faithfully answered her plea with a promise to spend part of his leave with her, coming straight or as straight as possible from Vienna, she said to Emmanuel, "Mr. Sorde, I need your advice." "Not on anything very important," Emmanuel said dryly, and she took the compliment and smiled. They did not like each other, and had come to respect each other's wit and willpower, and indeed take considerable pleasure in it. "It is very important." "Itale or estate law?" "Itale." "Good." "Is he strong enough to hear bad news?" "I don't know, Baroness. What is the matter?" "You know that he was a friend of Estenskar, the poet. They were close friends. Estenskar is dead. He killed himself a month or two after Itale was arrested. He probably never knew about the arrest. He was under surveillance, too, we now know. His mail was stopped. They were trying to make a charge against him. After his death, his brother was arrested and held for a couple of months, and finally released without any charges. Itale stayed with them just before he went to Rakava. So far as I know, he was never told. He doesn't know that Estenskar is dead. Have you ever mentioned it? Has he said anything?" "No," Emmanuel said with a shake of his head. He clasped his hands and looked down at them, grim. "I'll tell him if you like," he said. "I doubt he's entirely unprepared." "No. Thank you for offering to take the burden, but you should not darken your last days with him. I knew Estenskar. I'll tell him after you've gone, if you think he's—" "Oh, he's hard, Baroness," Emmanuel said, still speaking grimly. "He can take it. I think he can take almost anything now. What he cannot do is give. If you can spare him that, if you can shield him from having to make choices and decisions for a bit longer, let him be here away from people. You'll have done more for him than that horse-faced doctor did." Taking his own advice, Emmanuel left that week without ever asking Itale what he intended to do when he left the Sovena. Itale tried to raise the subject himself the night before Emmanuel was to go. "You're sure that Father is all right?"
"You read your mother's letter?"
"You've both been sparing me."
"No, not really.
I believe I told you almost exactly what Dr. Sharkar told us. His heart is not strong.
Neither is it actually unsound. He's as active as he ever was, within sensible limits. After all, he is over 60.
"That is the problem," Itale said.
And Emmanuel frowned. "Listen, Itale, there is no need for you to decide anything yet, just because I'm off home. Stay here as long as you can. Find out where your course lies. Don't let yourself be forced into anything."
Itale looked at him and then looked away. "Would I be welcome?" he said, so indistinctly and speaking so much aside that Emmanuel did not at first understand him, and when he did, answered without thinking, shocked. "Of course, don't be foolish," brushing aside the question, which only much later, when he was hours gone and well started on his way back home, returned suddenly into his mind, so clearly now and so painfully that he all but cried out loud, "My God, Itale, how can you ask that? What have they done to you that you can ask that?" Enrique Paludiscar had arrived a few days earlier in a wild rainstorm on the 1st of May, very much out of sorts. He had loyally come to his sister's call, but that did not prevent him from resenting her expectation that he would coop himself up in the dreary house in the God-forsaken provinces, with her and a convicted seditionist fresh from jail. She had no sense. She refused to realize that she was imperiling his position, his career, by making him come here, and indeed by insisting upon keeping Sorde here, even while he, Enrique, was in Vienna or Krasnoy. He impressed this upon her pretty forcibly, and at length. But when Itale came into the room, he turned, stared, and then put out his hand. His face, heavy, had gone pale. He tried to say something, but could not. He shook Itale's hand and put his left hand timidly on his shoulder, then awkwardly pulled away. I hear you've been ill," he said, stammering. He never succeeded after that in looking Itale in the face or talking naturally with him. Fortunately, Itale spoke very little, and Enrique did not have to try to explain his guilt and revulsion to Luisa. He could not make it out. It was the government, the commonplace, decent men he worked with, whom Sorde had been trying to subvert. It was the same government, the same decent men, who had taken Sorde and done this to him. It was incredible, unreasonable. He could not solve the problem, and Itale, by embodying it, made him miserable. "How do you like your work in Vienna?" Itale asked him once, conventionally enough, and Enrique gasped and groped. "It's interesting and all that. I don't do anything significant, really. Open letters, you know, and all that." "Harry," Louisa put in, drawling, "you mean you censor the mail?" "No, nothing of that sort. For God's sake, Louisa, what do you think I am? No, official letters, letters to the ambassador, dispatches, that sort of thing." He said nothing more to Louisa about sending Sorde away. He planned to leave himself, however, as soon as he could. Louisa did not need him anyhow. She had begun collecting acquaintances, as she always did, a crazy mixed lot, but she always mixed her lots. These were neighbors, some of them neighbors at a distance of 30 miles, but they thought nothing of riding clear across the province if a full table and a hot political discussion awaited them at Ride's End. Duke Matthias of Enskar, heir to the Orsinian throne, lived on his enormous estate 20 miles to the north, and no one forgot his presence, though he had not left that estate for years. The province was thick with retired officers of the defunct National Army, old now, but still bitter. Their club, the Friends of the Constitution, had lately been revived in emulation of the young liberals in the capital. They sounded out Louisa cautiously, until they found who the man staying with her was. In Krasnoy she was considered a woman who had liberal friends, but whose influence lay in conservative circles. In the Sovena, because Sorde was with her, they took her for a radical patriot. Enrique protested. accused her of hypocrisy and of meddling with things she didn't understand, was reminded that she had, despite her lack of understanding, meddled him into his diplomatic post, and left, defeated as always. Louisa had begun to enjoy herself again. Gray-headed ex-colonels fought Leipzig over in the echoing salon, while their sons, landowners of the rich Savena estates, toasted first Duke Matthias, Svenskar, the Constitution, the nation, and then their hostess. Baron Agricole Larrabee Goteskar, 6'2" and black-mustached, broad-chested, magnificent, drank to her and smashed his glass into the fireplace. She missed the weight of such men as Raskinaskar or Johann Cornelius, whose benign manners concealed real political power. Yet she liked these noisy, quarrelsome northerners. Their power was only personal, but it was immediate. She wanted to laugh whenever Larrabee Goteskar smashed another wine-glass, and yet she was stirred. Her eyes met his fiery gaze. "Baron, your flattery has cost me 3 pieces of my grandmother's crystal," she told him, and he, furious as she expected,
"Flattery! You misjudge me, Baroness,"
and stalked off, frowning tremendously to sulk, until the nearby discussions turned the course of his passions, and he threw himself into the fray, shouting,
"But Vienna will hear no voice, gentlemen, but the voice of blood and iron."
They were all, even Larrabee Goteskar, very gentle with Itale. He took no part in their discussions, and generally excused himself early from the company. There was no need to explain or excuse his silence and withdrawal. The reason was all too visible, though he had been gaining a little weight and color as spring turned to the clear, bright northern summer. He still spent all day outdoors if he could. He could walk and ride a little. He talked with people on the estate. There was no reason, Louisa thought, why he could not talk with these men, his equals in education, and like him in background and opinions. What kept him silent, then? There is a chance Larrabee Goteskar might get the vacant seat for the Savena. You could tell him so much he needs to know about the assembly, Itale. He's extraordinarily naive. I'm not the one to tell him. Why not? Who knows more about it than you? The mistakes you could save him from making. But I don't know about it. I'm out of date. I didn't even know till recently that Amictia had been suppressed. I can't seem to take things in. He looked at her for a moment, diffident. "And Estenskar," he said, very low, as if apologetic. It was 3 weeks since she had told him of Estenskar's death. He had taken the news quietly and spoken of it quietly, asked questions, and then let it drop. She was disturbed by his mentioning Estenskar now, inappropriately. "I wish you would help Larrabee Goteskar. He's very young, very naive, but not stupid. I should think he's exactly the kind of man young people want in the assembly. He is. He reminds me sometimes of you, when you were fresh down from your mountains." Itale smiled, a little forcedly, and she realized that she had hurt him by the comparison. But everything hurt him, it seemed, and he was afraid of everything. He dodged away, evaded, withdrew. He would not commit himself, would not participate. The only person he had sought out for himself was the Lutheran pastor of the village, an amateur mathematician, an uncouth, elderly misogynist. He and Itale would sit out in the garden with a book or two, the pastor explaining, Itale listening. A lesson in gibberish, calculus, binomials, God knows what. When Louisa's impatience expressed itself in mild sarcasm, Itale explained stiffly that he had tried to occupy his mind with mathematics before he was ill, and, finding he knew very little, had wanted very much to learn more. "I can do that now," he said. She had to let him and his pastor be, but he could not sit forever in the garden pretending to be a schoolboy again, evading all the problems about which he had been so passionate, the cause for which he had suffered, avoiding her. There was a house full of guests. In the evening, when once again Itale escaped again as early as he could, she felt some resentment or humiliation, and said to Larrabee Goteskar, "If only I could interest him in all the things that meant so much to him." The young baron, deaf to her self-pity and tolerating no criticism of her, frowned.
We talk. Why should he listen? He has lived what we talk about.
Louisa was pleased. Itale had used to scold her that way, but no longer. Larve Goteskar was the first man in years to give her a moral rebuke. "I'm afraid it was my disappointment speaking," she answered meekly. "I miss him when he hides himself away."
"Of course,"
said the young man, and brooded, sunk in an awful tangle of enthusiasm, admiration, and jealousy, exactly where Louisa wanted him. It was the trouble with him. For all his unpredictable pride, she could put him where she wanted him. There were only two men whom she had never been able to bend to her whim, though one had twice asked her in marriage, and would ask her again if he thought it any use, and the other had been her lover, George Hellescar and Itale. Hellescar had taught her all she had ever known of fidelity. Itale had given her a few times, for a little while, fulfillment. He had freed her then, as she had freed him. Why was that not enough, to be free and set free, to unlock the doors? When her guests had left, and she must face again the long days of silence, a seeming intimacy that was increasing estrangement, she found herself angry with Itale, impatient. It was time he pulled himself together. "Why will you not talk to them?" she demanded. "They believe all you used to believe. Do you hold yourself above them?" He looked at her with an incredulity that shamed her for a moment. "What can I say to them?" he asked, in the diffident tone she disliked in him. "Have you lost your faith in the power of words, then, or in the Constitution and impartial law and all the rest of it? All you went to jail for? Has that become unimportant to you, like everything else?" "Like everything else?" "You are indifferent to them, to me, to everything." He had no answer. "You won't even speak. How am I to know anything of you, or you of me, after this time?" "What can I say?" he repeated, rigid, obdurate. And she realized with horror that he was holding nothing back from her, that he was, in fact, unable to speak. He was hard, Emmanuel Sordet had said, but it was the hardness of rock, without resilience, mere ultimate coherence, like a rock that is itself until it is broken. She could break him. He had no defense. He could do no more than resist her, withstand her who had freed him and was now his jailer. On St. John's Eve, the wide horizon of the night flared with scattered bonfires. Every village, every outlying farm had its fire. Bagpipes droned by the crackling, lurid stacks of heath and straw. The young men and women danced. The old men drank. The night was full of voices, noises, half-lit running figures. Louisa stood with her maid in the zone between darkness and firelight, and watched the girls of the village tuck up their skirts and leap across the coals, in the rite as old as the fields they worked, the leap across the fire from barrenness to fertility. The older women, watching, laughed and shouted obscene encouragement. Men were quarreling already over by the big fire, working up to the fight that always followed drinking. Louisa watched, repelled, excited, envious, contemptuous, until Agata, who found it all frightening, made her come away. When she was back at the house, she felt stifled indoors, and went out again at once to walk in the garden, watching the distant glare and dying of the fires. "Louisa?" She stopped short. He stood not far from her, on a path by an overgrown hedge which made a mass of blackness in the cloudy moonlight. She could not see his face. "I didn't want to startle you." "You didn't," she said, though he had. "Who could be afraid on a night like this? Were you out to see the fires?" He came towards her and stopped again. He was bareheaded in the warm night. He stood there, tall and patient. And again she saw the grotesque and pitiful figure of the warder's room. Why must he look like that? Why must he stand like that? They were dancing at the bonfire in the village. It was exciting to see. The peasants here are pagans underneath all their sour Lutheran twaddle. They're not civilized at all. May I talk to you a moment, Louisa? Nothing would please me more. I think I should leave soon. I see. Well, that would certainly prevent any further conversation. She could not control her irritation. more than irritation, a blind anger with him. "You know that I am grateful," he said, very low. "For God's sake, Italy, it's not your gratitude I want. If you want to stay, stay. If you want to go, go. You're free. You don't seem to realize it. All I want is for you to realize it, to behave like it." They walked on to the end of the path side by side. The moon, some nights past full, stood over the low black lands eastward. To the south 4 fires reddened the smoky darkness. "Your wanting to go implies, I gather, that you've decided we are no longer to be lovers?" He stopped and faced her. "I have decided, Louisa." His voice shook. He took a breath and with painfully evident effort said, "It has been decided for us." "Nothing is decided for me. I make my own choices." "Can you choose to want to touch me?" "What do you mean?" she said, terrified. He stood still, and she knew that he could say no more, and that it was the simplest thing in the world to prove him wrong. All she had to do was take his hand, touch his cheek, touch him, or let him touch her. She took a step back from him. "It isn't fair," she said in a whisper. "It isn't fair." After a while he said, "I don't know very well what's fair any longer. I don't want to cause you pain, Louisa. I never wanted to, and never did much else. Why must it be so stupid?" She looked at herself in the dim light, her shawl and the heavy skirt and flaring sleeves of her dress, her hands. "Why am I like this? Why am I trapped in this? Why can't I be free, free of it? Why can't we do what we like?" "Oh, my dear," he said in shame and pain, and he held out his hands to her. "I wish I were dead," she said, and turned and walked away from him. In the morning when they met she was calm and polite. "Well, what shall we do, Italy?" she said. "Shall we effect a joint triumphal entry into the capital, or shall we go back one by one? How soon do you want to go?" "I don't know." "Are you well enough to ride, do you think?" He nodded. "I think I must stay for Larrivee Gottiscar's party. He invited Duke Matthias. I should love to see that old man. Do you want to stay for that? It's in 2 weeks. If not, I don't know why you shouldn't go when you choose. Take old Sheik. I suppose he's the likeliest one of the old nags to last all the way to Krasnoy." His gaze was on her, unhappy, the blue eyes. "Then I'll follow in mid-July. Enrique goes back to Vienna then. I may go with him. I've learned not to stay in Krasnoy in the summer. It's dead. Dead center of a defeated country. I hate defeat." She looked at him as she spoke, and he looked down. "When shall you go, then?" "Tomorrow," he said. "Very well." "I haven't much to take," he said, getting up, "and all of it your gift. You know that, Louisa. The horse, the shirt, the life." But she would accept no comfort, not from him. He left in the early morning. She bade him farewell in the house downstairs. He went out to the stables, she up to her room. She stood at the window and watched him ride out the gate and straight away down the straight road between the level fields. He looked back once, half turning in the saddle. She did not lift her hand. 3. Italy rode down from Grassa in late evening of the last day of June, tired, on a tired horse. He rode through the drab fields of burdock, shards, shacks, tramps, sour earth, and into the long streets of the Trasfuve, and crossed Old Bridge under the statue of St. Christopher of the Wayfarers, remembering the morning of that autumn equinox 3 years ago. He put up at a small inn just off Molson Boulevard, ordered dinner, and went to bed very soon after he had eaten. He would look up his friends, take up his life, tomorrow. Tonight he wanted only to sleep. The room was small, and with the curtains drawn, very dark. He got up again at once and drew back the curtains, opened both the windows wide to the warm, noisy city night. He had almost fallen asleep when the bell of the cathedral a few streets away struck 10. After that he lay wide awake in the darkness, suffering all the memories and presences of his time in Krasnoy, from the moment when he had first heard that bell strike, the 2 years in which so much life had been compressed that they seemed to lie like a fiery bar of sunlight between the remote, long, quiet years in the shadow of the mountains and the unimaginable but immediate past, the 27 months of darkness. As he breakfasted in the hot morning at a street cafe in the river quarter, he debated going back to the inn, lying low for another day. He had not got much rest. He mistrusted himself, his energy, his strength. What would he have to face here? Riding from the Sovena, he had been very nervous at first, avoiding every town entry and possible checkpoint that he could avoid, dreading the request to show his papers. That dread had lessened as he was at one point and then another checked cursorily and passed. But what was the situation here? He did not really know, and was apprehensive. However, he had to take Louisa's horse to the Paludaskar stables in Roche Street, and he was going to have to get some money. He could not afford another night at the inn. Emmanuel had loaned him 50 kroner, of which he had 16 left in his pocket, less than he had arrived with the first time 5 years ago. Less all around, he thought, coming back down from Old Quarter to the river and walking up the boulevard under the trees by the bright water. Less cash, less strength, less time to live, less of a man to stand up against the storming of the human world and the universe at his mind and body. The storm of light and wind and sensation and passion that never ceased, never rested until death. For the walls of a building, a prison, were dust in that storm. He felt peculiarly light, slight, insubstantial as he walked up the wide street by the river. A flickering thing, exposed, uncertain. This mote, this speck between the sun in its gulfs of light and the earth with its long shadow, this was himself, Vitale Sorde, and he was supposed to withstand the entire universe in order to remain himself. Not only that, to do his job, to be a part of it. It was a strange business to be a man walking in the sunlight, stranger than to be a stone or a river or a tree holding up its branches in the July heat. They all knew what they were doing. He did not. He passed 2 little girls hurrying with their hard-breathing nurse towards the far mirage of a sherbet vendor's cart. He saw their pigtails bob on their thin shoulders. How long since he had seen a child? He had reached the office of Novesma Verba. He turned to the parapet and leaned his hands on it, watching the bright Mulsen go towards the sea. So far to go from this inland country, my shoreless kingdom, Amadei had called it in the ode. So far to go for a bitter end, and nameless. Come on, he said to himself. Come on, Itale, and straighten up. Turned, crossed the street, went up the stairs to the journal's office. In his determination and out of old habit, he did not knock, but went straight in. A young fellow stepped out in front of him from behind the table. "What do you want?" "Who's here?" Itale said, stammering, unnerved. He did not know whether he had forgotten this man or never known him. "Mr. Brelevai is busy with a visitor. I'm Fernoi." He was young, 20 at most, and shone with self-confidence. Itale, vulnerable to every impression, was impressed by that youthfulness, and casting about for something to say, asked, "Are you from Amektia?" Then he remembered that the student society had been put under ban, and several of its leaders at the university in Krasnoy arrested, a few months before his release. It was a very stupid question, and the boy rapped out, "Who are you?" "Sorde. Itale Sorde. Sorry, I wanted—" "You're Sorde?" Itale said yes, he was. Fernoi fell to pieces like wet paper, waved his hands, ran for Brelevai. Brelevai came, carrying his dark face like a long, ironical signboard on top of his long body. Exactly the same, unchanged, so that Itale laughed with pure joy at the sight of him. But his friend, embracing him, sobbed and would not let him go. "Here, come on, Tomas." They could not look at each other. "Come on, wait. Here it is." Brelevai found his handkerchief and blew his nose. "Almighty Christ, Itale," he said tenderly. "What did you have?" "Have? What were you ill with?" "Typhus." "No joke, eh?" "Not a very good one." Here, come along. Why are we standing around my handkerchief like a scene from Othello? San Giusto's in here. Remember him, Itale? Almighty Christ, to say your name again. Where are you staying? I didn't try to write you in the Sylvana. Your Baroness said better not to when she wrote. She has to watch her reputation, political, of course. She kept you hidden there long enough. I expect you needed it. He had his arm around Itale's shoulders and was steering him into the composing room, where, considerably shaken by his own feelings and Brelovai's, Itale found himself returning a handshake and looking into a face that completed his confusion by bringing around him the moonlight, the sound of fountains, Luisa's voice, Pierre's voice, the carriages of Fontermana Street. When all that subsided, he was sitting down feeling a little sick, and the others were around him looking concerned. Sorry, I'm still shaky. How are you, San Giusto?
Very well, Sorte.
You're staying in Krasnoy?
Yes, since 2 weeks. I'm tired of England. I come here, said the Italian.
He spoke mostly in the present tense. His voice was calm, his manner relaxed, and in his smile there was a hint of complicity. Itale felt at ease with him at once.
But it's not the same mood here as in 27, even in Esnar. It's agitated, bad-tempered. But who knows? I come from England. Everyone on the continent is agitated and emotional, eh?
What about Paris? Brelovai asked.
Oh, well, Paris, the ultras, Royer Collard, Article 14, lovers, chestnut trees, old men catching little fishes in the Seine. Paris is always the same, and who can predict of her?
They laughed, and again San Giusto shot a quick accomplice's glance at Itale. With some sense of playing a role, Itale asked the questions Brelovai had a right to expect him to ask, about recent events, political trends and changes. If there's any change, Brelovai said, it's a change of mood, as San Giusto said. Underneath in people. In the people. On top, nothing. The ministry is the same, except for Raskinaskar replacing Tarvain. The assembly mumbles on, the Grand Duchess is ill, maybe, not ill, maybe, all rumor.
But 3 years ago there were no rumors, said San Giusto.
Taxes were heavier, Brelovai went on, political arrests increasingly common. Administrative sentences without trial or term had been introduced. The Student Society and several other groups had been put under ban. Censorship was massive, and all mail likely to be read. There had been 2 bad harvests, and unemployment in the cities of the east and center was high. Some cause for bad temper, Itale said. They blame it all on the assembly, even the bad harvests.
Your assembly is the expiatory, what do you call it, the scapegoat for Austria. The Prime Minister sees to that.
How's Oragon been doing? Itale asked. Damn Oragon, Brelovai said. He's not our Danton, Itale. He's our Talleyrand, a demagogic one. The shit's in a wooden shoe instead of a silk stocking. The nation be hanged if Stefan Oragon can climb a little higher on the gallows. Louisa said my pardon was largely due to him. It was. He needs our good press, and you were the price he had to pay for it. Well, how is Freinen? Fine. He's in Solerie. For the paper? Living there. In Solerie? What's going on there? What always did. Students, cattle fairs, everybody asleep by 9. He's a grain shipper. Doing well, I hear. He left Krasnoy a few weeks after we heard you'd been arrested. Itale still looked blank. He got cold feet, Brelovai said gently. Brelovai, Freinen, Itale had been friends long before they thought of coming to the capital. And it had been Freinen who brought them. Freinen who said, how long ago in the park by the blue Molson in the sunlight, I'm thinking of Krasnoy. It was an old bitterness to Brelovai, to Itale a blow. He could not escape the conviction that to have suffered, to have submitted to evil, though he had had no way at all to refuse it, had made him a cause of evil. It was because of him that Freinen had given up. In the conscious and painful acceptance of this responsibility, he sat silent for a minute. He weighed a broken inkstand that was on the table in his hand, and said finally, Thomas, do you know anything about Isabert? Absolutely no trace. Nothing. They denied consistently from the beginning that he was in St. Lazare, claimed he'd been released with an order to get out of the province. Beyond that, nothing. He had lived with the boy's death for 2 years in prison. He had not known till the hope was taken from him how much hope he had kept hidden, that when he came out he would find it had been a mistake, a cruel hoax, a nightmare of his own, and Isabelle was alive. This also, this inescapably, was his responsibility. He was answerable for this death. Brelevai asked him nothing, seeing that he was distressed and assuming that he knew even less than they about what had become of the boy. San Giusto stood up, stretching, and said in English, "To fresh fields and pastures new. I have eaten nothing." "Come on, I told Jivan I'd meet him at the Illyrica at 1, Brelevai said, relieved to get away from the unlucky subject. Jivan Karantai had not changed. He was dark and warm as a banked fire. They sat 2 hours over their coffee cups, talking. 2 or 3 young men came up and asked if they might be introduced to Mr. Sorde. Itale shook their hands and was short with them. They went humbly away. "You are their hero, their Valtura, dear fellow," said Karantai. "God forbid." "God forbid, indeed," Brelevai said. "Valtura is dead, died in the Spielberg in 28. "Where Silvio Pellico, who knew Byron, is now," said San Giusto in his calm voice. "There must be good company in the Spielberg prison." Now Itale knew why San Giusto looked at him as if there were a tacit bond between them. There was. San Giusto had spent 3 years in the Piombi in Venice as a political prisoner. Brelevai, Karantai, the young men wanted to hear, and dared not ask about his jail term. San Giusto did not want to hear, did not need to ask. Foreigner, exile, he was Itale's compatriot. Arguments concerning Stefano Ragan surfaced occasionally, and in the course of one of them San Giusto put in, "But he is a professional, isn't he? And you are amateurs, myself too. The coups d'etat are made by professionals, they succeed. The revolutions are made by amateurs." "And fail?" Brelevai inquired. "Of course." "But listen, San Giusto," Karantai said. "The words are good. It was amateurs that made '89 all right. The crowds, the people that walked to Versailles and took the Bastille, and the Assembly, the Girondins, the Jacobins, they were lawyers, provincial men of letters, not politicians. But as they learned their trade, as they became professionals, the revolution began to fail, to lead inevitably towards the coup d'etat that betrayed it." "They did never learn their trade," the Italian said. "Robespierre is always an amateur. The professional is Napoleon. The question is really this: what is failure, what is success? The revolution failed, yes, and Napoleon is a very successful man, a conqueror, an emperor. But it was the failure, not the success, that gives hope to our life." "Vivre libre ou mourir," Itale said, and laughed. "Exactly. Vernio, a professional lawyer, very successful in his profession. A nice, lazy fellow. An amateur deputy, unsuccessful." San Giusto cut his throat with the side of his hand. "A fine career cut short. But first he told us to live free or die. Why did you laugh, Sorde?" "Found I'd rather stay alive, even if not free." "Of course, for 2 years, 3 years, or longer. But here we are now, alive and free." "Alive," Itale said. His money problem had been promptly solved, as Brelevai told him peremptorily that he had 28 months' wages waiting at Novesma Verba. "It's been very useful, the most cash we ever kept on hand. I don't know how many loans we've made from it to get people over a thin time. But they always repaid because it was your money. If it was my money or our money, they'd have embezzled it freely." Karantai had asked him to come share his rooms. He hesitated. "A friend was keeping my old rooms for me when I went to Rakova. I should go see whether he's there." Karantai went with him into the river quarter, past St. Stephen's and the street of Hangman's Feast, the swarming courts and alleys under toppling houses in the shadow of the hill of the university. "No change here," Itale remarked. "Not for 500 years," said Karantai. At 9 Malenastrada, Mrs. Rosa, cat-beleaguered, greeted her long-lost tenant without warmth. "Your things are here, Mr. Sordet. I'll be glad to have him out of my way." "Is Mr. Brunoy here?" She looked him up and down. "No." She knew him to be a jailbird, but his voice and clothing said gentleman. She wanted him to be a gentleman. She had had enough of jailbirds in her life, but she could not trust him. He had let her down, and her voice was vindictive as she said, "He died here 2 years ago. Cunet's got the rooms." "I see," Itale said. After a moment he asked submissively if Cunet was in. Mrs. Rosa stood aside, and he and Carantai climbed the dark, rickety stairs. Cunet came from behind his loom. "We was very sorry to hear, Mr. Sordet," he said. "It's good to see you." Itale shook his hand and stopped to play with the baby, not born when he left, and now a solemn 2-year-old. The delicate face, the dark eyes, gazed into Itale's. "What's her name, Cunet?" "It's a him. He's on the small side, makes him look like a girl. We've called him Lieve. There's a couple of things I kept for you here." Cunet rummaged in the other room and returned with a small packet of papers which he gave to Itale, several letters written from Malafrena in the autumn of 1827, and a scrap of paper, one downhill scrawl of barely readable writing on it. "Prometheus, no chains eternal." "Mr. Brunoy wrote that for you a day or 2 before he died," Cunet said. Itale gave it to Carantai and walked away to the window. "Did you know him, Jivan?" he asked. "Not well. He used to come to the office for word of you." Itale stood with his back turned. "He was an upright man." "That he was," said the weaver, "and a good death. He couldn't talk when he wrote you that, but at the end he spoke. He raised up and said, 'I'm ready,' like a bridegroom going to his wedding. I looked to see who he was talking to, and he lay back quiet and content, and his breath caught like, and he died. I wish the priest had stayed. I never saw a better death." "Aye," Itale said. "It was what he knew how to do." He took the slip of paper back from Carantai and slipped it folded into the back of his watch. "How does it go, Cunet?" "I've kept working." He looked up at Itale. "We're in your rooms now. There being 6 of us, we spread out a bit. But if you want—" "No, I won't be coming back, Cunet." "Did she raise the rent on you?" "No, and she didn't ask rent of Mr. Brunoy at the end, so that the little he had put by for it and the books and his watch paid to bury him. She's all right. Knows when times are hard." Kneeling, Itale put out his hand to the frail, solemn little boy in his sexless, shapeless, worn dress. "Goodbye, Lieve," he said. The contrast in size of their hands was too much. He touched the child's cheek. He stood up, shook hands with Cunet, bidding him goodbye. They went on to Carantai's rooms south of the Elina Prada. Carantai had kept a letter for Itale from Amadei Estenskar, dated February 6, 1828. Itale began to read it, laid it down, and put his head in his hands. "I can't read any more letters from the dead," he said. Carantai had the top floor of a house, a set of big rooms sparsely furnished with high, large windows. Itale paced down the uncarpeted floor and back, and sat down again wearily. "They all died today," he said. "They haven't been very good years, these last 2 or 3, Carantai said gently. "What's wrong? What is it that's wrong, Jivan?" "I don't know. Speaking for myself, nothing. I go on writing. It's all I care about, you know, really. I make a living by it. I'm going to get married in September." "Married? To Karela?" Carantai nodded. He had been in love a long time, and had never been willing to talk about it. Itale could not tell even now whether his reticence expressed coolness of feeling, or suppressed a happiness he felt egoistical and unseemly. "So as I say, I have all I have ever asked for myself. But for us all together, they haven't been good years. You in jail, Amadei dead, Freinen giving up. Who can blame him? We knew all along we were pounding our heads on a stone wall trying to knock it down. but one's head gets sore. And addled. Then there have been so many searches and summonses. Tomas has been called up 3 times now. And these damnable administrative sentences, they frighten us all. And the censorship so heavy, I wonder why anybody still bothers to read Verba sometimes. But they do read it. Our subscription list is doubled in the last year and a half. And there are young men coming up, and men like San Giusto. There are more of us than there used to be. It's only that the waiting's long, and we've never known for certain what it is we're waiting for. No change there. But we're a couple of years older. Itale smiled. The kind sobriety of Carantai's temper refreshed him now, as always. Waiting, he said. That's not true of you, Jivan. You have your work, but I have never worked. I've only made ready. The time will come, Itale. Will it? Is there any time but now? Carantai did not answer. I don't know, Jivan. I have lost. I have no right to speak of this. You have earned the right to speak of anything. No, that's exactly it. I have earned nothing. Nothing. You don't earn, you don't gain where I was, Jivan. You lose. You lose the right to talk to people who believe in the powers of light. What I learned there was that I have no rights and infinite responsibility. That would be infinite injustice. It's false, Itale. I would rather trust you than myself, Itale said. I wish I could. I was a better man before. He cut himself off, standing up abruptly. I'm very tired. Maybe I should lie down for a while. He went off to the spare room. At 8, Carantai looked in to go out to supper with him. He was sound asleep, and Carantai hesitated to waken him. He looked down at Itale's face, worn and sleep-submerged, and then out the uncurtained open window westward over roofs and gables and chimney stacks, the high view smoky and shadowed in long evening light. It was hot. There was no wind. Carantai stood there beside the friend he had not hoped to see again, wishing that there would be a wind off the river, darkness, rain. But the weather was steady. It would not change. On the bureau, a silver watch lay open. It said 2:30. Carantai tapped it, but it did not run. He spoke to Itale at last, rousing him, and they went down to the inn where Carantai took his meals. July passed, a long, hot July, and August came in hot. Itale was still with Carantai. The novelist had pressed him to stay, and he had yielded easily, lacking any real wish to go out and find himself a room. The impermanence of the arrangement, Carantai's affectionate, reserved companionship, suited him. Companionship, friendship, he wanted very much, but he could not take hold here. He could not recommit himself to anything but his friends. He waited, irresolute, drifting, and increasingly tense, though his health continued to improve, taking comfort in being with Carantai, Brelavai, San Giusto, and the others, waiting for alternate Mondays when the mail from the Montaina diligence came in, waiting to decide where he was going to stay in Krasnoy, and whether he was going to stay in Krasnoy. Waiting, he did not know for what. George Heliskar was traveling in Germany, not due back for a few weeks. Itale had gone to pay his respects to the old Count, and had been received with emotion that was painful to him. The tough old man was over 80 now, and his invitation was pleading. "You could stay here, you know. I've lost count of the rooms standing empty." He asked about Louisa, and even mentioned Estenskar, whom he had never liked. "A bit of real fireworks, that lad. One fine burst, and it was over. He had the sense to know it, and not go sputtering on for 50 years, boring the cosmos." "I wonder if most of us don't bore the cosmos," Itale said to Carantai, as they strolled back through the Elina Prata in the fag end of the warm evening. "It's my profession," said the novelist. "Anyhow, I'd rather bore it than be bored by it." A man in what had been a respectable coat came up to them begging. Itale talked with him a while. "That's a new trade for him," he said, when the man had gone off with their small joint contribution. "How many out of work now? 1 of every 3 or 4, I should think.
Vinoy says the river docks are working less than half the men this summer. So's the Assembly, Itale said, with a glance at the Sinalia Palace looming pale and somber behind the splendid chestnut alleys. I wonder why the Grand Duchess has shut herself up in the Ruch. Afraid of demonstrations, Aragon says. The Sinalia is more vulnerable. I wonder what it is she really fears. Damned Austrian cow in the throne room of a Jane the Great. She needs to be taught her place. Carentai laughed. You are fierce lately. So's everyone else. It's hot, we're tired. My God, we're tired. Will it ever change? I came here 5 years ago. All that time, all my life, all our lives, Jivan, since we were born, the net's been drawing tighter. The air's been getting staler. There's been less and less room to move. Europe is like a pond in drought, drying up. And the Austrian cattle drinking the last of the water, said Carentai. They walked on. An owl flew across the path in front of them from one oak to another, hunting, soft as a tossed ball of dark wool in the dusk. Brelavai, who had taken over Itale's editorship of Novesma Verba, wanted to give it back to him, but Itale had temporized, and most of the others agreed with him that they had to be cautious. He was, after all, a convicted seditionist, and any public act put both himself and his collaborators at risk. He had drawn enough to live on out of the fund that Brelavai insisted was his back wages, but was not currently on the staff. He served, however, as an unpaid employee, along with San Giusto, who was working as a very slightly paid reporter at the Assembly. Their reportership was more than anything else a test, to find if they could with impunity reconnect themselves with the journal. So the two of them sat in the gallery of the Assembly room in the hot afternoons, listening to the order of the day dragging on in Latin below them among the scanty ranks of the Eastern general. No other reporters ever bothered to attend. The Courier-Mercury got its list of motions direct from the president. San Giusto and Itale allayed their boredom one afternoon by inventing the debates in the Egyptian National Dynastic Assembly of both kingdoms on August 11th, 1830 B.C. The President. I recognize Mr. Ephasis, the deputy from Karnak. Mr. Ephasis. My lords, gentlemen, are we to credit the unsupported allegation of the honorable deputy from Patu upon Nile that 2 wagon-loads of perishable produce such as pullet eggs and radishes, and a small cart containing mummified cats were detained for 62 hours for examination at the west gate of His Divine Highness's capital city? Is it positively known? Can it be subject to material proof that the pullet eggs and radishes were rendered unfit for consumption, and that the mummified cats deteriorated in quality due to the alleged detention for examination? Brelavai slipped their farce into Novesma Verba, signing it Cheops, and the censor passed it. It was the journal's last report of debates in the Assembly. At the opening next day, Prime Minister Cornelius appeared on the rostrum to request adjournment of the Assembly until October, on the part of the Grand Duchess Maria, whose indisposition, aggravated by the inclement weather, forbade her the study and exercise of judgment required for the sanction or veto of decrees voted by the Assembly convened by her gracious favor. The President, a right-wing noble, closed debate and adjourned the session, and, as protests began from the left, a concerted exit by the right took enough deputies out that the protesters lacked the quorum of 70. It all took 6 or 8 minutes. Itale and San Giusto had to compare notes to be sure they knew what had occurred. They went off at once to the Café Illyrica with the news, but it had preceded them. Men out of work wanted nothing better than a subject of talk, a subject of indignation. The closure of the Parliament, to which nobody had paid any attention, drew the attention of the whole city. Itale and San Giusto, themselves out of work again, wandered the hot, restless streets, watching and listening. The park was full of people, as if it were some festival day. The city watch had been posted at the gates of the Sinalia Palace, empty now at the end of its long, chestnut-shaded mall. The palace guard were on duty at the Ruch, which stood tawny and dour over its square, baking in the August sun. Shops along Palazzai Street between the two palaces were mostly closed and shuttered as if for holiday. Molson Boulevard lay long and empty above the empty river.
One barge came down, black in the blinding sun glare, as Itale and San Giusto strolled to the journal's office. Oragon was there, fresh from court. All doors there, he said, were locked, all mouths shut. Only one rumor was afloat, that a courier had arrived last night from Vienna. But couriers were always arriving. "The Emperor's dead," said young Verneuil. "Almighty Christ," said Brelevai, "it's Metternich that's dead."
"Impossible," said San Giusto. "Metternich lives forever. Is the Grand Duchess perhaps really sick?"
Oragon, sitting sideways on the long composing table, his coat off and his stock loosened, shook his big rough head.
"No sicker than yesterday. She was at Mass this morning in Ruch Chapel. Cancer she may have, but that won't explain today's move."
His voice, with its slurring Eastern accent, dominated all others, and though he looked hot and baffled, he was enjoying his power to dominate, to give answers, to force the respect of these self-willed journalists who had lost confidence in him. He turned now, as he always instinctively turned, to the man in whom he sensed authority or symbolic value for the group, and spoke to him as deep unto deep.
"What's the mood in the streets now, Sordet?"
"Do I know?" Oragon's knowingness jarred on Itale. "The same as the mood in here, I suppose. We're all in the same boat." "It's the unemployed mobs they're afraid of," said young Verneuil with his sententious and irresistible self-assurance. "They've closed the assembly because it's a potential rallying center." "Rallying about what?" said Brelevai. "Why the hugger-muggering in the Ruch? Why have all the ostriches put their heads in the sand?" "Well, Verneuil must be right," Carentai said. "But why so abruptly? They have created the disturbance they were trying to avoid. It's not like Cornelius. His reasons must be pressing." The discussion went round and round, moved on to the Illyrica, went on, got nowhere. Words and men came and went. It was 9 o'clock. Itale's head ached. He sat, gazing at his glass of beer, the drift of foam at the rim. He picked it up and drank it off, and as he set it down, saw Oragon making his way among the tables to him. The deputy bent down and said in a low voice, "Come out of here a moment, Sordet." "What's up?" "I want a word with you." He took Itale's arm and led him off across Tiponti Street, but he could not wait till they had got across the street into the park to speak. In the midst of passing traffic, in the dusty darkness broken by cab-lanterns, he said aloud, his face close to Itale's, "There's been a revolution in France. King Charles is dethroned. He went too far, violated the charter. The city wouldn't take it. They fought in the streets. The Duke of Bordeaux will be made constitutional king." They stood still amongst the horses, the rolling wheels. "Is that it, then?" "That's it. Charles tried to dissolve the Chamber of Deputies, overshot his authority. He abdicated on the 30th of July. The fighting must have been over for 12 days now. The new king will be sworn to fealty to the Constitution. It's the end of absolute monarchy in France." "The end," Itale repeated. The flashing darkness and noise of the traffic, the smell of dust and horse sweat and hot stone, it was familiar. He knew these words, this moment. "And the beginning." "Where did you find out?"
"Friend in Vienna, through a friend in Esnar. You and I are among the dozen or so people in the whole country that know it."
Itale was struck by Oragon's evident satisfaction as he said this, mixed with a kind of urgent confusion. Still gripping Itale's arm, the deputy went on. "What do we do with it? What do we do with it? It's a bombshell. Cornelius knows that. What do we do with it, Sordet?" "Throw it. Let everybody know. That's what they're afraid of, isn't it? You announce it at the Illyrica. I'll get some fellows to print up something for the provinces." Itale laughed as he spoke. He felt that the moment was much too large for him, that the noise of hooves and wheels on cobblestones was the only convincing part of it. He and the rest of them were suddenly playing a role in history, and for this reason he felt artificial, like any private man up on a stage. At the same time, it was at last easy to make decisions. The time had come. All one had to do at such a moment when the walls fell down was go ahead in the direction one had always tried to go. Oragon was flustered and two-minded only because he had never had any one direction to his actions, any fidelity. Enormously ambitious, energetic, emotional, he lacked the necessary passion, but he was very quick. He caught Itale's meaning at once and wanted no more from him, having received his impetus. "All right, good. Here's the note from Vienna with the details. Go to the press as fast as you can before they close it on us. I'll let the city know." As Itale, Carantai, and San Giusto left the Illyrica together, they heard Oragon up on one of the sidewalk tables telling the news in his big, slurring voice. "The French Revolution is accomplished. They've got the freedom they fought for 40 years ago. The last Bastille is fallen, and their chance is ours. The same choice, the same chance. Is this France's victory and glory, or Europe's, ours? Will we sit quiet and let Metternich send more troops here to keep us quiet and suck us dry? I say recall the National Assembly and Sovnskar to the throne of the free kingdom." The traffic seemed to have halted, cab lamps and cafe lanterns shining on many faces upturned to the orator. All things moveless, as things seen in a flash of lightning. The three men slipped away, hurried down dark streets towards the river. 4. The short, warm summer night went by full of the thump and rattle of the presses, shouting, laughter, orating. They printed up a news sheet over the journal's name, headed in 72-point type, "Revolution." The shop was snowed under with it. It was all over the streets. Men and horses were found to carry it to the provinces. It announced what they knew about the Paris Revolution, and stated that the National Assembly was remaining in session to consider the urgent questions of relations with the new government of France, tax control, and succession to the throne of the kingdom. "Lots of fuses to that bomb," Brelevai said when he read it. He and Oragon had been about the city all night, going from one deputy's house to another to inform them that the assembly would meet as usual at 9 tomorrow. Leaving the printer's shop, Itale went with him and San Giusto to Cathedral Square, which had been the center of agitation during the night. In the cool of August dawn, under a high, cloud-brindled, colorless sky, the square looked immense and empty. The cathedral stood indifferent as a mountain, intent only on holding up its ponderous, delicate towers and ranks of stone saints and kings. They went on to the Elena Prata. Down the mall, one behind the other, stood the cavalry of the palace guard, the men sallow and sleepy on tall horses. Behind them on the lawns under the trees swarmed an aimless crowd, thousands of people drifting, dispersing, regathering. The constant movement and the low but immense sound of the voices of the crowd was improbable, bewildering in the austere and indrawn hour of dawn. Itale had meant to go on to Carantai's flat for a few hours' sleep, but stayed with the others in the crowd. Brelevai went to buy bread and cheese since they were hungry. He went off and came back at a run, fearing something momentous would happen while he was gone 10 minutes. The sky grew lighter, higher. Sunlight touched the crowns of the chestnuts. Nothing momentous had occurred but sunrise. It became a warm August morning. The crowd, grown enormous, now covered all the lawns beneath the grave, ignorant old trees. Itale and the other two had slowly pushed their way along the front of the crowd to the fence surrounding the gravelled area before the palace, and could see and hear the deputies of the left gathered on the mall in front of the gates, arguing with officers of the guard. Itale was not paying much attention, as he was distracted by the increasing pressure and aimless turbulence of the crowd, and also was extremely sleepy. "There's Levene," Brelevai said, "left-wing noble from the Savena." "They talked about him there. He hasn't attended all month," Itale said, and yawned till his eyes watered and he could not see the big, fair young man who was saying, "Herr Colonel, you have no authority to keep the gates locked. The assembly room belongs to the assembly." "Distinguished sir, there has been no change in our orders," the colonel of militia said for the 10th time. "You had best send to the Ruch Palace requesting a change in your orders, Herr Colonel," Levene said loudly, and the crowd pressed against the fence a few feet from him, shouted in support. San Giusto nudged Itale. "Look, they catch 2 crows." 2 clerical deputies who had come up the mall out of curiosity were trying to depart, and found the crowd closed across their way and jeering. They hesitated and came back to join the 40 or 50 liberal deputies waiting in front of the iron gates. More jeers and insults rang up and down the edges of the mall, now continuously walled with men. The guardsmen's horses shifted feet. One tossed its head up and down until controlled. There was a sudden outbreak of shouts and cheers. Hats and caps flew up into the sunlight. A gig came rolling up the gravel of the mall between the tall horses and the crowd walls.
"Who is the little old man?" San Giusto asked as the cheering broke out all around them.
"Prince Mojaskar, Matthias Sovenskar's cousin, nobilissimus. Took some courage to come here. Long live Mojaskar!" Itale shouted, swept up by the crowd's enthusiasm. "Long live Mojaskar!" The prince got out of his gig, a pinched, brusque, neat, very old man, and said to Aragon and Levene, "Good morning, gentlemen. Why are the palace gates shut in our faces?" Himself caught by the affronted, restless, lively temper of the crowd. But they waited. 10 o'clock struck on the deep bell of the cathedral. 80 deputies stood on the sun-white gravel before the gates. Prince Mojaskar had invited an elderly priest to sit in his gig. "Hot work this for old men," he said, and sat on, stiff and speckless in the blazing light. Stefan Aragon was always near the gig, even held the horse made nervous by the crowd. He was heliotropic, drawn to power as if his own power of winning men was less a gift than a deficiency. He could not stand alone. Yet he knew far better than Mojaskar or Levene or the colonel of the militia what power was. He knew himself to be the focus of the crowd, the soul of this immense, conglomerate, temporary entity. When he chose to act, they would act. Itale, bored, thirsty, and half asleep, shifted from one foot to the other because both hurt. He was staring at the mansards of the palace against the hazy sky, counting windows, when abruptly he felt himself lifted off his feet, picked up, and cried out, "What is it?" in a surge of excitement. He pushed and was pushed. They were no longer standing still, no longer waiting. He heard a guardsman bawling an order in German about the relief of every second man, and the men around him shouting, "What is it? They're going to fire!" Aragon was up above them all, up on one of the cannon that flanked the iron gates, shouting, pointing to the palace. The noise was unbelievable. He could not believe that mere men could make such a noise. Yet through it he heard clearly a different sound. Tat, tat, a remote, cross, spinsterish voice, and then the scream of a panicked horse. They were pushing, forcing ground, and sucked step by step out of sunlight into booming corridors, marble underfoot, garlands of roses on the ceilings overhead. Then all at once the ceiling rose up very high, and there was air and room to breathe. They were in the assembly room. Itale found he was close arm-linked with San Giusto, and began to comprehend that he, with the crowd, had forced their way into the palace. Aragon was there, up on the platform, shouting orders, trying to gather the deputies out of the mob. Itale rubbed his arms, which were sore, rubbed sweat off his forehead, stared around him. "Let's get out of this, up to the gallery," he said, and found himself hoarse, as if he'd been shouting for a long time. Perhaps he had. He did not know. They tried to get to the side door that led to the reporters' gallery, but were stopped at once by a group coming in, men carrying heavy sacks. The sacks were put down beside the rostrum. The noise of voices in the huge room sank down steadily like waters at ebb. The rostrum was the center of the hush. With all the rest, Itale and San Giusto came past, and saw that the sacks were dead men. The face of one of them had been shot off. His hands stuck out from his cuffs, stiff and posed, and his cracked shoes stuck up the same way. The ear was visible, normal, intact. A man's ear, just below the bright red porridge of the face. The other man, middle-aged, did not look dead, but lay there startled with open eyes. Above that, at the rostrum, they saw a blond, young, strong face, Levene's. He was speaking in a clear voice. "These two and the others killed paid a debt not owing, no more. We are not buying our country, but claiming it as our inheritance, ours by right. Remember that. There is no need for violence, no need for sacrifice. We are the creditors, not the debtors." Tears ran down Itale's face as he stood there, then stopped as suddenly as they had started. He and the Italian began again to try to make their way to the side door in the gallery, but they never got there. For 6 hours they stood side by side against the back wall of the assembly room, while the assembly, 130 deputies among thousands of others, held session. They voted to speak their own language in debate, voted this and all decrees subject to validation by the king alone, voted congratulations in the nation's name to the new king of France, though they did not yet know who he was, the Duke of Bordeaux or Louis Philippe of Orleans, and rumors now claimed Lafayette as the president of a new French republic. "They'll pick Louis Philippe," San Giusto said. "For a whole generation the old mushroom has been waiting, waiting. All things come to him who waits." Itale nodded, not listening. He listened with strained attention to each speaker, but found it difficult to understand or remember what they said. Prince Mojaskar now had the floor. His brusque, precise voice trembled with effort and age. "I will give my allegiance to the house of the Savenskars, as did my ancestors and yours. I will do so with joy when the time comes. But the time has not come. We can call Matthias Savenskar king, but can we crown him? Can we defend him? Metternich will hear our requests, for he needs peace, but he will not listen to our defiance. We have not the strength to defy that power. For the king's own sake, I beg you to wait in determination, not to act rashly." And all this seemed clear and true to Itale, until Oragon and others replied and proved with equal clarity that the only hope lay in rapid action, the installation of Matthias Savenskar on the throne before Austria could intervene. Fait accompli, bloodless revolution, fatal procrastination, Austrian troops, uprising of all Europe. The words spun round, and all the time the point of all the words was incomprehensible, was missing. It was 5 o'clock. Itale startled himself awake from a momentary standing doze and said, "Let's get out of here, Francesco." Again they did not get where they were headed. A deputation from the Ruch Palace had just come in, a dozen palace guards. Raskinaskar, the Minister of Finance, and the Prime Minister. Cornelius went towards the rostrum, spoke to Levene and Oragon, smiled his pleasant, bland smile. "Gentlemen, thank you for permitting me to interrupt your debate. I bear a message to you from the Sovereign. Her Grace regrets the disappointment caused by the adjournment of session of the National Assembly, and, attentive to the wishes of her people, will tomorrow request the reconvocation of the Assembly on Monday next. She has asked me to notify the present gathering that fraternal greetings have been sent to King Louis Philippe of France, and to thank them for their share in maintaining law and order in the city during the day, trusting that such order will continue without incident, and that the—" "Without incident? What about the men shot down this morning?" The interruption from the floor set off a roar of voices, a surge towards the platform, checked by Oragon shouting out, "This is not a gathering. This is the Assembly of the Nation. Tell the Duchess that until King Matthias reaches Krasnoy, the sovereign is here, in this hall. Tell her that peace and order depend on her submission to us, the government of the kingdom." Cornelius looked at him, looked around, and shrugged. "This is simply folly," he said. He turned to go, and because he was decisive and the crowd was more intent upon the speaker, he got out, with the chalk-faced Raskinaskar and the dozen guardsmen. "The die is cast!" Oragon was roaring. The hall seethed fantastically in turmoil, frenzy. Come along, San Giusto said. And this time they got out and stood dazed outside the palace in the still, clear evening air. At midnight, Itale was standing in the darkness on Ibroe Street, a block from Ruch Square, sucking on one of his finger joints that had been scraped raw in handling cobblestones, and carefully studying the torchlit barrier that had been raised across the street where it debouched into the square. Two men near him were arguing in a dreary, savage monotone. He could not distinguish one voice from the other. 3,000 militia 3 miles down river at Basra. We've got the Ruch cut off. Count on the militia joining us. Who says they will? They've got the guns. The guns! Still nearer him, two women sat on the curbstone, one suckling a baby, and they spoke now and then. So then I told him, I forgot the eggs, I told him. Oh, aye, Mother of God, what can you do at a time like this? One sighed, one laughed. "Save up and wait," I told him. Men ran by up the street, followed by a queer, hollow, roaring sound. A group of 30 or more came pulling and pushing a black thing up the street towards the barricade, a cannon. The iron wheels made a gobbling roar on the stones. Torches flared around, making the shadows lurch and fly. Itale looked down in the torchlight. The baby was very young. Its head, lying on the mother's bare arm, was unbelievably small. After the cannon had gone by, he could hear the small smacking noises the baby made in sucking, the women's dry, easy voices. So I says, "Oh, don't tell me, you old sow, I didn't hatch out last week." And the men arguing, the streets, the guns. He went on up the street to the barricade and rejoined San Giusto there. It took a long time to get the cannon in place, and the barrier rebuilt around it. Men kept coming to see it, to give advice on loading and firing it, to touch it. Of all the men behind the Abroi Street barricade, 1 in 25 or 30 had a gun. Most of the Novesma Verba men were there, but not Carantai. Some said he was still with the assembly, others that he was on the Gulhelm Street barricade. Itale clambered up to the slanting top of the barrier over the cannon and looked down on Ruch Square. In the uneasy dimness of torches, stars, window light from the palace, the big cobbled square sloped slightly downward from the iron palisades of the palace, empty. It was empty all night. Several men pulled up a couple of the mattresses laid as shot-stoppers on the barricade till they could lie down on them. San Giusto and Itale lay side by side, their chins on their arms, watching the palace. It was about 40 hours since they had had any sleep. At long intervals they spoke to each other. "What's that?" On the next barricade north, Palazzai Street, there was something going on. Something was being set up or put in place.
"Got another cannon."
"No, it sticks up into the air." They could not make out what it was in the uncertain torchlight. Itale put his head down on his arms. He dreamed and waked in starts, and waking did not know what he had dreamed. It was like being in a small boat on quiet water, trailing a hand over the edge so that sometimes the waves touch it and sometimes not. One does not know if one is touching air or water. Verneuil climbed up beside them. He shook Itale gently, offered him something, bending down his tired, pleasant young face. He had come by a hatful of apples down in the ghetto. They all sat up and munched apples, were cheered by eating, talked a little. "What do you think they'll do come daylight, Sorde?" "Wait. I think they'll try to blow us up." "The whole city?" "They'll do better to wait for the militia. Apple, Francesco?" But San Giusto had gone back to sleep. "Not long till light now," Itale said softly, and then they were all silent for a long time. Northwest over the roofs a pink glow flickered, faded, flickered again. A fire that had got out of hand. There had been a lot of burning in the old quarter and other districts. The pink glow faded. The few lighted windows of the Ruch looked wan. Itale looked up. The sky was gray. It was dawn. He woke wide awake, turned over and sat up on the steep-set mattress, looking eastward over Abroi Street that dropped away sharply downhill, and over the ghetto lying many-roofed, jumbled, shadowy, between the barricade and the river. To the left rose the hill of the university, on the far side of which he had used to live. There, on the highest point in the city, the cross on the spire of the university chapel, light struck, trembled, steadied. Gold crept down the spire, down chimney stacks and roofs of houses, crowded rank above rank on the hill. He turned again and saw the battlements of the palace tawny red, alive against the dead blue-gray of the western sky. It was a fine summer morning. He was no longer tired, only very hungry, and though he was excited, his thoughts no longer rushed, but came simple, detached, concrete. Thoughts of what the men in the besieged palace were probably planning. Thoughts of people out in the suburbs going about their business and wondering what was going on inside the city. Thoughts of what it would be like to be shot down in the street, the stones against his face and hands. He loved Krasnoi. He loved the steep, shadowy roofs beneath which people still lay asleep, the sunlit hill, the old palace fierce red in the sunlight, the streets and the stones of the streets. It was his city, his people, his day. "I wish I could shave," he said aloud, and San Giusto nodded and yawned. They stood up stretching and balanced on the crown of the barricade between the fortress and the risen sun. With the act of standing up, the simplification, the clarification of thought and feeling was perfected. Itale was completely happy standing there, empty-handed, beside his friend in the indifferent calm of the morning. He had nothing left in the world but the day's light, no weapon, no shelter, no future. It was for this he had lived and waited. Almost tenderly he thought of the soldiers sweating inside their stone walls there. What was there to worry about? It was the break of day, and standing up there he could have crowed like a cock at daybreak in pure joy, in celebration of the light. He glanced at his friend and said with his hands in his pockets, smiling irrepressibly, "Do you believe in God, Francesco?" "Of course, don't you?" "No, thank God." San Giusto shook his head. He was exhilarated, but not exultant, being busy with a premonition amounting to certainty that he was going to get killed today. Freedom was freedom, and often enough he had honestly wished for the privilege of such a death. And yet now it came to the point he was bitter, that he could not die for his own country on his own ground. He was homesick. "The light shineth in the darkness," Itale sang aloud, "and the darkness comprehendeth it not." San Giusto laughed at the words and the cock-crow tune. Brillavai climbed up beside them, looked around, sat down, and took off his shoe. "Had a rock in here all night," he explained. "Look at that hole in my stocking." "You ought to marry, get your stockings darned." "Not till I can marry a countess like young Live," Brillavai said, cocking his sharp, dark face up at Itale. "Or a baroness, at least." "She won't darn your stockings. Look there." On the Palazzai Street barricade a long pole had been set up, and on it hung, almost unmoving in the quiet air, a red and blue flag. All the men looked at the flag. None of them had seen it raised for 18 years. Most were too young to remember ever having seen it. "I'm going round to see if Carntai's at Guilhelm Street," Brillavai said. Itale stopped him as he started to climb down. "Listen. If you find Jivan, tell him we should all try to meet tonight, at the Verba office, I suppose." "That's no good if things go badly." "At Hellaskar's, then, all right?" "That should do. See you in half an hour. Don't wait breakfast for me." Brillavai went off. The others stood talking, waiting. A third of Ruch Square now was sunlit. Since he could not cross the square, Brillavai had to make a long semicircle to get round to Guilhelm Street. Coming up it 2 blocks from the square, he ran into a crowd, civilians surrounding men in uniform. Brillavai could see the white and gold of militia uniforms, but could not make out how many soldiers there were. Evidently a detachment had been sent from the garrison at Basra to make contact with the Ruch guards. A lieutenant and a captain argued with the chiefs of the barricade. The men around Brillavai were pushy and restless, crowding in thicker every moment, itching to get their hands on the soldiers' guns. They shouted at their spokesman and at the officers. There was an effort to clear a passage down the street away from the palace, and Brillavai heard one of the barricade chiefs, a working man in his 40s, telling the captain with exasperation and despair, "Get your men out now. Get them out." The captain took offense. "We shall march on to the palace," he said in his German accent, and turned to give the order. Brillavai was knocked right off his feet and carried forward some way, suffocated by the pressure of the mob, kicking out like a horse and grabbing for any support. What he had hold of when the pressure lessened was a militiaman's shoulder strap. He and the soldiers stared at each other, their frightened faces 6 inches apart, while a tremendous, continuous noise and the rocking, swaying pressure they were caught in confused them both. "They're firing," the soldier said, staring at Brillavai. He tried to break away, and as he did, Brillavai wrenched the musket out of his hands. Using the gun stock as a ram to clear his way, he got out of the thick of the crowd. "I've got a gun, by God!" he yelled in triumph. He saw nobody to shoot at, and presently it occurred to him that he had no powder and shot. There was no more firing. The mob was scattering. What had happened? What had become of the troop of soldiers?
Brelovai did not understand. He saw men lying on the street, a dozen or more of them. There were white uniforms. There was the captain's gold braid on a body crushed together like a crumpled rag, beaten to death and trampled. Brelovai stood staring at that terrible body. The crowd was streaming on up Guilhelm Street towards the barricade. They would have ammunition. He ran after them in a state of wild excitement, shouting, as several others were shouting, "Wait!" On the Abroe Street barricade they had heard from the left the small dry sound of shots, and then a dull roar like flooding water heard far off. Then they saw a confused dark tide come boiling up over the Guilhelm Street barrier and into Ruch Square, now white with sunlight. As the crowd spread into the square it thinned and looked sparse, aimless, like grasshoppers jumping in stubble, Itale thought, but it was hard not to join them, as other barricades began to spill over and feed running men back into the square. At the same time he was yelling, keep back, to the men who, after waiting all night in the streets, had heard gunfire and noise, and pressed forward, trying to see or get onto the square. Keep back, keep the line! His teeth jarred together, and he thought he was falling. What was that? He said to San Giusto, and then realized that the cannon almost under his feet had been fired. Too much powder, San Giusto was growling in the smoke. Young Verneuil pushed between them, leapt down from the barricade, and vanished into the mob that now swarmed black across the square and against the iron fence around the palace. Another man tried to do the same, but Itale blocked his way and pushed him back and down with all his strength. "Keep back, damn you! Hold the barricade!" he shouted in fury, turning constantly to see what was happening in the square. The mob at the iron fence seethed, scaling it, swarming over it, smashing the gates, jamming at the palace doors. "They're in!" men shouted, and now Itale crouched, ready to jump down, to join. He could not hold himself back any longer, but as he paused there, the whole scene seemed to pause. Little puffs of smoke, which had appeared a moment ago at the window slits of the palace, were evaporating quickly in the sunlit air. The enormous, steady crowd roar continued the same, but there was some change in the crowd's motion, a swaying and scattering, men still pouring in from the barricades, but also a counter-movement, a press back towards the barricades, heavy and disordered under the white puffs of smoke. Then there was a noise that seemed to stop everything, so that Itale crouched motionless, paralyzed. The cannons of the Ruch. Nothing now but clamoring men around him, men running, and the monstrous, endless sound. Then it ceased, and he heard human voices again and saw the square emptied out. The crowds had shrunk away into separate swarms at each barricade. At the iron fence and on the sloping cobblestones men were lying down here and there as if waiting for something. Around the heads of some of these were streaks and blotches of bright red, and a man that came clambering up the barricade at Itale had a great smear of the same red stuff, like paint, over half his face and in his hair. "Leave your guns here at the barricade," San Giusto was saying, quiet as a butler taking coats, and several of the fugitives who had muskets handed them obediently to him. Here, take it," he was telling Itale, and Itale took the gun and shot bag. Red coats of that same bright paint color now appeared, filing rapidly out of the doors of the palace, which hung open like a black mouth. San Giusto lay down on their mattress and loaded his gun, aimed it, and fired it. Reloaded, aimed, fired. Itale imitated him, but had trouble with his gun, an Austrian army musket. He had never shot anything but a hunting piece. Presently he lowered the loaded gun, got up, and said, "Come on, Francesco." "Why?" "They've gone over the Palazzai Street barricade. They'll be coming around behind us. Let's head down toward the river." They started down Abroe Street. Brelovai had lost his gun and been knocked down twice getting out of Ruch Square. He was now on a rooftop overlooking Palazzai Street, midway between the Ruch and the Sinalia, along with 6 other men in a heap of paving blocks and furniture. The throng below were all civilians, angry after panic, but aimless in their anger. The palace guard had turned east and south to isolate the barricades and join up with the militia. Brelovai scanned the crowd constantly, looking for a short, dark man and 2 tall ones, Carantai, Sorde, San Giusto. They could be anywhere. They could be lying dead on Ruch Square. He was sore, sick, and wrathful. A dozen times he thought he saw one of their faces, then lost it or saw it was a stranger's. A spatter of gunfire from the south. He listened and watched. If he believed those three were dead, he would give up, run home. He looked about the quiet rooftops in the morning sunshine, hating the impassioned, hysterical city, the crowds below him. If Sorday and Karantai were dead, he would as soon throw himself over with the paving blocks they had carried up here to dump on the soldiers when they came by. It was not hope that kept him there, in control of himself and of his little rooftop mob. It was the thought of his friends. He had a hopeful spirit, but deeper in him than any conviction lay loyalty, and on that bedrock, obstinate and ironic, he waited. Hooves were clattering by on Ebroe Street while Itale and San Giusto stood in the darkness inside an arched doorway in the courtyard of a tenement block. The squad passed by, going up the street towards the Ruch. As San Giusto and then Itale came out of hiding, a stooped young woman appeared in the court, two little children huddling close to her. She stood still, looking at them. "Can you give us water?" Itale said. She nodded, returned in silence with the children to a dark staircase, and came back with a dipper so that the two men could drink from the covered well in the courtyard. She stood watching them, her face quiet, and when Itale thanked her, she said, "Go to Mendel's, the butcher's. The men have gone there." So they went, and found in the yard behind a kosher butcher shop under silent shuttered tenements and the blank back wall of a synagogue, a couple of dozen Jews planning the ghetto's part in the insurrection. They were calm and methodical. One, a man in his 30s with beautiful, weary eyes, dominated the discussion by natural authority, and because he had a good supply of powder and shot for their empty guns. Itale heard him called Moishe, and called him so, never learning his last name. Under his direction they occupied a block of rooftops on Ebroe Street. Presently a file of the red-coated guards appeared, coming down from the Ruch on shining, restive horses. The men on the roofs opened fire, a dry clatter of cracks and bangs, foolish and exciting to hear as firecrackers. There was shouting, horses galloped, others with empty saddles neighed, ran down the street, stopped with their reins dragging and looking nervously, peaceably around. In the pause that followed, Itale said to Moishe beside him, "Where did you come by all this ammunition?" "Last night when we burned the old armory on Gelde Street." "What are you in this for, Moishe?" "Because where we stand any changes for the better," the Jew said, tapping his flask to loosen the packed powder. He glanced aside at Itale. "I could ask, what are you in this for?" "I like the open air." "It's a game to you?" "No, it's not a game." 8, San Giusto said, counting the men they had killed in the firecracker burst. His mouth was tense, and he squinted a little so that he did not look like himself. Far up at the head of the street, where the mounted troop had retreated on the broken barricade, several small figures had appeared. One raised a megaphone, and they heard a thin, bawling voice. "Lay down all the weapons and proceed to your houses. 4 hours. Proceed to your... General amnesty is granted for 4 hours." Shots were fired from a rooftop. The small figures vanished. During the morning, the ghetto was not cut off, and men came through constantly with news of fighting on Palazzai Street and around the Elena Prada. For a long time after noon, nothing moved on the streets below Moishe's group. No one came from north or south. They waited, and their isolation became more and more certain and unbearable, driving them to reconnoiter recklessly, to try to provoke attack. Ruch Square was now full of militiamen from the garrison downriver, and evidently was supplying troops to the northern part of the city. Moishe's group at last worked their way back to the rooftops over the barricade and began shooting. The troops got below them and fired the houses on the north side of Ebroe Street. The wooden tenements burned like haystacks. Women, the women who had been in hiding all day in the courts and rooms, ran out into the street, threw their belongings from windows. As they ran down the plank stairways, the insurgents passed children huddled waiting on the landings, and Moishe paused to call some urgent question to an old man, who for answer only shook his fist at them and cursed them with impotent hatred. They ran on, out of the buildings, across the sun-bright, crowded street full of men and women, scared horses, broken bedsteads, falling beams of fire. Moishe led them in and out of the warren of the ghetto, coming back always to one place or another on Abroe Street, now deserted, scoured by troops of the mounted guards, where they could hold up for a while at the windows of deserted rooms and shoot. But their shot was running out. There were always fewer of them at each run for cover, and in the last they scattered. Only Itale and San Giusto kept together, following Moishe, and ran straight into a squad of militia face to face before any of them had time to lift a gun and fire. They clubbed their muskets, fought through, ran under fire, dodged into a house, through a courtyard, ending up in the butcher's shop from behind which they had started that morning. They were not pursued. They waited there in hiding. Sounds from the street grew fewer, quieter. An hour went by. Itale got up from his crouching half-doze and went to the door of the shop. It was evening. The sky was clear greenish-blue at the upper end of the street, where he could see the squat north tower of the Ruch. Gutted facades of houses across the way stared calmly at nothing. The air was smoky, warm, and sweet. At his feet lay a bundle of clothing and an old shoe dropped by a family fleeing the fire. "It looks like it's over," he said. San Giusto, then Moishe, came out beside him. In the last encounter a soldier had brought a rifle butt down on San Giusto's hand, and the Italian sat down now on the curbstone, holding the injured hand against his thigh with a soft, groaning curse. Moishe went off to look at the body of an insurgent lying down the street near a dead soldier. He turned the head gently so that he could see the face, shrugged, came back. "Now what?" said Itale. "Now where?" "To the devil," San Giusto said in Italian. His hand, already badly swollen, hurt increasingly. He was sick at heart. He had not been shot down and killed, but had to go on, go through it all over again, the long exile. "Oh, what a bitch of a life," he growled, this time in Piedmontese, and with his left hand whacked the butt of his empty gun on the stones of the street. "Home," Moishe said with his shrug. "And you?" Itale stood silent. "You're welcome to come with me," the Jew said coldly, ready for the rebuff. "Thank you," Itale said, turning to look at him. After this day he knew this man's face and voice and fine, stern eyes as if he had known them all his life, better than he might ever know any other face. But there was nothing between them but trust. Everything. Nothing. There was nothing left for them to say. "We have to try to find our group," Itale said. They parted with constrained words of farewell. Itale and San Giusto set off for Heliscar's house, around the hill of the university, through River Quarter, past the cathedral and across its square. A dream walk, very long through the red sunset, the dusk. They went tentatively at first. Later they walked boldly. They were not halted even by the militia posted in Cathedral Square. Troops of mounted guards passed, clattering. Foot patrols of the city guard were posted here and there, but not in very much greater number than usual. The streets were emptier than usual, but not empty. There were other men in ones and twos, walking, silent and not loitering. No women. A city without women. Itale and San Giusto talked as they went, sometimes quite coherently, discussing probable causes of the apparent amnesty, trying to construct some idea of what had gone on during the 2 days of insurrection, what might have happened in the Elina Prada while they were in the ghetto, what condition the assembly was now in. Itale was talkative, made jokes to cheer San Giusto up, and once remarked, "Well, work's certain and reward seldom." In Zorden Street he asked what day it was, and as they crossed Roche Street he asked it again. "The 14th, San Giusto repeated. "I asked you that before, didn't I?" "Yes." "How's your hand?" "Like a fire." "It's not far now. We could—" He stopped himself. He had been about to say that perhaps they could stop a minute and rest, and that was foolish, with only 2 blocks left to walk. He stumbled. "We can stop," San Giusto said, his face drawn askew again. "No, it's just up the street," Itale said. "With any luck, Thomas will be there already." He thought he had said that before, too, and gave up talking. They came to the big, stately house, went under the portal with its coats of arms and caryatids, knocked, and were admitted by the liveried servant. They were crossing the salon to the library, where the lonely old man rose eager and alarmed to meet them, when Itale reached out for his companion's arm, stumbled again, and pitched down in a faint. San Giusto, not in much better condition himself, was utterly dismayed, alone among strangers. He fell on his knees beside Itale and tried to wake him, whispering in despair, "Listen, my dear, my friend, listen to me." 5. The next afternoon San Giusto came into Itale's room with a special edition of the Courier-Mercury, a single sheet, printed since the government presses had been burned on the night of the 13th, on some commandeered press, perhaps Novesma Verbas. The paper contained no news from Paris, nothing about suspension or reconvocation of the Assembly, nothing directly about any event of August 13th and 14th, only a bulletin dated the 12th of the Grand Duchess's request to the Estates General, and a police notice to certain individuals considered illegal residents of the capital, who were hereby ordered to depart the Mulsan province by noon of the 16th August 1830, after which time, if found in the city or province, they would be liable to arrest and imprisonment as conspirators against the government of the Grand Duchy. There followed, in smudged, badly set print, a list of 63 names. San Giusto read them out, hesitating and squinting, his foreign accent very noticeable. Breve, Jivan Alexis. Rassene, Luc. Iagove, Pierre Maria. Brelevai, Tomas Alexis. Fabre, Raoul. Freinen, Jivan. "They're out of date," Itale remarked. San Giusto went on. 20 or more names Itale knew as acquaintances, and some he did not know at all. Then, Oragon, Stefan Maria. Oragon? And the first deputy? Is Livene on the list? Count Heliscar has heard that Livene was killed on Palazzai Street. Go on. Palais, Tedor. Palais Salvate. Verneuil, Rach. Sorde, Itale. Ecclesai, Matthias Mark. Jorin Faliscar, George Andre. Another deputy. San Giusto finished reading the list. There was a pause. Carentai is not on it, he said. No. The old count had kept his servants out collecting what news they could and bringing it to him and his 2 refugees. Carentai was said to have been seriously hurt in the fighting on Palazzai Street. There was no report at all of Brelevai or young Verneuil. Even Oragon under ban, Itale said. That's a blow. He spoke rather unnaturally. He was sitting up in bed, one of the mighty beds of the Heliscar house, with great goose-feather coverlets and curtains like the stage curtain of the opera. He looked haggard and meagre, as if he had lost weight again and even height. You should get out of Krasnoy at once, San Giusto said. There will be no pardons henceforth. If only I could get some word of Brelevai. He will be in hiding or in jail. You can't wait to hear of him. You have only 24 hours. Will you come with me? I'm not on this list. You may be on another. Almost certainly I am. San Giusto spoke with composure. I'll wait a little, he said, until all is quieter, and then go back to France. I'm going home. Come with me, for a while at least. Thank you, my friend. At a better time, when hospitality is not dangerous to the hosts, I shall come with great pleasure. As a favor to me. You can't try to cross the border now. You can get to France later when things have quieted down. Of course you'll want to go there. It's all over here. There's nothing for you to stay here for. But it's not safe to try to leave the country now. You can lie low in the mountains a while. We came out of this together. If I can keep you from getting arrested, it's one thing I can do. There's nothing else. Let me— Very well. I will come with you. San Giusto broke in on the accelerating rush of words. Itale stopped, drew in his breath, and said, Good. They were silent a while. San Giusto was profoundly relieved, but could not express his relief. If the stages are running as usual, the Southwestern Post leaves every second Friday, and the Esnar Post the next Saturday. This is, the 15th. It would be the Post this week. 3 days to wait, then, and I don't think we can wait here. San Giusto shook his head. We can walk. How far is it? Not much over 100 miles. But we must start at once to be outside this province tomorrow. San Giusto's injured hand had been bound up and the arm put in a light sling to help immobilize it. You can't walk 100 miles with that, Itale said in self-disgust, looking at the sling.
Oh, I think so. But I think you're not well enough, Itale.
The Count will lend us horses to Fontana's-Farai, 10 miles or so. It's in the Parana. We can walk from there or wait there for the coach.
Good. Have you any money?
They stared at each other. I have some change, I think. In my room at the inn I have a few kroner, but I don't want to go there. It's a risk. No, don't go there. The Count will lend us enough to get home with. My God, what a fool I am. Itale rubbed his hands over his face and his still short, rough hair with a laugh. The danger, the absurdity, and the hopelessness of his situation were, at this moment, both clear and meaningless to him. The important thing just now was that he not lose this friend, this brave, amiable man, along with all the rest and the others lost. That San Giusto not be arrested. This was as far as his mind would go. He could consider his own risk only in terms of San Giusto's, incapable of directly facing the possibility of himself being rearrested, re-imprisoned. He had no hesitation at all asking Count Heliscar for the loan of horses and money, and he joked with the old man, who was reluctant to let his refugees go. Old Heliscar longed to defy the entire Austro-Hungarian Empire, to trouble the guests of his house. He argued that neither of them was fit to travel, and that the police would never look for them, here under an old soldier's roof. Discretion is the entire extent of my valor, Count, Itale said. We'll run while the running's good. Tell George when he comes home I think he'll applaud my variety of valor. Itale had got up in the late afternoon and dressed in the worn clothes, the old blue coat, that were now his sole possessions. He held himself very straight to convince Heliscar and himself of his fitness. From time to time he wondered at how he managed to stand up and walk when he felt so deathly tired, how he arrived at decisions when he could not keep two ideas in order in his head, how he talked and laughed when all the time there was in the back of his throat the tightness of unpermitted tears. From moment to moment he expected this specious vigor to run out, in which case he would no doubt fall flat on his face as he had done last night, and he wished earnestly that he could give up, cast it from him as one tosses away a pebble, and lie down and rest. There was no more use in it, no point, no direction, but it made no difference. His thoughts and acts stayed chained to that rock of identity, of single, unmoved, unreasoning will, the will to remain himself. Once their course was decided, he and San Giusto had agreed that promptness would best serve both their own interest and their host's. So he rode, with San Giusto and a couple of Heliscar grooms, down Tiponti Street, past the trees of the park and the silent Sinalia Palace, past the coachyard at West Gate, past the hotel where he had met Louisa, past the tenements and through the northwestern suburb, out onto the plain that lay dun and gold in the light of summer evening, and on towards the hills. From the road above Colonna Manna they looked back at the city on the curve of the river, a faint scattering of points of light in the wide grey twilight, so delicate it seemed one could take it up in the hand like a piece of silver gauze. They rode on, upward. Remote in the sky over bare hilltops, the crescent moon hung for a while. It had set when they reached Fontana's-Farai. The air here 1,000 feet above the river valley was cool. Gulhelm Street was lit softly with colored lanterns, fantastic among tree shadows. A few strollers passed. Open carriages rolled by. They put up at the first inn they came to. It looks expensive, Itale said. But San Giusto said, we will find one cheaper tomorrow, and he did not argue. He had noticed as he rode that his horse's ears seemed at times far off, yards away, and at other times very near. The same was true of the stars, which now drew off together in a clump in the enormous, barren sky, and now came up so close that he felt the cold prickle of their fire under the skin of his forehead and cheeks. A troubling sensation. They were given a room under the eaves, the only room he had free, said the innkeeper. The resort was full of vacationers escaping the heat of the city.
Yes, it is quite warm in Krasnoy, San Justo said.
As soon as the man left, Itali lay down and closed his eyes. San Justo, in intense discomfort from his injured hand, swore a little. He asked some question, but Itali did not answer. He was not asleep yet, and wanted to speak to San Justo, but could not speak. He was nearly asleep, and comfortable enough now that he could lie down. Only very deep within him, at the depth below dream, the depth where he had lived for 2 years of solitary confinement, something remained stone-hard, mute in anguish. Everything was over, finished, gone. Only nothing was finished, nothing was done. And he must go on, go back, go home, into exile. He lay still and saw before him in the darkness of his closed eyes the great, quiet slopes of the mountains above the reflecting lake. Part 7. Malafrena. 1. When the Esnar post was on time, which it sometimes was, it came into Areme, a junction point, at about 4 in the morning, some 20 hours out of Krasnoy. Passengers for Esnar need only be roused by the changing of horses, and then went on as before, briskly, over level roads. Passengers for the Montaina had to get out in the cold darkness or colder dawn, and change to the waiting Montaina diligence. If they were new to the journey, they looked at the outlandish vehicle and asked with misgiving, "Is this the Porta Ceca coach?" If they had previously traveled in the southwest, they merely sighed and made ready to endure. 4 shaggy horses, short in the barrel and powerful of shoulder, were in the traces. A boy of 9 or 10, with a shapeless hat and a contemptuous eye, mounted the wheeler. A tall, dark man, whose mouth seemed to have rusted shut, letting out only monosyllables in a flat, unanswerable voice, got onto the box and said not, "Get up," but "Hoy" to the horses, and off the Montaina diligence would go, jouncing and jolting on a rutted road, its back to the sunrise, towards the mountains that rose blue and forbidding from the retreating night. On the morning of August 20th, 4 passengers made the change, stumbling through the half-light from the big coach to the smaller one, amongst horses being led about, mail-bags being transferred, and other obscure hurly-burly. "Is this the Porta Ceca coach?" one of the 4, a young woman, asked the driver with misgiving. "Aye," he said flatly. San Justo handed her in, and soon they were off, with a snarl from the coachman's horn, a shout of "Hoy!" and a groaning protest from every joint of the vehicle, soon to be echoed silently in every joint of 3 of the passengers. The 4th one was under 2 years old, and light enough to find the jolts and lurches entertaining. The young mother and San Justo promptly went to sleep again. Itali and the baby waked. The baby played with the bundles piled round him, and with bits of straw from the floor that had got within his reach. He gazed about him often with a thoughtful and unhappy air, but made no complaint. The air was misty gray and very cold. Itali sat huddled, his collar up around his ears and his hands in his pockets. Ever since St. Lazare, where he had suffered from cold more than from any other misery, he felt cold easily and dreaded it, but had no resistance to it. So he sat now huddled up, trying to keep his teeth from chattering. To keep his mind off his discomfort, he watched steadily out the narrow slit of front window, through which he could see the wheelboy's hat in the sky, and, when the road turned that way, a glimpse of peaks ahead. Day came fast. Now the round hills to either hand brightened with the morning sun, the clear light of a harvest day in the high country. The hay was long since in, the grain coming in. In the fields far off on the hillsides, Itali would see a line of mowers, the tiny glint of lifted sickles. When they passed through villages or past estates, small freeholds with the house set near the road, white and red hens cackled away from the wheels. Dogs ran out and barked till the coach was out of earshot. Over the hills in the sun sometimes a hawk circled, lazy in the dry blue air. Ahead, seen only at the crests of the long climbs, the mountains rose up from behind the yellow hills. Itale remembered how years ago now he had pulled out his watch to check the hour that he first lost sight of those mountains. 9:20 of a September morning it had been. He recalled the hour, though not the date. He had been on his way to Solery, and from Solery in time to Krasnoy, and to Esnar, and to Eston, and to Rakova, to the dark, cold room where he had been chained to the wall, to Ruth Square at dawn, and Broe Street in the smoky evening. And now he was come round full circle, and even so did not know where he was going, or where was any place he could with a clear heart call home. He felt for his watch, but did not have it. He thought he had lost it, then remembered that since it no longer ran, he had left it in his room at Karantai's flat. The police probably had it again by now. Let them have it, he thought. San Giusto sighed in his sleep. Though a farrier in Fontana's-Varai had set and splinted his hand, it continued to give him a great deal of pain, and he slept when he could. Propped up in the corner across from him, the young mother also slept, her childish round face curiously stern. Her child beside her had slid down uncomfortably among the bundles, and was looking unhappier. Itale looked away from the child guiltily. It was going to cry, and it would be up to him, being awake, to do something about it. Sure enough, the baby gave a series of gasps preliminary to the howl. He looked very sad and helpless. He stared straight at Itale and gasped more loudly. Itale returned his look uneasily and said in a low tone, "Don't do that. You'll wake up your mother." The eyes filled immediately with tears. The small face went all into folds, and the baby gave a piteous wail. "Damn," Itale said, and reached across, picked the baby out of the nest of bundles, and set him on his knees. He was startled at the lightness and fragility of the burden. Really, there was not much to a baby. The baby gasped a couple of times, then settled down with a sigh like a tiny echo of San Giusto's, put his thumb in his mouth, and fell to playing with the button of Itale's coat. What did the mother call him? Stasio? Stasio's father died, she had said to someone in the Esnar coach last night. In June. The consumption it was. Itale felt a touch on his hand, the faint brush of the child's hand. Not the young man's name, nor my husband, but Stasio's father. All the dead man's life was that now, his fatherhood. Stasio discovered the top button of Itale's waistcoat and fingered it delicately as a miser with a jewel. He sucked his thumb, and slowly, with many starts and little movements, dropped his head down against Itale's coat and fell asleep. He had been cold, Itale thought. He was warmer now in the shelter of Itale's arm and could sleep. Itale no longer gazed ahead at the hills, but down at his little transitory charge. The child's hair was brown, very fine. Itale touched it very lightly, thinking of his friend Jane Brunoy. Brunoy's hair had been brown like this, but coarse and dry. Itale tried to recall Brunoy's face, but could not. He could rouse no reality of memory, only a dull regret and a dull shame. He thought of Isabert, and his mind, as always, flinched away. He thought of Freden, of Karantai, who was hurt, or dead, or jailed. But from that, too, his mind flinched away to Brelavai. But the thought of Brelavai in the dark, cold room, chained, was unendurable. His hands clenched, and he had to control his sudden tension lest he waken the sleeping child. But the list would be finished. Amédée dead. And then, last and unexpected, for he had never thought of her as a friend among his friends, Louisa. Unkind, unforgiving, and unself-forgiving. Loyal, and like the others, self-betrayed. And betrayed, like the others, by him, by his desires and her own, and their hope, by their love. Where he had most passionately set his heart and mind he had done injury, and the worst injury, the worst betrayal, was the knowledge of it. His arm grew cramped, but he did not move lest he wake the child. At last he too dozed off. In mid-morning the coach stopped in a tiny village. Itale handed Stasio over to his mother with relief, and, rubbing his numbed arm, climbed out of the coach with San Giusto. "Bara already? "Aye," said the rusty coachman, not uncivilly, for his passenger had said the name of the village with the broad Montana accent. "We're on the border," Itale said, coming over to the roadside where his friend stood stretching and yawning. "Walk over to where that pig's rooting, and you'll be in the Montana." They walked in the bright sunlight down the rutted streets of Barra, and patted a dog that came up, hungry and fawning. Neither had anything to say. They turned back to take some breakfast at the hovel that called itself in faded letters and obscure picture on a signboard, "The Traveller's Rest." While the peasant girl left in charge of the place was fetching bread and cheese, Itale looked about the room, at its dirt floor, dirty walls, benches, table, and out the door onto the bright, desolate street where the mangy dog sunned himself and nothing else stirred. The child who brought them sour wine, she had only gaped when they asked for coffee, had a neck thickened by incipient goiter and a dull way of staring. He had forgotten that dull look, that country look. He sat down at the table to drink his wine and picked up a couple of printed sheets lying on it left by travelers. One was the broadsheet of a song such as mountain peddlers sold or gave with their wares. The other, a handbill which he started to read without recognition. Revolution, it was headed. On the 27th of July, the citizens of Paris rose in the name of the French people to protest. He read no further, though his eyes found the line at the foot of the sheet, August 13th, 1830, from the office of Novesima Verba. San Giusto had wandered over, chewing on a hunk of bread. Itale left the handbill lying, got up, and went out. He stood there in the sunlight and looked at the hut opposite, with its clumsy door and oil-paper window, at the pig rooting in the street by a pump where the dust had turned to mud, at the white dog cringing, at the poor, short length of the village where the coach loomed on its high wheels, taller than the huts beside it. Behind the huts and before them, the street became again the high road, the road he must follow, that had brought him, so far, here. "The horses are in. I suppose we leave soon," said San Giusto, coming out beside him. Itale turned away and set his hands against the wall of the Traveller's Rest, hard, as if to push the sorry little house down. He felt the hot, dry clay under his palms, the heat of the sun on his shoulders. "Here I come to ground," he thought. "I thought I must succeed because my hopes were so high, and I have failed. I thought I must win because my cause was just, and I have been defeated. It was all air, words, talk, lies, and the steel chain that brings you up short 2 steps from the wall. For 5 years he'd been sick for home, and now, forced to it as a fugitive, he must come to it knowing that he had no home. Slowly and steadily the little horses pulled, the coach jolted on towards the mountains that now dominated all the lower sky. After the midday stop at Vermare, they still had to climb 2,000 feet up and some 12 miles on, winding now more south than west. The air grew yet more clear and dry, the mountains darker blue, the cricket chant on the slopes deeper and more long drawn out, and the boy riding the wheel-horse pulled his cap down over his eyes and sang, half dozing, the song that seemed as monotonous and timeless as the cricket song. "Grey will fall the autumn rain. Sleep, my love, and sleep thee well. My heart has broken and will break again. Sleep till thou wilt waken." "Don't pester the gentleman, Stasio." "That's all right." "It's too good of you, sir. You come here now, Stasio." "He's all right here." Itale let the baby investigate his waistcoat, grateful for the distraction, seeing always the mountains rise around him. The road wound in and out. The young mother looked down the plunge of a ravine to the right and shut her eyes. "We'll be out of this in a couple of miles. Then there's a straight pull to the pass." They were going at less than a foot-pace now, the tough little horses straining, the wheel-boy wide awake, the driver's whip crackling lightly over the horses' necks. "What mountains are those, if you don't mind, sir?" "The mountains above Lake Malafrena." "Ahoy there! Get on, get on!" "Now we tip over?" San Giusto inquired placidly of fate. The coach righted itself and settled back into the ruts. The little horses pulled sturdily. Declining, the sun shone to their right, and the long shadow of Sinvia Mountain stretched up the forested slope of Sanjeevan like a barrier before them, dividing the mountain valley from the open, golden weather of the hills. "This is like my own country," San Justo said. His voice was soft, "yet there is no one thing the same." After a while he said, "So, I come here with you after all." Itale nodded, dodging the memory of Easter in Esnar, but it would not be dodged, and he said at last, "I wish I'd thrown it over then, gone home, before I went too far to be able to come back." San Justo glanced at him calmly and keenly. After a time he said, 5 or 6 months is not long enough. One comes back, Itale. But what does one bring? I don't know. I was a fool before that. Now I'm wise. Now I know what a fool I was, right? But what use is wisdom? What good is it when the price of it is hope? I don't know, San Justo replied again, very quietly and with humility. Itale caught himself, was ashamed, and was silent. He would not talk again. The habit of protest was strong, well-nourished, but it was time to go back to the older habit, silence. Stasio had wakened, whimpering among his bundles again, and Itale picked him up, set him on his knee, let him play with the endlessly wondrous waistcoat buttons, while sunlit and shadowed slopes closed in on the road, and the horses quickened their pace. The road leveled out. Portacheca lay before them in the pass, greeted by the wheelboy's long whistle. Portacheca, peaked roofs, streets of slate stairs twining between crowded houses, the monastery of Sinvia frowning over it, white on the dark mountain shoulder, the Golden Lion, where as a child Itale had watched the high coaches roll in, dusty, come from remote and unimaginable lands. "Where to now?" asked San Justo when they were standing on the cobbled street, since Itale, looking bewildered, made no move. "I don't know. I hadn't thought—" The innkeeper's wife was coming out, peering curiously at them. "Come on this way," Itale said, and set off abruptly, leading San Justo down a long slate stair, across a little street, through a back alley, and up another set of stairs to a garden gate. There he stopped. "Itale," said San Justo, who had also been making decisions, "this is your family, and you are unexpected. I shall put up at the inn and meet you when it's convenient." Itale looked at him with the same angry bewilderment. Then he laughed. "You can't," he said. "We haven't got a krona left. Come on." He pushed open the gate, and San Justo reluctantly followed him up the path between phlox and pansies to the door, to the little servant girl who went rigid with dismay at the sight of strangers, the stiff, neat, high-windowed parlor, the gray-haired woman who came in looking puzzled, and then looked frightened, and putting her hands to her throat whispered, "Itale! Oh, mercy of heaven, Itale!" I'm sorry, Itale said as she embraced him. "There was no way to let you know. I'm sorry. You're so thin," she whispered, and then, releasing him, "It's all right, my dear. I was startled, but I don't faint, you know." And already she was turning to San Justo to welcome him with the fine courtesy and profound distrustfulness of the Montaina, taking his hand and repeating his name as Itale introduced them, inviting them both to sit down, ascertaining that they were tired, hungry, dirty, and looking after their needs. Not a word came from her that could distress Itale after the first cry. Only she asked in her blunt way, when he had given a sketchy explanation of why he had arrived so suddenly, "Then how long will you stay?" "I don't know." His tone cut her off, and she asked nothing more about his plans. Nor did Emmanuel, at first, when he came home to find the little maid in a flurry, his wife preternaturally calm and ironical, and his bedroom, bath, razors, and clean shirts sacrificed to the unknown foreigner and unexpected nephew. "When did you leave Krasnoy?" was his first question. "Tuesday." "What's going on? The post didn't come last week. Still no papers on the diligence." "They weren't printed." "Why not?" Emmanuel exploded, and a summary of the days of the insurrection only enraged him. "You mean that never a word of all this reached us until you came here? Good God, we might have been a kingdom for a week and never known it."
But we're only a Grand Duchy, Itale said, so it doesn't matter. Look here, Uncle, I want to ask you. I want to go on to the house to see Mother, but I can't. I don't know what my status is. I've been proscribed from Krasnoy, but it may go farther. I don't want— Emmanuel interrupted him. What difference will that make to them? I don't know.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about my father. Yes, you're right. He ought to be prepared a bit for this. I came here because I had nowhere else to go, Itale said, going dead white. But if there are going to be any conditions, any accusations, I'll go on now across the border. San Giusto, coming in from the other room, stopped in the doorway, a towel around his bare neck.
Oy me, he said to himself, and withdrew.
The uncle and nephew stood face to face. You damned arrogant fool, Emmanuel said. Who said anything about conditions and accusations? What I'm talking about is that Guide is ill and needs a bit of protection from shocks. Ill? Since November. Why do you think it was I that came to the Sovena, not he or Eleonora? But you said then— He told me to say as little as possible about it to you. I obeyed him. I've always done what Guide says. Maybe I was wrong, I don't know. He was ill again about a month ago. I wanted to write you. They both said not to. I could have come. What good would that do? Itale sat down on the bed. He was still very white, and there was a forced rigidity in the way he held his shoulders and arms that made Emmanuel realize at last that he was very near breaking point. None, he said. He's all right, Itale. No worse than he was, now. It's the same heart trouble. It can go along for years like this, you know. I didn't mean to alarm you, but you cannot walk in on him in anger. Itale shook his head. Emmanuel, said Pernetta outside the bedroom door, if you'll ride on out to the lake and tell Guide and Eleonora we're coming, I'll give Itale and his friend a little supper and put Allegra in the gig, and we'll come along in an hour or so. Right, Emmanuel said. He turned back to Itale, wanting to say something more, to reassure him, but he did not know what to say. The relation between Guide and Itale, the bond of absolute loyalty, strained impossibly by competitive pride, the understanding and hostility, the vulnerability of each to the other, all that was beyond Emmanuel now, as always. Whenever he came close to that passionate and essential relationship in either the son or the father, he burned his fingers in the fire of it, fumbled, lost his temper, guessed wrong. And yet it was always he who had to bring the news to Guide. He thought as he saddled his horse and set off through lengthening shadows towards the lake. Always he who was the intermediary. 30 months ago he had been driven down here to tell Guide that the boy had been arrested and jailed, and had gone about it all wrong, jabbed his clumsy fingers into the wound. This time he had as badly misunderstood Itale, when all the young man was doing was clinging desperately to the last fragments of pride. It was always pride with these two. Their strength and patience, their violence and vulnerability, all came down to pride, to the resistance of the will to the insults and indifference of time. Resistance, never acceptance. They gave with open hands, but they had never learned to receive. Guide's somber temper had turned ardent in the sun, but the root of it still was pride and pain. The world is a hard place for the strong, Emmanuel thought. It gives no quarter. No man ever defied evil and got off lightly. He hoped to find Guide alone, but saw him with Laura in the garden behind the house. To judge by their gestures, they were discussing replantings, and they did not see him coming down the road till he was at the fence. Then Laura looked round and came alive. "There's Uncle. Was there a letter?" "Oh, aye," he said, smiling. It would have been so easy to tell Laura his news. Why was it so hard to tell Guide? "Pernetta's coming along behind me. Will you give us dinner?" "Of course, but where's the letter?" "I haven't got it, niece." Laura looked at him, alert and silent. "It's a message rather than a letter. Itale wants to know if he can come here, Guide." "Where is he?" "In Portaceca, at the house. Came in on the diligence this afternoon, with another man." Guide stood still. Laura did not speak. "What brought him here?" "He has nowhere else to go. He came with the clothes on his back. There was a revolution in Krasnoy. The assembly's been dissolved. There was fighting for 2 days. He's under ban, and doesn't know how far it extends. You must let him come without questioning him, without conditions, Guide. He's lost everything he was working for.
Conditions? Guide said. Tell your mother, he said to Laura. I'll go to Portaceca.
He was out of the gate and coming round past Emmanuel to the stables as he spoke. They're probably on their way already, Emmanuel said, and seeing there was no stopping Guide, Here, then, take the horse, he's fresh. He dismounted. Guide swung up and was off. Laura, looking after her father, trembled all over and laughed. How strange it is, you riding up there while we were standing here talking about the hollies, and the house and the road, as if it had happened before. I was standing here, and you rode up to tell us he was coming, as if there was only one moment, and this was it. Where's your mother, lass? Indoors. They walked, she on this side of the picket fence and he on that, back to the gate. Laura went lightly, hurrying, but before going in she looked back once at the garden, the clear light, the roses, the empty paths. When they came, she was confused. She had forgotten Emmanuel had said there was a stranger with Itale. She could not tell which was her brother as the gig came out from under the oaks in the late dusk. She went forward with her mother and uncle. She felt herself moving over the short grass in the warm twilight air. A tall man jumped down from the gig and came to them. That was his blue coat. It was Itale. When she held him in her arms, he was as thin as a child, but his face was a man's face now. Was this her brother? Who was the other man, with his hand tied up in a bandage, holding back from them? "Welcome home," she said to him, and after a moment he smiled. Someone else laughed. All at once she was happy, caught the moment passing never to return, was herself, and the waiting was over. They were home. Come into the house," she urged them. The father, brother, stranger. 2. Late in a September afternoon, coming past the orchards of Altorsa, where the golden light shone broken by transparent walls of shadow that stretched eastward from each row of trees, Itale saw his sister come towards him on the road. "Letter," she called. "Uncle brought it." And then, when they met, "Are the grapes ready to pick?" "We'll pick the urea vines tomorrow." As they walked side by side, he opened the letter and read it, frowning against the level sunlight. It was dated from Solari. Dear Itale, the old Count writes that you are home. So am I. I was released on the 20th, got as far as Colonarmana, then sent back with an escort. Released again after 3 interrogations. Got across the street, was brought back and interrogated twice more. Have been home a week now, but can't say I count on it. K's fiancé wrote. He had a severe concussion of the brain, but is recovering well, and they are to be married in October. I expect you know that young V was not so lucky, or in the end he may prove to have been luckier, who knows. I have called upon G.F. He wears a corset, satin waistcoat, gold watch chain, married, infant son. Did not invite me to return. Do you have any word of Carlo? No one has heard from him since the party, and he is on my mind. I am going to go on and study for the bar examinations, since journalism, I find, does not pay. Let me hear from you. Believe me yours in constant affection, Thomas. It's from Mr. Brelevai, isn't it? Yes. You know his writing? He wrote us several times when you were in prison. It was he that wrote us you had been arrested. It must have been hard for him. He never had good news for us. But he sounded so kind. Here, read it. He had to explain the initials to her. K, that's Karantai, you know, the novelist. He was hurt in Palazzai Street when they fought the guards. V is Verneuil, a student. He was killed. G. von Freyden, he was our college friend. He went home 3 years ago. He's a merchant in Solari now. They prescribed him anyhow. Poor Brelevai. He must feel lonely there. Who is Carlo? Oh, San Giusto. His English letters to the paper were signed Carlo Franceschi. Must be a middle name. You've known him quite a long time. Well, I met him in Esnar in 27, but I got to know him in July. He was with you in the fighting? He nodded. He glanced at her fine, rather pale face, her brown hair pulled back in a loose knot. She walked along stride for stride with him. In the 4 weeks he'd been home, he had taken great comfort from her presence, yet he had seldom spoken much with her about any but immediate concerns, Guidet's health, farm matters, and accounts. She had learned to keep the books for her father, but when Itale had complimented her on the order and clarity of the accounts, she had sighed and said, "I hate them. I do it because it's all he'll let me do. I keep them neat because I get lost at once if they're not. I hate figures. I'd rather clean the stables if I could." Then she had laughed and made light of the matter. The great candor of her girlhood had become, in the woman, infinite reserve. Walking now beside her brother and sister, Itale realized that he knew nothing of her life. "I try to imagine," she said, "what you did down there, what your life was, the revolution." "The insurrection," he said gently. "The insurrection. You say of the student, he was killed. I know how Mr. San Giusto's hand was hurt by a soldier with a gun hitting him. You spoke once about the fire. I know in a way what you did before that, before the prison. I read your paper. But I have never been able to understand, to imagine your life there, as if I lived in another world." "The real one." "Why do you say that?" "Because there's nothing left of that life. It's finished, gone, scattered. Overnight. There never was anything to it." She walked on beside him. "Dreams of youth," he said. "All that has given my life any meaning for 5 years has been my belief that you were free, that you were working for freedom, doing what I couldn't do, for me, even when you were in jail, then most of all, Itale." He stopped, staggered by the passionate and unexpected reproach. Their eyes met for a moment. He saw that she knew what he could not say directly, that he had failed, that he was utterly defeated, that she knew it, and yet it was not of overwhelming importance to her. She did not see him as a failure or a fool. If she had, she would not have reproached him. "But you must not trust me, Laura," he said desperately, all pretense of irony abandoned. "When I used to talk about freedom, I didn't know what prison was. I talked about the good, but I didn't know evil. I am responsible for all the evil I saw, for the deaths. There's nothing I can do about it. All I can do is be silent, not to say what I'm saying now. Let me be silent. I don't want to do more harm." "Life's the harm," Laura said, quietly, dryly. They walked on, coming in sight of the orchards above the Sordet house, the forested slopes above those. "If they lifted the ban," Laura said, "would you go back to Krasnoye?" "I don't know. It's not likely any time soon. In any case, I'm more use here while Father's ill." "Yes," she said, "of course. But some day he would fall ill. Some day he will die. That was always true." "But I didn't believe it then," he said, very low. "I know," she said, and he saw to his wonder that she was smiling. "What I wanted to say was that you should not worry about that, about the estate, when the time comes to go. I'm nothing like Piera, but at least I can keep it going. I wanted you to be able to count on that." "I just got home," he said. "For God's sake, you're trying to send me away again?" "I'm trying to make you see that no matter what the stupid police say, you are a free man," she said, fierce. "Am I not allowed to work for freedom? You are my freedom, Itale." He could make no answer. When they came into the house, Guide called him into the library to discuss the grape harvest with him. Since the recurrence of his ailment, Guide had grudgingly admitted that everybody else, including the doctor, had been right, and he must go easy if he wanted to go on. Methodically, then, he rested at certain times, gave up certain labors and pursuits. He was visibly changed, his hair entirely gray, his hands and face less tanned, his spare figure looking both taller and frailer. Itale, entering the study, was struck by his resemblance to Laura, even in the tone of his voice. Laconic and amicable, they discussed the condition of the vines and the probable pace and order of the grape harvest if the temperate weather continued. "If it gets hot," Guide said, bringing into their mutual view the frantic and relentless labor entailed by hot weather during grape harvest, and Itale's relative inexperience, perhaps also his not yet fully recovered health.
There's Brone, though.
Aye, thank God. And San Giusto.
He's all right with orchards. You listen to Brone.
Itale smiled. He'd been waiting for his father to admit that he approved of San Giusto. He's all right with orchards was the admission.
Have you got the sword and tie wagons?
Tomorrow morning.
Who's going?
Carl. Guide nodded. He's a steady man, Itale said. He needs training.
What for?
It's time we had an overseer. He spoke with an indifferent bluntness that was new in him, though not in Guide. Guide was much offended by the proposal, but he was caught. He could not pretend that he was able to carry on the work alone any longer if Itale left, nor could he admit that the idea of Itale's going, implied in the suggestion, frightened him. He sat there on his couch under the windows, trying to think of an argument to defeat Itale's suggestion. He scowled, but little by little, and with singular conviction, he understood that there was no argument. If he had had power of veto, he would not even have sought an argument. He was not in control. Some time in these past few weeks he had, without even noticing it, abdicated, and his son, as unknowingly, had come into his inheritance.
Very well, he said. You think Carl's the man?
Turning from the bookshelves to look at him, Itale caught in his face a shadow of pleasure, and did not understand. He had expected a battle on this subject. It alarmed him that Guide should give in easily, and, giving in, smile. Maybe I'm thinking ahead too far.
Maybe,
Guide said.
There's Paisi. Might do better than Carl. Go on now. I'm supposed to lie here till supper time.
Itale bowed and went out, and Guide lay back on the couch, obeying Doctor's orders. He felt a little empty, lightened, the way a woman might feel after childbirth, he thought. Light, quiet, tired. A queer thing to be comparing himself to a woman, and a woman after childbirth. But there was Eleonora's face, the morning of Itale's birth, her smile, then, the center of his life. Nothing of his own. There was a great red sunset over the lake. The weather was turning. The next day was hot. The next hotter. Itale was up at 4, at the vineyards and the winery all day till dark. He saw nothing at all in the world beyond the vines, the grapes, the boxes, baskets, carts, and wagons loaded with the grapes, the pressing tubs in a stone courtyard, stained and reeking with must, the brief, dark coolness of the storage cellars dug into the hillside, the swing of the sun across the hot September sky. Then that work was done, and other harvests from the fields and orchards were coming in. Silent and absorbed, irascible when pushed past the limit of his strength, otherwise patient, Itale got on with the work and never raised his eyes from it to look back or ahead. Most of his waking hours were spent outdoors in the fields and orchards, and more of his time in the farm buildings than in the house itself. He came in only to eat and sleep. When the work let up, he went hunting several times with Brone's grandson Paisi and Berke Gavre, with whom he had struck up a taciturn kind of friendship, or with San Giusto. He went into Portaceca as seldom as possible and paid no calls. When Rodene or the Sorrentais or other neighbors came to call, he often stood in for Guide, receiving them with stiff courtesy, seeing to it that hospitality was prompt and unlimited, and then sitting silent, unparticipating while they talked. His mother watched him and said nothing. So she had watched Guide for 30 years. Often at her housework or at night, lying awake in autumn darkness, she thought of the merry child, the awkward, gallant boy, and the man she had seen him, barely seen him becoming. It had not been this man. This somber, restless, silent man, this second Guide, yet not like Guide as she had first known him. For Guide as a young man had rejoiced in his work and had suffered no defeat. In Eleonora's heart those October nights was the same bitter resentment against the world that offers so vast a chance to the young spirit, and, when it comes to the point, gives so narrow a lot, the same scorn and resentment that her daughter had felt, that Pierre had felt, and that she recognized in them, but with little hope for them, and none for herself. San Giusto worked along with Itale, made himself useful and pleasant in the house, went sailing in Falcone. Carantai's fiancée had sent a necessarily cryptic warning. The government had San Giusto's name and description and were watching for him at the borders as a professional revolutionary. At this, San Giusto, as if accepting a challenge, announced that he would walk out over the mountains past Val'Altesmo, where there were no border stations.
"What for?" Itale said. "Where to?"
"To France."
"Don't leave me in the lurch now."
"I'll go when we have the pears done."
"You can't cross the mountains in winter."
"Next spring," San Giusto said. And he stayed, so easy, steady, and cheerful a man that Itale in his present mood took him quite for granted, never questioning the character of their congeniality, scarcely remembering its origins. He forgot even that before their meeting lay a life of which he knew nothing. One day in late October, the first day of rain, he came by the pear orchards to pick up San Giusto and could not find him. He tethered his horse, and the one he had led, and hunted the orchard aisles for 20 minutes before he came on his friend standing with a peculiar expression under a tree. Off down an alley, a garnet-red skirt and white blouse twinkled, vanished. The rain pattered softly, multitudinously on leaf and grass. "I've been calling," he accused, wet and annoyed. "Yes, I heard." San Giusto blinked, pushed off from the tree, came along beside him. "Was that Marta's Anina?"
"Yes."
Itale strode along through the wet grass for a while. "She's barely 15.
"I know."
They mounted their horses, rode in silence. Suddenly San Giusto began to laugh, and Itale flushed red.
I know. But someone must talk to pretty girls. Look at them, eh? What are they pretty for?"
"I feel
responsible, of course. I will not make her pregnant."
"I know that."
"Then why are you so angry?" San Giusto said in a slightly different tone. "Angry with me? What do you want of me? You want dignity, abstinence, romantic passion? I have had all that. I would rather kiss pretty girls in an orchard. I'm 10 years older than you, sad to say. I have had the romantic passion. I was in love, betrothed to a young lady. That was in 1819. Oh, God, I was in love. I wrote poetry. I got thin. So also I got sent to prison and got still more thin. And she married in Milan. She married an Austrian officer. I learnt it when I came out of prison. So there I am. Austria has taken my children from me before they were ever born. So I cross the mountains and become nobody, always in exile. But I have nothing more to do with that, ever again with love, with young ladies. But if I meet Anina and she smiles... Jesu Maria, Itale, what do you want?" Itale stammered, "Sorry, Francesco," and was red and silent. But as his shame began to cool, he wondered a little at the strength, the circumstantiality of San Giusto's disclaimer. The Italian, meantime, placid as ever, made his young horse prance, lifted his face to the rain falling from the ragged, drifting clouds, and hummed. He burst out in a strong tenor. "Un suave non so, che—" Ha, that pig Rossini. You know he wrote an oratorio for Metternich, the Holy Alliance. Musicians are idiots, blessed idiots. God has exempted them from reason. Look there, your Count has already picked his pippin apples. Maybe we start. That little Countess is very wise with her orchards." Itale made no answer. They trotted along through the rain towards the house on the shore. Before he saw the Valtorskars on his second night home, he had been nervous. But as soon as he saw them, his apprehension and excitement had vanished. He had greeted Count Orlant with affection, grieved to see how the robust man had aged. Beside him was Pierre, hardly changed, he thought, though she must be 21 or 22 now. Still small, a round girlish face, a timid girlish manner, a smile and a few polite words. The vividness and vitality of her childhood were gone, leached away, no doubt, by this lonely life, replaced by no richer being, no opulence of womanhood. She was sterile, faded before flower.
He saw this with a kind of luxuriation in the bitterness of being once again confirmed in the conviction that had come upon him first clearly in the wayside inn at Bara, the conviction that all he had worked for, that his whole understanding of freedom, had been delusion, moonshine, verbiage. Estenskar had seen it. This girl, in her way, had seen it. The Jew Moishe knew it, and the girl in Bara, the girl with dull eyes and thick, chapped, dirty hands, knew nothing but her own wants which would never be filled, and knew it better than them all. There is no freedom. Laura was in the garden behind the house in a tent-like cape and shapeless hat, pruning the roses her grandfather had planted. The year's last flowering was over, and the leaves looked rusty on the gnarled, rain-wet stalks. She looked round as the two horsemen came down the road and held up her pruning shears in salute.
"Ah, there,"
said San Giusto unexpectedly, made a sweeping gesture, and said nothing else. Laura came to the garden fence. "Drowned rats," she said.
"You pruned back your roses too early."
"I'm just taking off dead wood and canes." Vitale consciously held back his horse and watched them, the tall woman smiling, her fine, thin hands wet with rain, and the man, handsome and vigorous on his horse, asking her something about Mandevilla suaviolens. "Yes, by the front walk," she said. "The only one in the valley. Grandfather planted it."
"Here, I take the horse around and come back."
"I'll take him," Vitale said. San Giusto gave Vitale the reins, vaulted the fence, and went off with Laura through the wet autumnal garden. "Nothing more to do with that ever again, eh?" thought Vitale, leading the grey horse to the stables, and his heart was confused between tenderness and rancor. October ended full of rain and mist, with a few last golden evenings. November came in cold. In mid-month, Vitale, waking one morning, saw from his window the hunter whitened with snow against a dark grey sky. Work slackened. The farm was settling into its winter patience. Though the roads were foul, there was much calling and visiting among the farms and households of Val Malafrena. Every afternoon there were people in the front room, women's voices, Eva trotting past with a tray of cakes and strawberry wine and cherry brandy, or else Cass was bringing out the gig to drive Eleonora and Laura to the Panes or the Sorrentais. In the cold weather Guide seldom went out. He worked at small jobs, the kind of harness-mending, tool-sharpening, furniture-repairing that he had used to leave to servants, or get done in a half-hour before breakfast. He took his rest on the couch in the library dutifully, and then came to the front room, if there were no visitors, to sit down and work his way slowly and thoughtfully, with long pauses, through Virgil. His copy of the Aeneid had been his own in school, then Vitale's, and was full of schoolboy glosses. He held it off on his knees to read, being very far-sighted. It was strange to Vitale, who had never seen him read, to see him sit there perfectly still, the book a yard from his eyes, so that it appeared that he did not so much read as absorb by long silent watching the story in the scarred and scribbled book, the tenderness, heroism, and pain. If visitors came, he greeted them, but often returned to his solitude in the library. If it was Eleonora, Laura, Piera, he stayed with them, and Vitale, too, when he came in at dusk and took off his sheepskin coat, was content to be in the company of his family. Then, not before. He was at the mercy of a driving restlessness, the same strained, unreasoning energy that had taken him back from the Sovena to Krasnoy, through the 60 hours of the August insurrection, on out of Krasnoy to Bara, to Malafrena, through the vintage, through the autumn. Now that it was winter and there was less to do, he made work, or walked, or hunted. Only when he was physically worn out could he turn home and be content to sit down by the fire, talk with Guide about the work, with San Giusto about events in Greece and Belgium. With the women he found little to say. He came in one night early in December. Rain had followed snow, the ground was boggy, the air heavy with a soft, chill mist. Despite his tireless activity, he had found that he still got cold easily and suffered a good deal from it, as if he carried St. Lazare with him in the marrow of his bones. He was very cold this evening and headed for the hearth directly. It was a Saturday. Emmanuel and Pernetta were there, Count Orlant and Piera.
Even Auntie, now 100 years old, was ensconced in a straight chair with a ball of red wool in her lap. Talking, they had let the night come in. It was dark except for the firelight. San Giusto had been telling them something about his years in England. He was as good as any storybook to his audience, and Count Orlant summed up the subject. A fine, enterprising race, the English. They've done wonders in astronomy. Guide looked up as his son came by his chair in the firelit dusk of the room. "You're here too, Itale," he said. The dark room, 4 candles, the room where death was, and his father's voice. "I'm here." He sat down on the hearth-seat near Guide's chair and put out his hands to the fire, repressing a tremor, feeling he would never get warm. "Itale, dear," said his mother in serene greeting, "are you starved? Ava's having trouble with the chicken. Old George. He's taking hours, and all he's fit for is soup in the first place, and the mutton's drying up. But there really is no use even trying to argue with Ava any longer. After all, she's run that kitchen 30 years. We must all just get old and cross together, although it's rather hard on you young ones. But your teeth are better." "Is it still raining?" Count Orlant asked. "Aye, harder." The conversation sprang up again, he and Guide sitting silent. Piera, too, was silent across the hearth from him. She spoke little when the families were together. Itale had seen her and Laura talking away a whole afternoon here by the hearth or down on the slope by the boathouse, but she seemed to talk only to Laura. He glanced at her, thinking how San Giusto had more than once remarked on her beauty. San Giusto was rather given to finding women beautiful. But did he himself, in this case, for some reason, merely persuade himself that she was plain? Her features certainly were good, her figure unexceptionable, but she was plain. No wonder, with her life spent between Malafrena and Portaceca, 2 years in a convent school in Esnar, a broken engagement to a widower in his 40s, an aging household, filling up her time by trying to run the estate. No wonder she was dry and colorless, a withered branch. Life had defeated her before she'd got fairly started. She was weak, and had been given no weapons with which to delay the inevitable, to fight back a while before she lost the hopeless struggle. It was not her fault. The hot, bright fire had begun to sting his face pleasantly, and he felt the heat of it through his shirt. She had put up a hand to screen her face from it. She looked at him above that delicate, red-lit hand. "We haven't seen you for several days," he said, wanting to be kind. "No," she said. "The weather's been so bad. I have a book for you. I finally remembered to bring it along." "A book?" "Yes, it's yours, and I haven't any more use for it." Itale stared at her. "You've probably forgotten. It was a long time ago you lent it to me. 5 years ago. It's called The New Life." "I didn't lend it to you. I gave it to you." "I'm giving it back," said Piera. Emmanuel was watching the two of them, profiled against the fire. Itale looked floored. Evidently Piera had got tired of being overlooked. She would know how to make herself felt once she put her mind to it. She'd become formidable in her competence. Berke Gavray, her obedient lieutenant, had told Emmanuel that she had doubled the cash income of Valtorsa in 2 years, and was laying out the profit on improvements. Emmanuel had seen her at estate business in Portaceca, and had acted as her lawyer or legal adviser several times. He had found her both prudent and decisive, an excellent client, though he would have been happier with her qualities if they belonged to a young man. "She's extremely strong-willed," he had said to Pernetta, who had replied, "And you would prefer her to be weak-minded?" Unfairly, he thought. But if she could shake Itale out of his silence, more power to her. To do that would require strength and wits. It was easy to floor Itale, he was never on guard, but it was not easy to touch or hold or change him. "Piera," Itale said across the hearth, I write something in it if you like to make it more of a present." "No." "Here ends the new life with affection from Piera Valtorskar. Would that do? It's right over there in my sewing bag on the chest." "Piera, listen, it was a long time ago, but times change." "I won't take it back. Burn it if you like."
Itale got up, strode off to the south windows, and stood there with his back to them all. Piera sat by the fire. Her face, half in shadow, half lit red by the flames, had turned to watch Itale. She did not move. Her hands lay clasped together in her lap. Dinner was announced at last. As Itale went into the dining-room with Pernetta, he watched his sister and San Giusto ahead of him. Laura and Francesco. Sonnets to fair ladies. It was too much. He had been a fool to bring the Italian here, and San Giusto, a homeless, aimless man, should know better than to play at Petrarch while hiding from the imperial police. What did he or Laura think could come of it? They were sleepwalking, play-acting. Yesterday San Giusto had said to him, "I wish all my money was not bound up in our land in the Piedmont. I think I could be a good farmer here, 50 acres of orchard like that one." Then he had laughed, and let his lively horse out, and cantered on ahead of Itale, singing Un suave non so che. At table, serious now, he said across the mutton, "Itale, your sister has explained Carantai's letter, perhaps?" A second letter from Carantai had come that week, containing some news of mutual friends and recent events, and, towards the end, in the midst of a sentence about something else, a curious clause, "Now that I am no longer a writer of fiction." They had discussed it at some length, as all letters, all outside news, always get discussed in winter in the Montana, and had speculated on the implications of that clause, arriving at no explanation. "I wondered," Laura said, "if he means that he hasn't recovered from his injury, that he's not well enough to write. It seems his marriage has been put off. And you said, when his first letter came, how much his handwriting had changed." "What happened to him?" Pernetta inquired. "A saber cut in the charge on Palitzai Street, a head wound." "Poor chap," Count Orlant said. "I thought he meant—" Itale began and stopped. Laura's theory was sickeningly plausible. "It can't be that," he said. "He can get better," San Giusto said, calm as always, hopeful as always, but revealing for once, unknowing perhaps to Itale's eyes only, the foundation of his hopefulness and calmness, the intense, unchanging sadness that was the condition of his life. "I enjoyed his book a good deal in places," Pernetta said. "I loved it," Eleonora said. "I wish you'd give it back, Pernetta. You've had it 3 years, and I've been wanting to see it. When I got near the end, it was so upsetting." "You mean you never finished it, Lele?" Emmanuel inquired, grinning. "I didn't want to. I was afraid he was going to die. I know it's silly to cry over books, but I always used to cry over the new Eloise, and there's a great deal more to cry over in this one." "It has a happy ending, Mamma," Laura said, with her broad, sweet smile. "I kept thinking that the young man, what's his name?" Pernetta said. "Live was like Itale." "Of course, that's what made me cry," Eleonora said. "Carantai had the book planned out before he ever knew me," Itale said, with covert violence. "Nonetheless, it can be true to life," San Giusto remarked. "He writes about his generation. But it's not true to life. It's a great book, but in some ways it's a false one. Carantai himself is absolutely level-headed and honest, but the book's all heights and depths and exaggerations. People don't behave like that." "Why write a romance about unromantic people?" Emmanuel inquired. "It's a great book, of course. It's the best we have, but he could do much greater things." "And will," San Giusto said, raising his wine-glass as if in a private toast. "God willing." The conversation drifted on. The good, heavy food came and was eaten. The plain, familial faces in the candlelight brightened with conviviality. Itale, doubly shaken, avoided looking at Piera at all, and tried to avoid the thought of Carantai. He drank more wine than usual, but his unhappy self-consciousness continued. They were there, around him, his own people, but he was not one of them. They were at home, all of them but him. "What have I done?" he thought. "Why have I no home?" "You wrote about some man once down there," Guide said to him without preliminary, "that knew my father. Who was he?" Startled from his brooding, he tried to describe Count Heliscar. His description sounded inevitably like one of the characters in Carantai's novel, and fascinated his hearers.
They asked questions, leading him on to explain how he had met old Heliskar through his son, and to mention the Paludiscars, Enrique and Louisa. "Countess Louisa," said Pernetta. "She's in the book." "They're not alike. The one in the book is very beautiful," Laura said, not innocently. "So is the one in Flesh and Blood," Emmanuel said soberly, almost with reproof. "Yes," Pierre said, "she is. I think the most beautiful woman I ever saw." "Where did you see her?" Itale demanded, shocked into speech by the idea, incredible to him, of Louisa and Pierre in the same room. "In Esnar, at my fiancé's house." "I knew she was good," Eleonora said, speaking soberly as Emmanuel had done. "I'm glad she's beautiful, too." She looked at Itale with a faint anxiety or query. "She's to be married," Laura said. "It's in Mr. Carantai's letter." "To George Heliskar, this spring," Itale said. "I drink to her happiness," said Emmanuel. And they raised their glasses and drank to her, and talked of other things. 3. The next day the weather was so foul that only Laura had the determination to set off for church. As she was waiting at the stable for Cas to hitch up the horse sidling ill-temperedly, trying to get his tail to the wind, and Cas swearing as he struggled with the harness, her brother appeared. "I'll drive you over," he said. "Don't trouble, Itale." Unheeding, he brought the horse around with a slap, hitched him, gave Laura a hand up, and they set off along the lakeshore road to San Lorenz through the dripping, wind-twisted woods. To the left, between bare trees, the lake lay gray and flat. "When did you stop going to church?" "I'm going now," he said. The horse plodded on through mud. Branches dripped, now and then sleet cut and stung in a light shower. "In jail," Laura said. "When you were in jail." After a little while he answered, "I couldn't think about much. My mind wouldn't hold. It was always dark. The closest I could get to God was mathematics. It wasn't much good. Do you know what worked? Not very often, but the only thing that ever did? I wouldn't think of God's love. I would think about the water inside the boathouse in afternoon in summer, when the light comes from underneath. Or the plates, the dinner plates, the ones we used last night. If I could see them, I was all right. So much for the things of the Spirit." "Except the Lord build the house," Laura said, almost in a whisper, but with a smile. He did not know what she meant, though it had been a relief to speak of St. Lazare. It had been a great effort also, and he drove on in silence. Several people of the Valtorsa household had come to St. Anthony's. Pierre, Berke Gavray, Maria, and a couple of maids, Godin, the coachman. The little chapel was bitter cold, full to the roof with cold gray light. Itale sat, stood, knelt with the rest of them through the Mass. Only when Father Clement began, "Credo in unum Deum," he wanted to laugh, but with sudden pleasure. He saw what Laura had meant. He saw why she had been able to say to him, "You are my freedom," knowing what he had not known, that she was his freedom, that you cannot leave home unless there is a home to leave. Who builds the house, and for whom is it built? For whom kept? Father Clement, as usual, wanted to speak to Laura after the service. Itale waited for her in the porch of the chapel. Old Maria and the Valtorsa maids were there, waiting for Godin and Gavray to bring the buckboard around. Pierre came out, retying her kerchief. She glanced at Itale and said hello in her polite way, and went on down the steps into wind and rain. But there was nowhere to go. She stood down at the churchyard gate at the edge of a sea of mud, small and erect, her back turned. He followed her. "Why don't you wait in the porch?" She did not answer or turn around. "Go back out of the rain. I'll stay down here," he said softly, half teasing. She looked up at him with her clear eyes. She was in tears, or the wind had made her eyes water. "If you like," she said, and went back up the steps. Gavray drove up, the Valtorsa people climbed into the buckboard and rolled off under the pines. He turned back and stood with his hands on the gate, looking out at the lake and the dark mountains on the other side. The wind was in his eyes. A sky of gray clouds ran overhead, ceaseless, in rapid, silent tumult. He remembered the sky over the courtyard of St. Lazare. So the clouds had run there all winter long, 3 winters long, indifferent, unattainable, beautiful. There was nothing to keep. Life ran like the clouds. One voyaged and the other stayed, yet they met on the way, and in their meeting was all the goal of voyaging and all the substance of fidelity, the shape and motion of a cloud. A few yards from him, across the gate of the churchyard, lay the grave marked with his grandfather's name, his name. He thought of the moment last night, the earliest and most terrible memory roused, when his father had said, "You're here too, Itale." But it was no longer terrible. "I'm here," he said into the wind. His sister was out in the chapel porch now, and he went round to bring up the trap. As they drove back, the wind was weaker, and a fine, wintry, drifting rain whispered on the road, and passed in dim masses over the forest and the lake. The mountains were full of the sound of the rain. The winter was endlessly wet, but there was not much snow, and spring came early. By mid-March, then, the north wind cleared the sky, the forest rippled paler green, showing new growth at the tips of the dark branches, and the same light, clear green broke in the waves of the lake on windy mornings. Since it rained hard on the morning of the solstice, Laura and Itale put off the trip they had planned to Ivalde until the next fair day. It rained almost daily well into April, and by that time Laura, without consulting her brother, had invited everybody else to come along, and San Giusto and the Valtorskars had accepted. Itale was annoyed. He had anticipated the trip as he had in his boyhood, a solitary course at dawn in the little boat, the ceremony with which spring began. He had thought Laura understood that and felt the same way. This would be a mere pleasure trip, a picnic over at the caverns, meaningless. And there would be all the constraint of being in Piera's company. Ever since he had seen her drive off under the pines of San Lorenz that winter day, he had felt he must speak to her, but he was not certain, when it came to the point, what he wanted to say. And in any case he was unable to, since she was unwilling to say anything to him at all. Falcone could not carry 5, and they were planning to go in Mazeppa. That was the last straw. He would not sail across in that cow of a boat. He wanted his own boat under his own hand, and he said, autocratic, "I want to take Falcone." So there he was on a morning of early April, his boat skimming over the water a quarter-mile ahead of the other, with Piera sitting in the stern to steer. They went a mile before anything was said, except Itale's orders concerning steering as he tried to catch the fresh, fitful wind. At last they were sailing steadily, the house on its peninsula grown small behind them under the great slope of San Givan. The sound of the cascade came faint and clear over the water in the silence of the mid-lake. Piera sat with her hand on the tiller, her dark head turned away from him. "I wish there was more wind," she said, "and we could sail clear to Chiasafonte." "Takes a good wind and all day," Itale said. She watched him as he stood up, coatless, long-legged, to recoil a rope from the gearbox. The sunlight of April poured down on his head, his back, his hands, the lake beyond him, the mountains above the lake. The wind blew his brown hair, grown out long again, across his eyes. He brushed it away with a gesture she remembered. "Has anybody ever sailed down the Chiasa?" Pierre Sorrentai took a rowboat down, once on a dare. Broke up on a rock just past the village. "Hoy! Hoy there!" "There's Papa dancing about." "Shall we turn?" "No," said Piera. They went on. The hails from Mazeppa ceased. "I don't suppose they're sinking," Piera said doubtfully, looking back. "No, envious," said Itale, whose heart was growing lighter as they sailed on through the wind and sun. But their wind was beginning to fail them, and the lake lay glassy. "Are we going to have to row?" "Probably, when we come under the lee of the Hunter." "It's so still. It's like sailing in air." Their wind lasted until they entered the Gulf of Ivalde in the shadow of the overhanging mountain. There the air was hot and still in the fire of noon. The clear brown water utterly motionless. Itale rowed. Before them loomed the dark cliffs and basalt columns of the shore. They heard but could not see the cascade, hidden from them by the cleft it had cut itself in the jutting cliffs. "Like rowing in oil," he said, whispering, in the strange hush of the gulf that had no sound in it but the dull vibration of the river plunging to the lake. They came to the landing place, a gravel beach a few yards long, to the right of the Hermit's Rock. Itale raised the oars and got his breath a minute before landing the boat. "Winded," he said, with reference to the general direction of Pierre. She did not say anything, but took the little dipper from under the stern seat, dipped it up full of the transparent lake water, and offered it to him. He took it from her and drank. He ran the boat up on the beach with one great push of the oars and a flying leap when it touched gravel, to pull it up so that Pierre could step out dry-shod. His timing was perfect, elegant, and he was smiling with pleasure as he handed Pierre out of the boat. Mazeppa was just at the entrance of the gulf, a black blot on the bright water. "Are they rowing yet?" Far-sighted like Guin, he looked and said, "Yes." "No lunch for a while, then." The cascade thundered across the water, muted, tremendous. "Let's go up to the top of the falls." A path of sorts wound up past the Hermit's Rock to the top of the cliffs. Pierre set off at once, very quick in her dark red skirt, unhesitating, even when the way was nothing but a jump from one boulder to another, or when the black broken rock of the cliff-side slid and rattled underfoot. Long after her, Itale came out at the top of the climb in open sunlight at the head of the falls, where the river escaped from the cavern to plunge down its vertical cleft to the lake. They watched it till they were dizzy and deafened, and still went on watching it. At last they went to sit on the stone-broken grass under a low wall-like cliff, the outer wall of the caverns. The dark rock was full of a vibration like distant thunder, the roar of the imprisoned river. "Will they know we're up here?" "Laura will bring them. We always came up here." Pierre got up again, trying to see the other boat through the pines below the clearing. The sunlit air was warm about them. Restless, nervous, she wandered down the wild slope among the rocks near the edge of the falls. "Pierre?" "Yes?" "What is this?" She came over slowly, listening for the voices of their people through the dull roar of the river. Itale held out to her a spray of small rock plant. She took it and sat down with a small sigh. "I don't know. It's pretty, like a fern with flowers. It only grows here." Pierre sat twirling the flowered spray, gazing at the contorted rocks, the pines that grew tall among them, the bright lake out beyond the gulf. The sun, straight overhead in the dark blue sky, poured down heat and light till the clearing brimmed like a cup. "Pierre, I need to ask you, is Laura in love?" "Of course," she said, without turning. "Francesco spoke to me last night. He said if I decided he should not, he won't speak to Father. I don't know what I should do." She was watching him now, not with the reproach or irony he had feared. "Of course it's up to Laura, but it will upset Father badly. Not without reason. Francesco's a homeless man, dependent on his sisters sending him enough to live on. Austria will hound him all his life, I suppose. He could go to France or England, but what would Laura do there? She never wanted to leave Malafrena. I brought him here. It's my responsibility. I don't know what to say." "Why shouldn't she leave Malafrena? It was me that wanted to stay. She has always wanted to go, to see things. Where he is would be her home." Itale was silent for a bit. "He can't leave now. They'll arrest him at the border." "Perhaps not with a wife and a false name," Pierre suggested mildly, but startling Itale. "You and Laura have talked about this?" "Not about that. We haven't really ever said much at all about that. I know she loves him. Why can't they stay here, as long as they want to, I mean? Nobody's using the old dower house. I thought of having it fitted up. He certainly is a very useful man on a farm." "Yes, he is," Itale said, bemused. "You could take him into partnership." "Into partnership?" "Then if one of you wanted to go back down there, there would be one of you running the estate." "Yes. And since no one is using the dower house, they could live there. I'd like to have it looked after." "Wait a minute," he said. Then presently, "It all seems practicable. You must have thought about this a good deal." "Of course I have." Her voice trembled as she spoke. He looked at her again intently, wonderingly. His face was grave and still. "There was something I wanted to say to you, too," she said. Her voice, over-controlled, sounded thin. He nodded, acceptant. She paused for a long time. "There are so many reasons, habit, and the land adjoining at so many places and so on. And I suppose they talked about it when we were children. People always do. I'm sorry I was unpleasant to you that night last winter. That was stupid. I was just trying to say what I want to say now. The people will think we are likely to get married, but they're mistaken, and that keeps us from being friends." The small, strained voice trembled continually, like the trembling of water, but remained clear. "I should like to be your friend." "You are," he said almost inaudibly, but his heart said, "You are my house, my home, the journey and the journey's end, my care and sleep after care." "All right," she said, this time with a great sigh, and they were silent for a while there on the grass in the great heat and light of noon. "You will go back down there some day, won't you?" "When I can." "Good," she said, and smiled suddenly. "I wasn't sure." "Then will you keep the Vita Nova?" "I said I was sorry," she said angrily. "Up this way, Count Orlant," called Laura's voice down among the pines. "You have to keep it," he said with intensity. "I didn't know why I left till I came back. I have to come back to find that I have to go again. I haven't even begun the new life yet. I'm always beginning it. I'll die beginning it. Will you keep it for me, Piera?"
"Here they are," San Giusto proclaimed from the top of the path.
Piera looked at Itale directly for one instant, then scrambled to her feet and went to greet the others.
"Well, well, well," said Count Orlant, surmounting the last steps of the way heavily. "What a pull! Hello, daughter."
"Did you have to row? You took so long."
"Indeed we did. Laura and I pulled 2 strokes to Mr. San Giusto's 1, and still we went in circles."
"I thought you two would be keeping cool in the caverns," said Laura. "It's as hot as summer here."
"Have an apple. Your face is purple," said San Giusto, proffering the hamper.
"What a lovely thing of you to say. Yes, I will. Do we want lunch now?"
"Yes," Itale said. "All of it." "No, I want to see the caverns," San Giusto announced, stretching his strong arms and looking about him blissfully.
"Then give me an apple, fratello mio."
"Stay him with flagons," Count Orlant said. "Comfort him with apples. Are you all going, then?" "Won't you come, Count?"
"No, I want to sit down right here. Caverns and torrents and all that are for the young. Leave me with the lunch. Go on. You don't think I'll eat it all?" "All right. We'll be back in half an hour." "Wear your hat if you're sitting out in the sun, Papa."
"Leave us some bones and peelings, Count. Go on, go on."
End of Malafrena by Ursula K. Le Guin, narrated by John MacDonald in the studios of the National Library Service for the Blind and Physically Handicapped for the Library of Congress, November 1980. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, G. P. Putnam's Sons.
End of book.